And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, grievance debate, resumption of debate.
The question is that grievance has been noted, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to share some very welcome news and a big win for our community. After strong local advocacy, I'm delighted that the Milsons Point Australia Post will remain open. This outcome is a testament to the power of community action. When people come together, speak up and persist, they can make a real difference. Earlier this year, members of the Milsons Point precinct reached out to my office deeply concerned about the unexpected and sudden announcement of the proposed closure of the local post office. Alongside with communities from Kirribilli, Milsons Point, Lavender Bay and the residents of the Greenway James Milson Village and the Port Jackson Tower housing complexes. They coordinated an advocacy campaign to save this important community access to vital services. On behalf of the community, I wrote and met with Australia Post to understand the issue, ensure that these vulnerable residents were not left without access to vital services. In fact, it was the detail in this procedure that was important. Upon becoming aware of the change of the rental conditions of the premises in which the Milsons Point Post Office was located, held by New South Wales Transport, I followed up in writing with the government and the Prime Minister and the Minister for Transport for New South Wales, John Graham, and sought and requested that they reconsider the tender process to allow Australia Post to remain at the Milsons Point location. As I said, I briefed the Prime Minister, I would say Kirribilli's most well-known resident, and the government about the circumstances of the proposed closure. And in that respect, I'd like to thank the Prime Minister and the government for their engagement and support with both the Minister for Transport, John Graham, and the CEO of Australia Post, Paul Graham, for hearing our community's concerns and engaging and ultimately resolving this issue. My team attended the large community forum held at the local church to discuss the issue at the outset. It was some 400+ attendees, highlighting how important this issue was for the community. We then attended a further local precinct meeting to hear from the community and followed up with Australia Post to ensure that the community were able to be heard. All the while, I have to say a special shout out and thank you to my constituent liaison officer in my office, Nilmini Panditharatna, who kept in constant contact, ensuring that we continued to advocate for the post office to remain open. It truly is a community win and a testament to a coordinated, respectful, determined effort from all involved. Another issue I want to raise is domestic and family violence roundtable that I hosted recently. Earlier this month, I held a this roundtable with many of our leading organisations and not-for-profits in Warringah. We heard from those on the front line of our community, such as Northern Beaches Women's Shelter, Mary's House, Women and Children's First, Women's Resilience Centre and Darwood Spilstead, Local Kind and St Vincent's de Paul and Lighthouse for the Community. These providers play an immense role providing shelters, crisis accommodation and also practical support for such as funding for car registration, laptops, food bank and clothing and connecting affected families with legal and immigration services. We heard from those working in the mental health space, such as Mentoring Men and Lifeline Northern Beaches, and these organisations help to shift attitudes, rebuild confidence and address the trauma before it becomes another statistic. Importantly, we heard from the local primary health network who work with preventative and crisis centres to make sure that women and children escaping domestic and family violence get the mental health and wellbeing support that they require. We also heard from local residents and advocates, both men and women, who shared their ideas and lived experience. The round table highlighted what we already know. Our crisis centres are in crisis, and our mental and primary health services are under incredible strain. Northern Beaches Women's Shelter accepted 12 women per day in 2020. The demand is now up to 70 per day. Last year, they were able to house 273 women and children, but had to turn away some 584 women. These are women who are attending the service, but we know that there are so many more that even don't report or don't come to services, and they don't receive support for fear of retribution. Now, these services are relied upon by the community. As pointed out by the Women's Resilience Centre, many women can feel uncomfortable going to police. We know 78% of women never report violence to the police. And too often, funding is tied to reporting. And so the problem, there is a question around the way funding is allocated from New South Wales and the Staying Home Leaving Violence, because it's often tied to whether or not reports have been made. With increased demand, grant funding is simply not sufficient. This is an issue where it's not just a question of more money has been spent by the government, and so why is the problem not getting better? The problem is we're still underfunding this sector. There are 5 key outcomes that came out of this roundtable. First, crisis centres are overwhelmingly providing funding assistance for women who are escaping domestic and family violence that may be tied to their partner, meaning that they're unable to access job seeker and family benefit payments. So this is a question where they are here on partner visas, and as a result, the non-profit organisations are having to meet and support these women in a way that we should normally be able to get them into our systems. So I've raised with the Minister's Office that we should have that in circumstances of domestic and family violence with partner visas, we need to be able to move these women onto visas that enable them to access supports, so our non-for-profit organisations are not carrying the financial burden. And I look forward to trying to find a solution to this problem. 2, greater support for children who are escaping violence. Crisis centres need the right scaffolding to support children. Their needs are different to that of their parents. This includes appropriate housing and other practical support, clothes, books, school supplies. We know, for example, that 10 sessions for GP mental health is proving to be insufficient to effectively respond to the situation, in particular for children impacted by the situation. Thirdly, at the heart of the crisis is housing. Greater funding for crisis housing and looking at different opportunities to redevelop existing infrastructure, such as aged care facilities. There is a lack of real data on DV numbers and available housing. New South Wales, I was shocked to find out, has no centralised domestic violence housing vacancy management system. It is up to each individual organisation to go and source and find out whether or not there is housing. This is a simple fix to have a database to ensure that happens. We know it creates extra administration burden on crisis centres that are already understaffed and struggling. They have to spend time calling around, connecting with other centres for availability for women who need shelter. Surely we can have a centralised domestic violence housing vacancy management system. Better discretion for organisations to distribute funding as they see fit was also called for, especially with accommodation to meet high rental costs in Sydney. Currently, the way funding is allocated to these organisations, it has got so much regulation and rules around it, they can't apply it in a discretionary way to short-term accommodation to make up for shortfalls of crisis accommodation being available. So that was an overwhelming call as well. The 4th point was the implementation of specialist domestic and family violence courts that have the expertise of dealing with victims of domestic family violence. We have specialist courts for other areas. Why do we not have a specialised court for domestic and family violence? Having come as a barrister from the family law sector, there is no doubt that domestic and family violence is prevalent across many areas. We should have a specialised stream in our courts to deal with this issue so that we have specialist decision makers and the proper training and understanding. The 5th area, most importantly, is that obviously prevention needs to be addressed if we are going to have any hope of achieving the goal of eliminating domestic and family violence and at least reducing it substantially. We need the urgent implementation of the rapid review recommendation, especially around delay or reduction of alcohol delivery times that had been increased during COVID. That's already been implemented by the ACT. We need to reduce gambling advertising. We need to ban gambling advertising. The link between gambling, alcohol is really clear about increased numbers of domestic violence. So I urge the government to implement recommendations of the Murphy Review and to start acting on these known social harms. We need men to be part of the conversation, especially those who are calling for change. We're an organisation that I've met with, Mentoring Men, are desperate for funding. They can't get any funding, and yet this is an organisation that has grown out of mental health support but is now playing a role in domestic violence. They can have the peer-to-peer, the man-to-man conversation to start calling out this scourge. So much more to be done.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to talk about something very close to the heart of the hunter: wine. But not just any wine, the best wine in the world, Speaker. And yes, I know every region in Australia will try and stake their claim, but let's be honest, Speaker, the Hunter Valley has got them all covered. The Hunter is more than just a wine region. It's a community, it is jobs, it is culture, it is history, and it's also our future. And of course, it's Semillon, it's Shiraz, it's Chardonnay, wines that are world famous and wines that locals here have been enjoying and perfecting for generations. We have been doing this longer than anyone else in Australia. In the Hunter Valley, it is the birthplace of Australian wine, and I will argue anywhere, anytime, that it remains the benchmark. That pride was on full display at the 2025 PKF Hunter Valley Wine Show Awards, the 53rd edition of this event that has become one of the most respected wine shows in the country. It was judged earlier this year at the Lone Pine Barracks in Singleton, right in the heart of my electorate. It was wrapped up with the trophy winners' luncheon at Cypress Lakes in Pecolbin, with none other than my good friend Joanna Griggs, AM, as the MC. If you want a sign of how seriously we take wine in the Hunter, then look no further than this, Speaker. Nearly 4,000 bottles were assessed by the judging panel. That's right, 4,000 bottles of Hunter Valley wine, all lined up and put to the test. We had 68 exhibitors, 679 entries, and in the end, 80 gold medals were awarded. That is the depth and strength of the quality of the Hunter Valley Wine Show. This year was also the first with Tony Patterson, Minister of Wine, as Chair of Judges. Tony summed up beautifully when she said, "The wines of the Hunter show integrity, personality, harmony and length. Those are the hallmarks of good wine, and those are the hallmarks of the Hunter Valley." She said there was beauty in the wines everywhere she looked, and Speaker, she was spot on. We were also joined by international judge Dr Edward Ragg, MW, who came all the way from Beijing. He is judged at the Decanter World Wine Awards, written extensively on wine and taught some of the best. Even he walked away impressed, saying the Hunter Valley produces a unique style, particularly with Shiraz, that excites him. If somebody who has tasted wines from every corner of the globe tells you the Hunter wine is special, then you better believe it, Speaker. Now let me tell you about the winners, because this is where the Hunter pride really kicks in. The Petrie Drynan Trophy for the best white wine of the show went to Tinkler Wines for their 2017 Reserve Semillon. That same wine also won Best Semillon of the show, Best Table Wine for a small producer. If you want a definition of a Hunter Valley Semillon, it's right there, Speaker. Crisp, bright and capable of ageing with more grace than about any white wine in the world. The Doug Seabrook Memorial Trophy for Best Red Wine Best Red Wine of the show went to Sweetwater Wines for their 2023 Shiraz. It also picked up Best Trophies for Best Single Vineyard Red and Best Shiraz. Again, it's what the Hunter does best. Medium-bodied Shiraz with that spice and pepper that makes it stand out from the heavyweights elsewhere. We also saw incredible results from Silkman Wines. Liz Silkman, the so-called Chardonnay Queen, approved her title once again. She picked up the George Wyndham Memorial Trophy, the Murray Tyrrell Trophy and the Henry John Lindemann Memorial Trophy with her 2023 and 2024 Chardonnays. Tyrrell's is one of the great Hunter families. Picked up the trophy for Best Museum White with their 2006 VAT 1 Semillon. That is nearly 20 years old and still showing the kind of life and vibrancy that makes Hunter Semillon so famous around the world. And if that was not enough, Audrey Wilkinson took out the wine of the Provenance Trophy with their Ridge Semillon from 2006, 2014 and 2017. That proves the point that I'm making. Hunter wine is not just good when it's young, it ages with grace, it develops character, and it shows the world what we've known for years. The Hunter makes wines with real longevity. Across the board, we saw success for so many local wineries. From Brokerwood with their 2025 Oaky Creek Vineyard Shiraz to Thomas Wines with their Sweetwater Ridge Shiraz and Kish Shiraz, to Colvin Wines, Deulius Wines, John Wallace Wines, Pepper Tree Wines, First Creek Wines, Mercer Wines, Glandor Wines and Gunpowder Wines. The list goes on, Speaker. Every single one of them proving that the Hunter is not just about one or two famous labels. It's about a whole of community, whole of winemakers, big and small, innovating and pushing the boundaries while also respecting tradition. And I have to give a special mention to the scholarships awarded along the way for these trophies. The Tyrrell Family Advanced Viticulture Scholarship, the Brokerwood Advanced Wine Technology Scholarship, and the Alasdair Sutherland Scholarship as well. These are about investing in the next generation, making sure that our young viticulturalists and winemakers have the support and training and the opportunities to keep the Hunter at the very top for decades to come. Now, Speaker, let me say this plain as I can. The Hunter Valley is not just Australia's best wine region, it is the world's best wine region. I can already hear the interjections from members representing the Barossa next to me, Margaret River, McLaren Vale and elsewhere. They will all tell me their Shiraz is bolder, their Cab Sav is bigger, their Pinot Noir is fancier. And good luck to them, Speaker, but when the dust settles, the Hunter still stands alone. We do Semillon like nobody else in the world. The French might try, the South Africans might try, but when people talk about the benchmark for Semillon, they talk about the Hunter. Our Shiraz has character, finesse and personality that sets it apart from all of those bigger ones that some people may talk about. It is elegant, it is age-worthy and it speaks of the land it comes from. Our Chardonnay is among the best in the country and we are not afraid to try new things, from Vermentino to Fiano, to sparkling styles that show off the versatility of our region. And beyond the wine itself, let's talk about what this means for our community. The Hunter wine industry is jobs for locals. It is tourism that brings people in from Sydney, from interstate and all around the world. It is festivals and events that fill our restaurants, fill our hotels and fill our towns. It is families who have been working the same vineyard for generations. It is new migrants coming and making their mark. It is pride in who we are and what we do. The Hunter Valley wine industry contributes hundreds of millions of dollars to the national economy every year. But more importantly, it gives Hunter its identity. It's where people hear Hunter Valley, you know what they think of? Wine, and the best wine in the world. And when they taste the Hunter wine, they remember it. Now, I'm a big bloke and I've been known to enjoy a glass or two, and I will tell you this. I will put a Hunter Valley Semillon, Hunter Valley Shiraz on the table against any wine from around the world, French, Italian, Californian, you name it, and 9 times out of 10 the Hunter will win. That is why shows like the PKF, Hunter Valley Wine Show matter. It is not just about medals and trophies, it's about recognition. They are about reminding ourselves and reminding the world that the Hunter continues to lead the way. I want to finish by thanking everyone involved in this year's show, the judges, the exhibitors, the organisers and the winemakers themselves, and the viticulturalists too. Let's not forget them, because without the viticulturalists, the winemakers can't do their job. So thank you to the viticulturalists as well. And of course, the Army at Singleton for once again hosting the judging. The Hunter Valley should be proud, should be very proud. We are not just making wine, we are making history. We are setting the standards and we are showing the world that the best wine does not come from Paris or Rome or Napier. They come from Pecolbin, from Broke, from Lovedale. They come from the Hunter. So next time anyone asks me where the best wine in the world comes from, I'll tell them straight, Speaker, very straight. It comes from the Hunter, mate. And don't let anybody else tell you otherwise. To all the Hunter vineyards out there, to all the wineries, to all the cellar doors, keep up the great work. I know sometimes times are tough, with what you're going through, and I thank every single one of you for what you do for our area, what you do for our industry, and what you do to make Hunter the very best place it can be. Cheers, all.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Lyme.
Deputy Speaker, I rise in solidarity with my electorate to speak out against the increasing push to move Australians towards a digital ID and a cashless society. Now, as I've mentioned on a number of occasions in this chamber, the Lyne electorate is the oldest demographic in the country. Thus, the negative implications of the societal push to adopt these new systems is understandably greatly felt and greatly feared within Lyne. Cash has long been deemed king, but that status is quickly being usurped by card and digital payments, driven by technological advancements, the COVID-19 pandemic and so-called convenience. The big banks, corporate Australia and government are among some of the greatest proponents of a cashless society and are rapidly driving the transition, but in doing so they are recklessly leaving behind a large portion of the population. Deputy Speaker, card and digital payments are not necessarily convenient nor accessible to an electorate with a high proportion of older Australians and a network and grid that is becoming increasingly unreliable. Power outages are a common occurrence in parts of the electorate. I know that Nabiac and Minimbar often experience blackouts when the winds pick up. And in Harrington and other coastal towns whose populations double or triple during holiday seasons, it's often impossible for businesses to use their squares because the mobile bandwidth is stretched to capacity. When this occurs, all cashless options are rendered completely useless. In these instances, cash well and truly is king. Indeed, it is the only option to ensure business can continue to operate and consumers can still purchase food, fuel and medicine. And what about in emergency situations? Vast swathes of my electorate were submerged during the catastrophic flooding in May of this year. Digital payments were simply not a possibility. Lou, from my electorate, notes that we've been subject to many natural disasters, floods, storms and drought, where it has been essential to purchase fuel to operate machinery such as farm RVs and tractors. Cash always needs to be an acceptable form of payment. Dennis in my electorate stated that, and I quote, "As a regional dweller, power failures are not uncommon during bushfires and mobile towers are also subject to damage." And we saw that recently just near me in Wauchope. And what about our most vulnerable? Women escaping domestic violence often rely on cash to be able to make discreet purchases or payments without being monitored or tracked through bank transactions. For many women of domestic violence, cash means freedom. The government has recently closed submissions for its cash mandate draft regulations. The draft Competition and Consumer Industry Codes Cash Acceptance Regulations 2005 would require large supermarket and fuel retailers to accept cash for in-person transactions under $500. Whilst this may sound like a positive move to enshrine the continuation of cash, many constituents within my electorate are extremely concerned about this mandate, with all of its exceptions and limits, and it is actually a Trojan horse to herald in cash death, and understandably so. Under the regulations, the ACCC will be able to grant exemptions from complying with the new regulations in exceptional circumstances. I'm concerned that these exemptions could become the rule, especially in towns with no bank or affordable cash transportation services. Without banking access, supermarkets and petrol stations could be excused altogether because they themselves don't have access to cash or the ability to safely deposit takings. That is why this proposal is inadequate. Furthermore, as it currently stands, the proposal is far too narrow, applying to just supermarkets and fuel stations. In doing so, it leaves out medicine, housing, utility bills and a host of other essentials. If the Albanese government is serious about ensuring financial inclusion and ensuring society's most vulnerable do not get left behind, then I urge them to expand the mandate to guarantee that it applies to all retailers and outlets without exemption or exception. We must also ensure towns have the infrastructure that makes cash payments possible and halt the disappearance of ATMs and the closing of bank branches. Otherwise, businesses will easily be able to exempt themselves from this mandate. It is clear to me why the proposal is insufficient. The government has cherry-picked one recommendation from the Regional Banking Inquiry while ignoring the rest. It's now over 430 days since the inquiry handed down its report, and 75 days since every member of the Nationals wrote to the Treasurer seeking a response to the inquiry. The government hasn't replied to either. I urge the government to consider the attempts by other countries to embrace a cash-free economy and the disastrous effects they have had. Sweden, for instance, has had to backtrack on its rush to cashlessness while financially excluded the populations most vulnerable. It doesn't matter if the number of cash payments are falling. The point is that they have not stopped altogether, and while ever there is a need for cash, the government must ensure that the need is protected and enshrined in its laws and not undermined by it. Deputy Speaker, the same can be said of the digital ID. If the constituents of Lyne are concerned about a cashless society, they are livid about a digital ID. Now, I understand the rationale behind the government digitisation scheme. It is often touted as providing easy, high-confidence verification of identity to enable millions of offline transactions to move online, which will enable a string of enhanced services. But the reality is that national multi-use identity schemes have a poor track record in Australia, and for good reason. Successive governments have presided over a string of breaches and confidentiality failures that have shaken public confidence in digital initiatives and have done nothing to build trust regarding rights protection and limit setting. There have been a number of emails to my office over the last fortnight with constituents outlining their concerns. Michelle centres around the potential for security breaches. The people of your electorate do not want this digital ID, she says. The federal government have already had many breaches of security. The Australian government needs to take heed of what is happening overseas and this incredibly stupid idea of digital ID. And this from Mark, quote, "The federal government is rolling out digital ID on MyGov. They say it's not mandatory, but I fear that it is a load of bulldust. I keep refusing to update my MyGov ID, but I fear it is only a matter of time that I won't be able to lodge my quarterly BAS statements without it. I'm staying with my password login. If I have to change over, I'll just shut down my business and still refuse to change the digital ID." Kieran says, "I am expressing my objection to any form of government digital ID and elimination of cash in Australia for any reason. This system will give the reigning government absolute power to manipulate and control every aspect of our lives. It is historically a very bad idea to allow the concentration of too much power to be in the hands of too few people. They will eventually use and abuse it. That is just human nature. An Australia card was proposed to the Australian public in the late 80s, but faced strong opposition and was abandoned. We know a digital ID would be far worse." And from Cheryl, "I write to you as an Australian citizen, vested with constitutional rights and freedoms that no government or corporate body has the authority to diminish, restrict or coerce. This correspondence serves as a formal notice of refusal and non-consent to the digital ID scheme in all its current and proposed forms. The digital ID scheme centralises power, strips Australians of privacy and creates the foundation for unprecedented monitoring and control over ordinary life. Linking financial access, healthcare, education, employment and civic participation to a centralised ID system paves the way for systemic abuse. Australians simply will not tolerate it. The people of Lyne have spoken. That's just a sample of emails to my office. And my old rule of thumb is that for every single person who takes the time to write, there's another 100 out there who are thinking of doing it, thinking the same thing. The government would be wise to hasten slowly, very slowly on this project. And the government should not succumb to the profit-focused goals and efficiency-driven dividends of corporate Australia, just like Telstra is doing in Taree and the banks are doing across regional Australia, or the excitable IT technocrats thinking they're doing everyone a massive favour favour or by officials in the bureaucracies who think they will meet or exceed some KPIs on technology adoption and implementation in the processes of government. In summary, my point is, while technology will always be with us and we will have to adapt to using it ever more, we need to be very mindful of what is in the best interests of people from all walks of life, from all regions of Australia, and not just impose a new confronting technology on them in the interests of someone else.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Central Coast has over 2,000 kilometres of local roads managed by the Central Coast Council, a large network of infrastructure to maintain, and the Central Coast Council has the responsibility for managing and addressing safety matters affecting Woy Woy Road. Now, Woy Woy Road, Deputy Speaker, it's a busy commuter thoroughfare for residents travelling to and from the M1, from the peninsula or surrounding suburbs. And as the population has increased over the last decade, so too has the volume of traffic passing through Woy Woy Road, which has led to a number of crashes in recent years, some involving fatalities. And there's been increasing feedback from the community about the design of the road and that this design leads to risky driver behaviour and in turn leads to more crashes. And as the federal member for Robertson, which includes the area encompassing Woy Woy Road, I have received correspondence from the community inquiring what action the federal government can take to help address the issues affecting Woy Woy Road. And after some careful deliberation and following discussions with my local state and local government counterparts, I have launched a petition to fix Woy Woy Road. Now, the objective of this petition is to raise awareness for Woy Woy Road and what potential measures and ultimately what potential funding can be implemented by all three levels of government. And I aim to register as many signatures as possible on this petition so that I can demonstrate to all three levels of government and their departments the concern in my community for Woy Woy Road and the urgency of action that is required. And since launching the petition in late September, my office and I have recorded over 500 signatures who want to see action taken to fix Woy Woy Road. And I will continue to collect and I'll continue to record those signatures over the coming months. And I invite residents living on the Central Coast to either visit my website to complete that petition online or to come into my office to complete the physical petition itself. And I'd like to commend and recognise the bravery of Central Coast mother Tara Dibben, who tragically lost her son Joshua Dibben on Woy Woy Road in 2023. And Joshua was travelling along Woy Woy Road on October 26 of that same year when his Toyota Hiace van collided with another vehicle. Emergency services rushed to the scene and worked to save Joshua's life. However, he could not be revived. And Joshua is survived by his young wife Brooke and son Jai. Joshua's mother Tara continues to advocate for safety improvements along Woy Woy Road and has been a pivotal voice in establishing this petition. Tara is supporting my campaign to fix Woy Woy Road and has said that she believes improvements to Woy Woy Road, like the construction of centre strip bollards, may have saved her son's life. And Tara does not want another family on the Central Coast, or another family across this nation for that matter, to go through the same devastating experience that she had to endure. Thank you, Tara, for all of your advocacy. Thank you for all of your support. Our community appreciates your tireless passion for positive change following this tragedy. Deputy Speaker, the federal government facilitates several funding programs to support regions undertake improvements and to maintain existing infrastructure. The Roads to Recovery program is one such initiative designed to support the construction and maintenance of the nation's local road infrastructure assets, which facilitates greater accessibility and improves safety, economic and social outcomes for Australians. Funding under the RTR program is available to all local governments in Australia for projects delivered through councils. And I've spoken to Central Coast Council about this program and I have encouraged them to apply for funding. Similarly, I have raised the issue of Woy Woy Road with the relevant federal minister and placed this matter on their radar for any upcoming support from the Australian government. And I will continue to represent my community on this matter to all relevant ministers and their departments in the federal government. Another area of action that my community has requested to address safety along Woy Woy Road is to increase the number of police patrols taking place. Many residents have said that they often see reckless and dangerous driving along Woy Woy Road daily. And if there were more highway patrol police or mobile speed cameras on this road, many community members believe that these measures would be a strong deterrent. And I welcome the support of our State Member for Gosford, Liesl Tesh, MP, who has written to the New South Wales Government Minister for Regional Roads and Transport and requested that Transport for New South Wales investigate the implementation of a speed camera at known speeding locations on Woy Woy Road. Ms Tesh has also requested Transport for New South Wales to investigate whether average speed cameras could also play a role in reducing speeding on Woy Woy Road. I'm proud of the work that the Albanese Labor government has done since its election in 2022 and the investments it has made in local road infrastructure on the New South Wales Central Coast. The Avoca Drive upgrade through Kincumber is charging ahead with a recent announcement of the prioritised first stage. The Australian and New South Wales governments are investing over $130 million towards the upgrade of this road to improve traffic flow and deliver infrastructure for active and public transport access on Avoca Drive through to the township of Kincumber. The upgrade will also provide safe and efficient access for the local community to key destinations along the route, including to Kincumber Village Shopping Centre, several schools and sporting facilities in the area. The concept design and environmental assessment for the priority first stage is expected to be displayed to the community soon for feedback, and I encourage all who are interested in this development to review the concept design and provide feedback. In addition to our Avoca Drive upgrade through Kincumber, we have also committed funding for $15 million towards upgrades to several intersections in the Empire Bay and Bensville communities. The Empire Bay Drive Intersection Strategy Planning Project will deliver a strategy to upgrade intersections servicing Empire Bay and surrounding communities. And this will include consideration of the intersection of Empire Bay Drive and Wards Hill Road. The Empire Bay Drive and Wards Hill Road intersection is used by thousands of motorists each day and is an important transport connection to Empire Bay Public School, as well as access to the Budai National Park. These vital planning works will have a road safety focus and deliver a business case for future upgrades. And I look forward to continuing to update the Central Coast community on the progress of this project as it reaches important milestones. Our record investment in infrastructure also includes $115 million for the upgrade of Terrigal Drive. Terrigal Drive through Terrigal and Erina is another notorious choke point for motorists in the region, and the Australian Government will provide funding to the New South Wales Government to commence the necessary investigation and planning works for this much-needed project. This project will include the duplication of sections of the single-lane road and upgrades to intersections along the very busy road corridor. And lastly, our government's $93 million Central Coast Roads package has made a real difference to local road infrastructure. Several local roads in the region have received renewal works, including the Esplanade, Burke Road in Ettalong Beach, Beach Street in Yamina Beach and Debnam Road South in West Gosford, amongst others. And excitingly, the much-anticipated upgrade to the intersection of Ocean Beach Road and Rawson Road in Woy Woy is taking shape, with progress moving closer to the construction phase. The intersection upgrade project is one of 29 projects to be delivered by Council through the $93 million Central Coast Roads package, which is 100% funded by the Australian Government. And this project will deliver immediate improvements to traffic flow, reducing the vehicle queue lengths, and will make the existing road environment safer for all road users, including motorists, cyclists and pedestrians, with signalised crossings of each leg of the intersection. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor Government will continue to invest in vital infrastructure projects across the Central Coast in this 48th parliamentary term. I want to again encourage my community right across the Central Coast to support my petition to fix Woy Woy Road. The more signatures that we can record on this petition, whether it be through my website or whether it be physically in my office, will send a strong signal to all levels of government, to local, to state and to federal, and underscore the urgency of this matter that we must make Woy Woy Road safer. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Bowen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Australia's story has been written by the courage and sacrifice of the men and women who have worn our nation's uniform. They have served in war and peace, at home and abroad, carrying the weight of our flag and our values. Every one of them deserves to be remembered not only for the battles they fought, but for the lives that they built after returning home. More than 103,000 Australians gave their lives in service, and countless others came back bearing scars that never truly healed. Too often, their memories fade over time. Across our nation's cemeteries, the resting places of too many veterans are unmarked and forgotten. Their stories and their service risks being lost to history. That is where the Australian Remembrance Army comes in, led by volunteers Katrina Derafan, an expert genealogist, and Kate Walker, a graduate in cemetery practice. These amazing women give their time and energy to restore dignity to those who served. They identify unmarked graves, research their records, and ensure that many veterans as possible are properly recognised for their contribution to this country. In Cleveland Cemetery, within my electorate, their work has uncovered 19 previously unmarked graves of servicemen from the World Wars. That discovery brings the total number of known veterans buried there to 421. It is slow, careful work, but it matters deeply. This builds off the amazing work that they've undertaken at Lutwyche and Brisbane cemeteries, where they have located approximately 1,500 World War I veterans in unmarked graves. To proceed with marking a veteran's grave, permission must be sought from a confirmed descendant. To give you a sense of the scale of this effort, one veteran buried in the Cleveland Cemetery had no children. The researchers therefore had to trace the lines through 12 of their siblings until a great-great-great-nephew and a great-great-great-grandniece were both located living in Canada. It is painstaking work undertaken on a voluntary basis to ensure that these heroes are given the honour that they deserve. Through the research work of the Australian Remembrance Army, they've also uncovered many unmarked graves that should have been commemorated by Veterans Affairs many years ago, through long-standing commitments to provide headstones to any veterans that succumbed to their injuries that they sustained during their war service. It is a shame that it takes the efforts of volunteer researchers to point out to DVA where they have failed to achieve their mission over so many decades. Other groups across the country involved in this work include Forgotten Diggers Inc., the Longreach Archival and Historical Research Group, Friends of Toowoomba Cemetery, the Baroona Historical Society, the 10th Light Horse Organisation, the Friends of Balmoral and the Headstone Project. Under the former coalition government, funding was provided to help groups like the Remembrance Army honour these veterans properly. A total of $3.7 million was committed after a successful pilot that placed more than 1,100 markers on unrecognised graves. Before the 2022 election, Labor promised to match that funding, but once in government they walked away from that promise. Their first budget reduced the amount to $1.5 million over 4 years, and it has since been cut again to just $437,000. To put that in perspective, only $18,000 was spent last year to mark 42 graves. While the latest round of funding from the Albanese government delivered $107,000 in funding to mark the graves of 182 First World War veterans, it is too little and far too few. At that rate, it would take the federal government 280 years to finish recognising all the veterans of the First World War who lie in unmarked graves. And that is before we even begin to consider the tens of thousands from the Second World War who also deserve that recognition. This is not the respect that these veterans deserve. But the most concerning aspect uncovered by these researchers is not the quantum of unmarked veteran graves or the slow pace of government to resolve the issue. The most concerning aspect uncovered by these researchers is a sanctioned historical government program that deliberately stripped veterans' graves of their official headstones in the name of administrative convenience. Veterans in the field, experts in the field have advised me that halfway through the last century, the former ANZAC Office of the Commonwealth War Graves Commission engaged in a program of decommissioning the headstones of Australian veterans to reduce maintenance costs. Under this program, original upright headstones were removed and replaced with simple tin plaques. Some, however, remain completely unmarked. I contend that this policy failed to treat these veterans with the dignity and respect that they deserved. This is one of those episodes in our national story where we've seen government decisions made with what were believed to be good intentions, only for history to reveal them as mistakes. The maintenance of headstones for the graves of Australian servicemen and women, people who fought in the service of their country, should never have been reduced to an accounting exercise. I wrote to the Veterans Affairs Minister earlier this year in the interest of transparency and historical accountability and sought answers on this practice. I asked, when did this program begin and when did it end? What was the policy rationale behind this program? Are there any documents detailing the decision-making processes? How many headstones were removed and how many tin plaques were installed in their place? And can a list of affected graves, including the names and locations, be made available to assist researchers in their commemorative work? The Minister's response, while polite, was disappointingly bureaucratic. It confirmed what many had suspected, that the practice did occur, that it was known to successive governments, and that it was quietly signed off by the Commonwealth War Graves Commission in 1972. What it did not provide was accountability. No figure on how many graves were affected, no explanation of the criteria for declaring a grave unmaintainable, no evidence that families were properly consulted, that their consent was ever sought. Freedom of information requests made by advocates in the veteran grave space have also failed to uncover the scale or specifics of this practice. I don't blame the Minister or the government for this. They haven't provided clear answers because the information just isn't available. It seems to me that the historic records of this practice, the practice of Australian governments destroying Australian veterans' headstones, have not been maintained over the decades. It leaves us with an inherent challenge. We don't know how many, when or where this occurred. This will take extensive efforts to get to the bottom of it. We cannot undo what has been done, but we can make it right. And I'm calling on the Commonwealth to formally acknowledge this practice was a historical wrong, and it should commission a full public report into the practice of grave decommissioning, publish a full register of affected veterans, and where possible, restore the original commemorations to their proper resting places. These Australians did their duty for their country. It is time their country did its duty for them. This issue is a great concern to many in my community who believe that preserving veterans' memorials is a matter of national respect and duty. Our veterans deserve better than to be forgotten in unmarked earth. They deserve a nation that remembers their service with pride in life and in death. I also contend the government needs to go beyond just correcting this historical wrong. I'm also calling for the Commonwealth to supercharge the Marking First World War Private Graves Grants program so that we can have all graves commemorated by 2028, the 110th anniversary of the armistice. We should also commit ourselves to a Marking the Second World War Private Graves Grants program that could see all unmarked veterans' graves completed by the centenary of the Second World War in 2039. To achieve this, we must back our words with real support. Volunteer groups across the country are already doing the painstaking work of identifying, researching and restoring forgotten graves, but they're doing it on a shoestring. If we are serious about completing this task by 2039, the Commonwealth must invest properly in these community-driven efforts. Funding should be made available not just for the physical commemoration of the graves, but for the research, verification and administration that underpins it. This would represent a step change in pace and ambition, delivering in the next 15 years what the current approach would take many decades to finish. No matter whether they fell in service or not, every Australian who fought to defend our nation deserves to be honoured. Australians' promise to those who served has never been just about medals or parades or cemeteries once or twice, or ceremonies once or twice a year. It is about remembrance, real, lasting remembrance, written in stone and carried in the national consciousness. These men and women did not hesitate when their country called. The least we can do is ensure that their names are not lost to time or bureaucracy. Let us be the generation that corrects this wrong. Let us ensure that every Australian who fought in these wars is known, remembered and honoured. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Paterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When governments fail to govern and deliver, they fail to deliver real long-term policy. Communities like mine in Paterson and the broader Hunter region are the ones who pay. The decade of inaction by those opposite, a decade that left our communities to carry the cost of that indecision, short-term policies and their failure to plan for the future. Today, I want to talk about two very clear examples of that failure, that systemic failure and systematic failure to my community: Tomago Aluminium and the Maitland flyover. As I'm sure you've heard, the situation at Tomago Aluminium is serious. It's complex and it deserves our attention and respect, not political point scoring. For 40 years, the Tomago aluminium smelter has been synonymous with manufacturing in the Hunter region. It's an industrial jewel in our blue-collar electorate of Paterson. Tomago, a proud household name that generations of families have given their blood, sweat, tears and wherewithal for, creating an international industrial success story. Indeed, just under 40% of every shred of aluminium that's produced in Australia comes from that plant. Let me say that again. 40%, just under, of Australia's primary aluminium comes from Tomago Aluminium in my seat of Paterson in the Hunter region. Australians use aluminium across every sphere of their lives. When we shop, it's used to preserve our food and drink. Off to the chemist, it's in the packaging that houses our pharmaceuticals. Travelling anywhere today, it's all through our cars, trains and planes. Anyone who owns a home, it's in our paint, our window frames, our roofing. For people cooking dinner tonight, it's in the pots and pans. And it's just not a Monday morning if there's no Sunday lamb left over that's been covered in foil from the day before. Aluminium foil, that is. It's also in our furniture, our sporting goods, the electrical devices we utilise every day, including laptops, smartphones, and most importantly, aluminium is essential for the construction of power lines, solar panels and wind turbines as well. So basically, if you eat, cook, take medicine, use a phone or a computer, consume electricity, travel, play sport, live in a home or sit on a couch, you need aluminium. And we have a continuous supply chain right here in Australia, from the bauxite that's extracted out of the ground and then refined to become alumina, and then processed using a lot of electricity to become that beautiful silver alloy that is aluminium. We have it all here in Australia. But last month, Tomago took one step closer to closure with the announcement of employee consultations. As a result, we're staring down the battle of having to, as a country, produce 40% less of this critical metal. But let's be honest about how we got here. This problem didn't just appear in the last 3 years when the Labor government was elected. Despite what the opposition would have you believe, anyone with even a scintilla of understanding of the Australian or East Coast energy market would understand that this challenge has been building for more than a decade. For 10 years, the former federal coalition government lurched from one failed energy policy to another. 23 separate failed energy policies. They couldn't land a single one. They had a decade to provide certainty, to support manufacturers, to invest in new energy, transmission, storage and renewables. Instead, they gave us chaos and confusion. And under the state Liberal government, Barry O'Farrell sold off our generators, and that has made the issue even more complicated for Tomago. Yes, in 2014, Bayswater and Eraring were sold to AGL for $1.5 billion, and there were others sold as well, like Eraring. And today we're facing the ramifications of that. We know that energy prices will remain difficult for Tomago over the next decade, not because of anything that's happened in the last 3 years, but because of the decade of neglect and failure prior to that. It's legitimate to ask hard questions. but it's also important to be honest about why we are where we are. And these are the facts. And I will take that interjection. These are the facts. The facts speak for themselves in this. Deputy Speaker, the other issue I want to raise today is one that has been frustrating the people of Maitland for years now, the Maitland flyover. Back in 2016, when the Coalition was in government, my community was crying out for a solution to the gridlock in central Maitland. The traffic congestion was choking the town and making life harder for locals and businesses alike. And what did we get? In true Liberal style, we got a job half done. They delivered an eastbound flyover but failed to build, let alone plan, for the westbound one. Anyone who drives through Maitland knows that the problem was always a two-way problem. They ignored it, they took the cheap option, and now we're paying the price. So, today, we see the ramifications of that short-sightedness. Maitland is one of the fastest growing areas in New South Wales. Thousands of new homes, new families, new businesses, and an incredible place to raise a family. But we've got one incomplete piece of critical infrastructure that should have been finished years ago. If the former government had shown any foresight, they would have done the job properly. Everyone knows it. All the locals know it. Everyone who's in town knows it. And people that have just arrived are soon being educated. They would have built both flyovers, east and west, together, but instead they left it to the next government, to our government, to clean up the mess. So here we are again, getting on with the job, fixing another of their blunders and making sure the community finally gets the infrastructure it deserves. Because, Deputy Speaker, my constituents don't necessarily actually care which political party get the credit. They just want the job done, safely, efficiently and with respect for their growing community. You know, I learnt something off the great Milton Morris. He once said to me, Meryl, if you don't care about who gets the credit, you can get a lot achieved. We don't care about that. We just want things done, planned and efficiently executed. And that's exactly what the Albanese Labor government is doing. We're planning for the long term, we're funding projects properly, transparently and in partnership with local and state governments, and we're not chasing headlines. We're delivering results. Deputy Speaker, what ties these two issues together, Tomago Aluminium and the Maitland flyover, is a pattern of neglect and a failure to plan. When those opposite were in government, they were too busy fighting each other. Too busy fighting each other to fight for communities like mine. And that is the great disappointment in all of this. They failed to plan, they failed to deliver, and now Australians, and my community particularly, are living with those consequences. So, whether it's energy policy, infrastructure, housing or health, the story is the same. A lost decade of inaction, a decade where they were so busy fighting each other with their climate wars, and sadly this seems to be continuing, so down in the weeds with ideology that they weren't getting on with the practical part of governing a nation, where you need to make decisions, you need to plan, you need to be effective, you need to have foresight and strategy, and you need to methodically execute that strategy. You need to deliver. That is what is happening under our government. We are different. We do want to do things thoroughly, well and steadily. And in our Prime Minister, we have a man that is a steady hand on the tiller. He is someone who has a strategy and is executing it, and that is so important. We don't need more chaos and division. We don't need more mixed signalling to the international investment community about whether to invest in Australia or not. We are a reliable partner. We will continue to deliver for the Australian community. We are rebuilding local infrastructure, not just announcing it. We are supporting regional communities, and we're going to continue to deliver for those communities.
Thank you. There being no further grievances, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber stands suspended until 4 p.m.
Are there any constituent statements by honourable members? I call the member for Indo.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Well, it's racing season in Australia, from small country tracks to today's Melbourne Cup, the race that stops the nation. It's also, sadly, for many people, peak gambling season. And I'm here today not to speak of gambling per se, but to speak of the pernicious impacts of gambling advertising, because you can't turn on the television, stream a sporting match or scroll social media without being bombarded by a tsunami of ads selling false hopes, easy wins and good times. The gambling lobby insists it's harmless entertainment, but we all know that Australians aren't buying that. And let's be honest, those 3-second disclaimers rattled off at triple speed at the end of those ads, they do nothing to counter the damage. By them, the harm is already done. Australians know the scourge of gambling harm has gone too far. Indeed, the late Peter Murphy was a powerhouse in this place, much loved, deeply admired by many. And when I was speaking on her passing, I recalled meeting her at Polly's kindergarten, that place we all go when we begin our term here. And my first impression of Peter was this: crikey, this woman will take no prisoners. But the truth is, we are all prisoners of the gambling lobby. Her landmark report, You Win Some, You Lose More, laid out the roadmap for gambling reform. And if the government had acted on its recommendations, we would have removed more than 1 million gambling ads from our screens and our airwaves in the last year alone. Now, this is not radical reform. It's a duty of care to Australians. As legislators, we have a responsibility to protect the health and well-being of our constituents. It was reported by Roy Morgan last week that an estimated 622,000 people have serious gambling problems. If any other condition caused the level of harm gambling does, we would have declared this a national emergency. Yet we continue to wait for this government to act, and Australians are rightly asking why. Constituents across my electorate often ask me why meaningful action hasn't been taken, and the answer sadly lies in who gets access to power. And research from the Grattan Institute shows that industries most affected by regulation, like gambling, property and fossil fuels, dominate political donations, lobbying contracts and meetings with senior ministers. This has to stop. The gambling industry is dramatically overrepresented in every measure of political influence compared to its contribution to the economy. These are industries whispering at the door, saying, "Don't worry about us, you don't need that law," even when the evidence screams the opposite. Deputy Speaker, Australians are screaming for this to end, and I call on the government to act now.
I thank the member for Indi, and I call the Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently had the opportunity to sit down with students from Coburg High School who met with me to discuss their advocacy for peace in the Middle East. The students were thoughtful and deeply passionate. They came ready with considered questions and asked me to discuss my reflections on these today. The loss of innocent life that has occurred on and since October 7th in Gaza is horrific, and we all agreed that this suffering must end. And I've consistently called for a permanent ceasefire and return of the hostages over the past 2 years and welcomed the recent ceasefire and release of hostages. It is all our hope that this ceasefire holds. But, and I stress, it is the first of many more steps that will need to be taken to secure long-term peace in the region. The challenges of political transition, a security framework and economic reconstruction in Gaza are immense. During our meeting, the students asked why Australia hasn't placed sanctions on Israel in the same way as we have Russia. I discussed how Australia has placed sanctions on 2 Israeli cabinet ministers, as well as targeted financial sanctions on various entities. A straightforward answer to the students is that while Australia has never been a major player in the region, when applying sanctions, they are most effective in getting results when done in conjunction with partners such as we have done with the UK, Canada and New Zealand. The students also asked me why aren't we referring to what is occurring in Gaza as genocide. I explained that we publicly support international law and the work of international tribunals such as the ICJ and the ICC. In 2024, the ICJ made a provisional ruling that Palestinians in Gaza have a plausible right to protection from genocide and ordered Israel to take steps to prevent that. The Australian government supported this. As a matter of important principle, it is not in the power or appropriate for any lawmaker in this place to make determinations on war crimes or genocide. And I say that because we have entrusted these international tribunals through their judicial processes with prosecutions based on evidence presented to make these determinations on breaches of international humanitarian law, such as war crimes and genocide. The students also asked why it has taken so long for countries around the world to recognise Palestine. I explained my long-standing support for Palestinian self-determination and statehood, that this cause, peace, through a two-state solution, I have supported for decades. I am hoping, as we all are, that we enter the next phase of the ceasefire, Palestinians will be afforded the right, the safety to rebuild their lives. Peace can only be achieved through a two-state solution. Palestinians and Israelis living side by side in peace and security. It is, has been and will ever be the only viable solution that affords the peace and the secure future of both peoples. And fundamentally, that peace will only come when Israelis and Palestinians accept that the annihilation of the other can no longer and never will be a path forward. Those conversations with these students was over an hour long. We touched on a lot of topics. We spoke about their thoughts and the Australian government's work in this place. And we agreed on some things and disagreed on others. But it was an important conversation, worth having and worth sharing their perspectives on. Thank you to the students of Coburg High School for your engagement and your advocacy.
I thank the Assistant Minister, and I give the call to the member for Calare.
Deputy Speaker, it's an honour to recognise a group of unsung heroes who underpin our communities, our early childhood educators. On the weekend, it was my privilege to officially open the 2025 Central West Early Childhood Awards presented by the Central West Early Childhood Collaborative. The awards, held in Bathurst, brought together around 300 early childhood educators from across the Central West. The awards recognise centres, leaders and educators who strive for excellence, create meaningful learning experiences and build strong connections with families and communities. These wonderful people are nurturing the promise of our region and our nation, and they deserve our sincere gratitude and appreciation. I would particularly like to thank the founder of the awards, Catherine Wilson, who is a truly inspirational leader in early childhood education. I also thank her fellow members of the Central West Early Childhood Collaborative, Kim Laird, Brad Campbell, Hayley Sloan, Janine Lewis and Samantha Stevenson. I also congratulate the wonderful nominees and award winners. The Molly Ticehurst Memorial Award for Outstanding Educator Cert 3 went to Ivy Stack. Mila Safinda Wong Samfankiri won the Outstanding Early Childhood Educator Diploma Award. Jan Mills was awarded the Charles Sturt University Outstanding Early Childhood Teacher. The Outstanding Early Childhood Trainee Award went to Madison Hotham. Meg Corby was awarded the Outstanding Outside of School Hours Educator. The Outstanding Family Daycare Educator Award went to Susanna Davey. Carly Chapman won the Samara Golding Piper Memorial Award for Excellence in Leadership. And the Outstanding Achievement Award for Everyday Excellence went to Ellie McKinnon. And the Family's Choice Award winners, voted by families, were Rachel Denning for Diploma, Tiana Madams for Trainee, Hayley McIntosh for Certificate 3, Sushil Kardkar for Early Childhood Teacher, Amanda McGothigan for Daycare Educator, and Caitlin McDonald for Outside School Hours. I also congratulate Pied Piper Preschool from Wallerawang for Excellence in Pedagogy and Practice. Waratah Early Learning Orange was awarded Excellence in Food and Menu. Excellence in Sustainability was awarded to Circle Early Learning Blaney. Rise Early Learning Orange was awarded for Excellence in Teamwork and Culture. And Ugara Community Children's Centre won 2 awards, Excellence in Community Award and the Award for Respectfully Integrating First Nations Knowledge and Perspectives. And the Award for Excellence in Inclusion went to Forbes Learning Ladder. Again, my congratulations to all the winners and to the Central West Early Childhood Collaborative for a truly inspirational awards ceremony. We are very grateful for the wonderful work of all our early childhood educators, and on behalf of this parliament, we thank and recognise them all.
I thank the member for Calare, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I forgot the bread rolls. Last year, I had the great pleasure of going on my first solo Meals on Wheels run at the Sunnybank Salisbury Meals on Wheels, and I forgot them. But luckily, Meals on Wheels at Sunnybank Salisbury has a lot of fantastic volunteers who could pick up the slack when it came to delivering those bread rolls. And I do want to thank Judy Evans and Karthik, who work at that Meals on Wheels. But I'm incredibly lucky. I'm incredibly lucky because I've got an electorate that has a few. We've got Meals on Wheels in Acacia Ridge, in Sherwood and Yeronga. And their motto is more than just a meal. And it's really true, because those volunteers provide not only a meal for vulnerable Australians, particularly older Australians, but they also provide a welcome relief when it comes to company and tackling social isolation. It's been a challenging year for our Meals on Wheels, and that was reported back by Sharon Willingham at the Brisbane South Meals on Wheels AGM I went to just a little while ago, with Cyclone Alfred shutting down our Sunnybank Centre for many days. But despite all that, 245,000 meals delivered in the 2025 financial year, and I thank them for that. Deputy Speaker, there have been thousands of my local constituents celebrating Diwali and Deepavali over the last few weeks, and indeed, for some, over the last month. It's known as the Festival of Lights, and it celebrates the victory of good over evil, of light over darkness, and of knowledge over ignorance. And a time when we know that people have been pulling at the threads of our multicultural tapestry, it has never been more important to celebrate in events like this. In my local community, the Hindu Council of Australia hosted celebrations at Rocklea. Over 7,000 people were there. And I want to thank Rajesh Verma, the President of the Hindu Council of Australia, with the Hindu Council supporting our community for over 25 years. Also in my community, the Brisbane Diwali Sports Carnival and Kabaddi Cup. If you've never watched Kabaddi, it's a combination of wrestling and rugby, and it's a pretty great watch. The FICQ and President Dr Preethi Siraj, and the Tamil Association of Queensland with their President Karthik. And I thank everyone for enjoying and celebrating, and the volunteers for organising those celebrations. And lastly, I want to pay tribute to the Anglican parish of Yeronga, also known as Christchurch Yeronga. They lost their rectory in a fire in early August. And despite that, a 120-year-old Queenslander that provided accommodation for community members in need, they ran a Phoenix event. A Phoenix event to raise money with Reverend Rebecca King so that they can rebuild. And the volunteers that came together are rebuilding that place, because our community will always help each other up when times are tough.
I thank the member for Moreton, and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the Labor government's plan to slash speed limits on rural roads in poor condition is outrageous. It is a lazy solution to a serious issue facing rural and regional people across this country. Labor Minister Catherine King is proposing reducing speed limits on dirt, gravel or sealed roads in need of repair in response to a worsening national road toll. This solution will not only halt regional productivity and not address one of the root causes of the problems, and that is road underfunding and road deterioration. Across the Flynn electorate, poor road conditions remain one of the most prominent issues that locals are facing, with plenty of roads in need of repair. The solution to help make our rural roads safety is to maintain and upgrade and improve the roads themselves, not to slow down regional productivity. I urge the local transport operators, small businesses, farmers and councils to make submissions to the government's consultation before November 10 closing date about how their communities would be impacted by speed limit reductions on rural, regional and remote Australian roads. A constituent of mine named Darren, who has extensive experience in setting speed limits as a former crash investigator, recently forwarded his submission to my office, and he hit the nail on the head, Madam Speaker. His submission stated, living in rural locations in Queensland, I'm well aware of the tyranny of distance. Most people advocating for lower limits live in urban areas and have no real appreciation of the amount of time rural people spend on roads accessing basic services. So any reduction in speed limits will have a major impact on their lives. Fining rural residents for travelling at fair speeds will result in many losing their licences from demerit point accumulation, which means they will no longer be able to live in these areas, as driving is the only transport option available. There are also economic costs. Travel times equate to real costs to the economy. Given huge distances in rural Australia, even slight changes in speed limits can result in substantial inflation for transport costs and loss of productivity due to time spent travelling. Deputy Speaker, regional Australia's economy is on the line here. Government has an obligation to protect lives of every Australian, so they should get on with it and fund rural and regional roads. Submissions can be made through the Australian Government's infrastructure website or by emailing Office of Road Safety at infrastructure.gov.au, and I implore the Minister to reassess this crazy notion of limiting speed on these rural and regional roads.
Thank the member for Flynn, and I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we draw towards the end of the year, I expect that, as I do, all members of this place will be attending Year 12 graduation ceremonies in their electorates. They are special events that I look forward to, and I make every effort to attend the ceremonies of each of the public and private schools in the Macon electorate. Every school has their own individual way of celebrating their Year 12 graduations, and so they are all very different. However, for all the differences, there is an important similarity to all the graduations. Firstly, the genuine care for the students shown by their respective teachers and other school staff, and the reciprocal respect and gratitude students have for their teachers. Secondly, the impressive maturity and development of the students who have reached a milestone in their lives, having completed some 12 years of structured education and are about to embark on their own direction in life. We live in a time where, for all the supports and mod cons, for young people life can be so difficult, constantly influenced by the world around them. Additionally, peer pressure, bullying, self-esteem, image and exam preparation can all be disruptive influences on their lives in a world that is already bursting with stress and anxiety. No one understands these pressures better than the teachers who educate, guide and nurture the students on a daily basis at such a critical time in their lives. They listen to their stories and struggles with a sympathetic ear. Teachers who simultaneously have their own personal lives and responsibilities to deal with. Teachers who I see on graduation nights filled with pride at seeing their Year 12s graduate, but also showing a touch of sadness as they say goodbye to the young people who have been so much a part of their lives. So to the staff at the following high schools in the Macon electorate: Banksia Park International High, Endeavour College, Garden College, Gleeson College, Golden Grove High School, The Heights School, King's Baptist Grammar School, Modbury High School, Para Hills High School, Parafield Gardens High School, Padare Christian College, Pinnacle College, Roma Mitchell Secondary College, Salisbury East High School, Torrens Valley Christian School, Tyndale Christian School and Valley View Secondary School, I say thank you for all you do, year in and year out, in preparing young people in your care for their future as they consider their careers and ultimately make their contribution as future leaders of society. We owe all of those schools and their staff our genuine and sincere gratitude. To the graduates of 2025, I wish them well with their exam results and every success in their future.
Thank the member for Macon, and I call the member for Wright.
The government's failure on employer incentives for apprentices. From January, Labor will slash employer incentives for apprentices from $5,000 to $4,000 per apprentice. And that's $1,000 less support for every small business who's doing the right thing by training the next generation, giving young Australians a start and keeping our economy moving. Because without skilled workers, we can't build the homes, we can't keep the lights on, we can't maintain the roads, the hospitals or the infrastructure that makes our country work. And yet, at the very moment when Australian skills pipeline is on life support, the Albanese Labor government has decided to pull the plug. Now, that may not sound much to those sitting on the other side of the chamber, but to a small business owner trying to keep the doors open, every single dollar counts. And at a time when almost 15,000 businesses have gone broke under Labor's watch in the last year alone, this decision is not just short-sighted, it's reckless. When the Coalition was in government, the apprentice system was strong. We saw record highs of over 428,000 Australians in training. Confidence was high, businesses were hiring and apprentices were coming through the system in record numbers. But today, under Labor, there's 107,000 fewer apprentices training in the system, 107,000 fewer young Australians learning a trade. Now, that's not just a statistic, that's tens of thousands of careers that will never be started and small businesses that will never grow. The reality is this, is that wages are going up, costs of business are going up, and especially energy costs. Compliance is getting harder, red tape is getting thicker, and small business owners are being pushed to the limit. And yet the only thing going down under Labor is the support for employers who actually take on the apprentices. It's madness. Labor's decision shows a government completely out of touch with the reality facing businesses and tradies on the ground today. Their ideological opposition to backing employers is driving our skills system into the ground and threatening the next generation of tradespeople. Labor is talking a big game about solving the housing crisis, but you can't build more homes without more tradies. You can't get more if you can't train more tradies without employers who can afford to take them on. So now cutting support for them is the wrong time. That's why I, along with industry leaders, peak bodies across the country, are calling on Albanese government to urgently reinstate and strengthen employer incentives before the 1st of January deadline to restore confidence to protect Australian future workforce, because small business is the backbone of our economy. Without them, apprentices will collapse. So I'd ask the Minister to reconsider on behalf of the sector.
I thank the member for Wright and I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to begin by recognising two fantastic constituents of mine, Tommy and his neighbour Mark, who are making a real difference for stroke in childhood. Tommy's stroke journey began at just 12 years old when he experienced a stroke himself. From that experience, he set himself an ambitious goal, looking to reach the 4 points of Australia to raise funds and awareness for childhood stroke survivors and to support research into stroke onset, an area that has long been understudied. Completing the journey in stages and finishing in 2023, Tommy overcame enormous challenges along the way, including pandemic disruptions, a serious accident when he was hit by a car, breaking his pelvis. With running now limited, cycling has become the focus of his future endeavours, including a smaller ride, 3 points, taking on Tassie. Together, these efforts have raised $155,000 for the Stroke Foundation. Looking ahead, the upcoming ride, How Long to Canberra, aims to coincide with Childhood Stroke Awareness Week, connecting directly with politicians and stakeholders to advocate for the 85% of childhood stroke survivors living with lifelong impacts. Stories like Tommy's are a reminder of the resilience and determination that exists in our community, qualities that are equally evident in our young people. And in that spirit, I want to congratulate all our Year 12 students across Maribyrnong who are fast approaching the end of their 13 years of hard work and dedication. Finishing school is a major achievement, reflecting the perseverance, commitment and effort that these students have shown over the years. I also would like to acknowledge their parents and guardians and families whose support has been essential in helping students reach this point. Your difference, encouragement and care have made all the difference. As students prepare for their final exams, I wish them every success. These exams are an important step, but they are not the final destination. They are a starting gun for the next chapter of life, whether further study, vocational training, apprenticeships or entering the workforce. There are many paths ahead. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognise and congratulate our outgoing Moonee Valley CEO, Ava Adams, who has finished her first term. I also acknowledge the Deputy Mayor, Fran Cosgrove, who also concluded her year term. We've now seen the election of two new, the new Mayor for Moonee Valley, Rose Isa, and the new Deputy Mayor for Moonee Valley, Phil Byrne. Two fantastic local councillors who I'm really excited to get to work together with over the course of their term as we deliver, working across government, local, state and federal, to deliver for our wonderful communities across the Moonee Valley. Thanks very much.
In thanking the member for Maribyrnong, I acknowledge her family in the gallery as well and call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This Friday, the 7th of November, the beautiful Riverside Golf Club in Nichols Point in my electorate of Mallee will host the Stephen Crawford Memorial Golf Day. The event is run by the local community for local tradies and others, supporting Men's Health and Movember Foundation. The Golf Day, proudly supported by Total Tools Mildura, honours Stephen Crawford, taken too soon by bowel cancer in February of 2022. Since the first Golf Day in 2021, this event has raised over $100,000 for the Movember Foundation. The Stephen Crawford Memorial Golf Day honours a Total Tool team member's husband and quickly became something much bigger. Total Tools and the team saw an opportunity to make a real community impact, and they have. It's more than just a golf day. It's a testament to what a small community can achieve when they come together with purpose. The team's efforts were recently recognised by a nomination for a Movember Award. I had the pleasure of attending this magnificent charity event for the first time last year in my previous role as the Shadow Minister for Regional Health. I've promoted preventative health measures in my electorate where we have higher morbidity and mortality rates from preventable diseases. I assisted this year by facilitating provision of free health checks via self-service machines provided by Saizu Health. Novo Nordisk has generously funded the provision of these free health checks. The public will be able to come and access a health check even if they're not participating in the golf day. Good news for all the wives, perhaps. Another Mildura local taken too soon was Scott Umbach, lost in 2019 of heart attack, aged just 42. His wife, Katrina Umbach, is a passionate and driven advocate for improving access to preventative care for men to ensure others do not experience the same loss she has endured, and her boys. Katrina teamed up with La Trobe University to secure a Medical Research Future Fund grant to research and co-design a kit for rural Australians to check their heart health at home. The kit features portable devices for measuring blood pressure, fasting glucose and cholesterol. Katrina says, and I quote, "This study is a game changer for rural and regional Australians, especially those in a city like Mildura with no cath lab or accessible heart disease screening programs." I'm looking forward to being out at Nichols Point again on Friday morning, promoting preventative heart health and men's health in Sunraysia.
I thank the member for Mallee and I call the Assistant Treasurer.
I pay tribute to the North Sunshine Eagles, who again successfully hosted the Albanian Cup last weekend. This annual soccer tournament draws teams from around Australia. It is a celebration of the national Albanian community and also the food, culture and customs of Albania. Congratulations to the incredible committee and dozens of volunteers who organised an event that drew attendance of over 10,000 people and over 2.1 million views on social media and counting. And congratulations to the winning team, Shepparton, who defeated last year's champions Adelaide 2-1 in the final. Recently, I attended the Mid-Autumn Festival in Sunshine. This event, hosted by the Vietnamese Museum of Australia, has become a highlight on the calendar. It celebrated the contribution of Vietnamese refugees, migrants and their families and all they have given to Fraser and beyond. For decades now, this community has been weaving its influence into the fabric of Melbourne's West. This festival has a family focus and included a lantern parade for young children. I would like to thank the VMA for putting on such a fantastic event, and I hope to score an invite for next year. I also had the honour of attending the Republic of Vietnam Veterans Ceremony. Many in our community experienced the fall in Saigon and the tumultuous period that followed. The hardships and heartache of that time are carried in the memories of so many who fled to our shores and made their home in Fraser. They have contributed so much to the community since. But just as we remember the fall, we honour the fight. The courage and the valour of the Vietnamese veterans inspire us all. I thank the Veterans Association for the invitation to such an important and moving event, particularly in this year where we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Vietnamese settlement in Australia. I had the pleasure of attending the Diwali Festival at Melbourne Mandir. The festival was a kaleidoscope of colour, lights, dancing and traditional food, a testament to the beauty and vibrance of Hindu culture. The festival's core theme, the celebration of triumph of good over evil, is befitting for an organisation that gives so much to the people it serves. I thank the Melbourne Mandir for their hospitality. And of course, one Diwali celebration isn't enough. Last weekend I also celebrated Diwali with the West Footscray Traders Association. The Traders Association put on a phenomenal event along with the Footscray Bulldogs, and thank them for hosting that also. I'd also like to take the time to recognise the representation that they offer to small businesses of the West. For decades the association has served as a bulwark for local entrepreneurship.
They continue today to represent the interests of some of our community's most industrious members. I thank the Association for their invitation to this event, which has become such an important item in the calendar of Fraser and Melbourne's broader West.
I thank the Assistant Treasurer and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If our fine men and women of the Australian Defence Force are brave enough to put their bodies on the line, their lives on the line to keep us safe, then the very least we should do is promise to protect them when their duty is done. But right now, that promise is being broken in my electorate of Dawson. In the garrison city of Townsville, the Oasis stands as a lifeline, a home base for those who've worn the uniform and their families who have stood shoulder to shoulder with them. But come early 2026, unless urgent and sustainable funding is secured, the Oasis will close its doors. And then what happens? It won't be just a building that shuts, it will be a lifeline that is severed. This is not just another local facility. The Oasis was ground zero for Operation Compass, the trial that shaped the nation's veterans and families hubs that we have today. It was built to give veterans a place to connect, to heal and to rebuild and to have a sense of belonging. But, Deputy Speaker, belonging cannot be built on a short-term basis, and they need grants and community fundraisers. They require a commitment, it requires leadership, and it requires a government that honours the service of those who have given everything for our country. We don't need another inquiry to tell us why this matters. We know the statistics, and they are heartbreaking. Between 1997 and 2023, an average of 3 veterans died by suicide every fortnight. Ex-serving men are 26% more likely to die by suicide, and ex-serving women are twice as likely. Suicide is the leading cause of death for ex-serving men and women under 30. Those are not just statistics, that's a generation of promise gone. And while those numbers should be enough to move mountains, the Oasis is left fighting for survival. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide handed the government a clear roadmap. Recommendation 86 called for sustainable funding for the 17 veteran hubs nationwide, and the government agreed. Yet more than a year later, nothing has changed. I've written to the Minister for Veterans Affairs urging immediate action, because these veterans don't need more inquiries or promises, they need a lifeline. These men and women fought for our existence. The least we can do is fight for theirs. This government must honour the commitment that has already been made by implementing Recommendation 86 in full to deliver sustainable operational funding. Because when we stand with our veterans, we stand by the best of who Australians really are.
Thank the member for Dawson, and I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to read one of the selected speeches I have received from students in Barton through the Raise Your Voice initiative. This one comes from Angela, Dunby, Swara, Jay and Grace from Kogarah Public School, and I want to thank them for their passionate and insightful submission. They say the following: as young Australians, we know how important mental health is for our future. We want to see change that ensures every student feels supported, valued and able to thrive. Too many students face body shaming, insecurities and judgment every single day, often made worse by the pressures of social media. It's no surprise that 1 in 7 Australians aged 4 to 17 experience mental health challenges. These struggles affect how we learn, how we connect with others, and how we see ourselves. But we believe it doesn't have to stay this way. The government can make a difference. First, by funding more school-based programs so that every student has access to help during and after school. Second, by creating awareness campaigns that show it's okay to ask for support, that no one is alone. Third, by upskilling young Australians by integrating real strategies for resilience, online safety and well-being into the school syllabus. We want to see it, and we know it will make a difference. This is about more than today. It's about tomorrow. Supporting students. Mental health means shaping a future where young Australians are confident, resilient and ready to lead. And with the right support today, we can ensure tomorrow's Australia is filled with resilient, healthy and empowered young people. Deputy Speaker, it is so important to highlight that in my community of Kogarah Public School—
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions.
And the member for Barton in continuation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And so that speech is a really good reflection of what kind of students we have in my electorate of Barton. And Kogarah Public School has amazing students like these students who provided this speech. I had an opportunity to meet them. They're so passionate about these issues, particularly around mental health and also the introduction of the social media ban that's occurring in December. So, you know, Kogarah Public School might be having the future MP for Barton at play here, but I'd like to thank them for their contribution. Thank you. I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the Bureau of Meteorology has just spent $4.1 million creating a new website that delivers net zero benefits in weather information. Social media, particularly rural and regional pages like Farm Twitter, have been burning up with comments like epic fail, the worst website redesign for many years, and improvements that result in less transparency and usability. There are others who helpfully provide a link back to the old version, particularly for radar observations. My staff have taken calls and had visits from constituents who could not comprehend how the Bureau of Meteorology could get it so wrong. An elderly constituent from Esperance complained that the font and colour scheme were badly designed for those with poor vision. She said she's struggling to read it even with a magnifying glass, and the ability to enlarge text seems to have disappeared. She was also unhappy that the new map coverage did not give her the ability to predict inclement weather. I believe this helpful lady shares this information with her fellow seniors so they can plan to leave their homes on their mobility scooters to shop and to meet up. She now has no confidence on how long the clear weather will last or when the bad weather will hit. A farmer from Ravensthorpe who flies a plane also said he wanted the colour gradient from the old website to return. He's actually colourblind, an affliction in 8% of men. He felt that the previous radar map provided easy-to-comprehend wind speed and direction, temperature and rain information, and with a colour gradient that made sense to the colourblind. With grain harvest well and truly underway in WA, farmers want and need accurate forecasts to plan and manage the delivery and storage of grain. The $4.1 million cost of the new website is outrageous if it has not improved the functionality and reliability for users. After spending $866 million across 7 years on Project Robust, you would think that the Bureau could get the public-facing website right. People want to check the radar and at a glance see relevant information, not click through layers of content or try to interpret what colours mean. Words and symbols on a map do matter and provide meaning. The Albanese government and the Bureau of Meteorology have failed to deliver what is a critical tool for regional businesses and individuals. These people rely on accurate weather reporting that makes sense and is user-friendly. More resources should be directed to daily forecasting and less on climate modelling and homogenisation of past data. This is the weather forecast that the good people of O'Connor rely on to make everyday decisions, not climate change modelling for COP29.
Thank you. I call the member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, where is the sensible centre that the opposition leader claims to occupy? Just a short time ago, the Coalition told us that they accepted the science, the economics and the opportunity of a net zero future. The leader of the Coalition said that it was her strong belief that rural and regional Australia has lots to benefit from in the move to net zero. This opportunity is huge, she said. I think that net zero by 2050 aim is perfect. Now it's being used as a bargaining chip to save the opposition leader's political skin. Deputy Speaker, I've heard from young people, local vineyards, small business owners, big business. They are planning for a net zero future. They are investing in solar and batteries on their homes. They're moving their vehicle fleets over to electric. They are putting money into R&D to drive innovation in the way we make things and the way in which we deliver our services for a green energy future. In Western Australia, in the member of O'Connor's electorate, one of our newest gold mines, the project Bellevue, is aiming to run at up to 90% renewables. Already they've had times where they're operating at 100% renewables. Their motivation is not just to save on the substantial costs of diesel. Bellevue says some gold buyers are now seeking to buy sustainably mined gold. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Western Australia, where road transport distances are no joke, companies like the EPCA, Janus, Chempower, ChargeFox are working to convert our trucking fleets to electric. And just this week, Nick Cater, CEO of Acacia Energy, was named in the Times Magazine 100 most influential climate leaders. Acacia is building Waratah Super Battery, the world's most powerful battery, on the former Manamora coal-fired power station in New South Wales. This will be acting as a shock absorber for the power network across New South Wales. Cater says, the CEO, says the issue is too big and critical not to have a bipartisan stance. He says everyone needs to get aligned. Stop fighting and get aligned for the common good. That's the message from industry to the opposition. Let's get on with it. Our nation, our climate, our future will not wait for the members opposite to find a political backbone. The people of Hasluck, the people across Australia demand consistency, clarity and commitment, not this flip-flopping that leaves our economy, our communities and our environment in limbo. So while the coalition is in a perpetual state of confusion and indecision, on this side of the House we remain clear. Net zero by 2050, backed by real action, because our communities are relying on us to deliver a stable and prosperous future.
Thank you. I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And this week, WA Premier Roger Cook and Treasurer Rita Saffioti are in town in Canberra here meeting with Prime Minister Albanese as fairness fighters for our GST deal, which was, of course, legislated by the last coalition government. But it begs the question as to what's going on between the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister and the WA government themselves. Maybe it's because they saw how easily they steamrolled him on a $217 million racetrack that nobody seems to want, but they're seriously worried about WA's Labor federal MPs being rolled here in Canberra. I don't want to be unfair to the member for Perth. After all, there are 11 federal Labor MPs and 5 Labor senators to get on the plane every week to come to Canberra when we're sitting, so it'd be churlish to blame him alone. But finally, under much pressure after the election, the PM has included an extra Cabinet Minister from the great state of WA, which wasn't a small increase, but rather a 100% increase in representation for WA, because we previously had, in the first term of the Albanese government, just one Cabinet Minister from WA, which is a long, long way short of the 5 Cabinet Ministers from WA that we had in the last coalition government. So why don't Roger and Rita trust any of them? Trust all of them. And more to the point, if WA Labor can't trust their own federal MPs to ensure that our great state of WA is not left $1 worse off under the GST deal, then why should Western Australians have confidence in them either? I mean, this isn't the first time that Roger and Rita have blown money on some advocacy here in Canberra, because just last year they opened an embassy 1 kilometre from here down the road in Canberra. I mean, what a joke. Hundreds of thousands in rent, outgoings and staff, and yet 17 Labor federal politicians come here to represent WA every sitting week. Again, why do WA Labor have no confidence in the WA Labor federal team? There's only one test for the Prime Minister when it comes to the GST deal, and that's ensuring that the state of Western Australia is not left a single dollar worse off. He's promised it, now he needs to deliver it. The Prime Minister is very happy to pocket the billions of dollars in royalties and taxes that are generated by WA's mining and resources sectors in particular. So the last thing that he should do is breach his solemn promise to the good folks of WA and penalise our success. At the end of the day, the resources and mining industry in WA was built on successive governments backing the private sector to do what it does well. And if the PM thinks that he can now treat WA like a cash cow, he'll be reminded of how important WA is at the ballot box.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last time I rose for a constituency statement, I raised the issues of the humanitarian crisis in Sudan and Darfur, and I'm afraid I have to do so again because, despite hopes that the situation would improve, the situation has gotten much, much worse. Since I last spoke in the House, the city of El Fasher has fallen to the RSF, and there are reports of the most unspeakable humanitarian crisis unfolding. Since this dispute began in 2023, conservatively, 150,000 people have been killed. It is highly likely to be a much bigger number than that. The number of people currently suffering acute hunger is akin to the population of our country. Around 25 million people are estimated to be undergoing acute hunger. And recently, with the fall of El Fasher, 65,000 people fled the city immediately. Tens of thousands remain trapped in El Fasher with no food, very little water and no medical assistance. Before the final assault, the city held approximately 260,000 residents. Now it's much, much less. Madam Deputy Speaker, the world is replete with humanitarian crises, and some are getting a lot of attention, and they deserve it. But this crisis deserves more attention. I'm very grateful to the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Member for Kingston Smith, and Assistant Minister Julian Hill, who recently met with my constituents, the representatives of the Zagawa Union, who I'm in regular contact with, who have lost contact with their relatives, do not know if their brothers, sisters, cousins are alive or dead. Tragically, in far too many instances, they are almost certainly dead, but they are unable to make contact. I'm also grateful to the Minister for Multicultural Affairs and the Member for Cowan, Minister Anne Ali, for the statement she issued recently, and the work of the Foreign Minister, who updated our Labor caucus on this matter yesterday. This is a humanitarian crisis of the most unspeakable nature, and I'm glad that our country, a long way away, with very limited ability to influence events in North Africa, is doing what it can. But given the number of my constituents who have come to Australia and fled from Sudan, who look at this crisis and weep and wonder and fear for the prospects of their family whom they left behind, it's right that this parliament spends a few minutes focusing on this crisis, on this most grievous humanitarian disaster which is unfurling before the world's eyes and is not getting, in my view, enough attention from the world. Australia is doing its small bit, but it's time to focus on the crisis in Sudan.
Thank you. I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on an unfolding national crisis that has hit my community in Monash most significantly in recent weeks. And I speak about the illegal tobacco trade, which is terrorising Australian small business owners, seeing retail staff assaulted and seeing the ATO shortchanged. Just a couple of weeks ago, the Longwarry Friendly Grocery Store in my electorate, they're a great local small business. They do the right thing. They contribute to the community. They received a ransom note. They did all of the right things. They went to the police. They didn't pay the ransom. And a couple of days later, they had a ram raid that destroyed half their shop. I rang Janet a couple of days after the business owner, and she said, we got the ransom note, and my husband and I looked at the CCTV at our shop day after day. We didn't sleep, and eventually, at about 3:30 in the morning, a car was rammed through their business. Now, we need to have an honest national conversation about where things are with the illegal tobacco trade. We saw another 5% increase in the excise tax at the start of the new financial year, and that has seen a 282% increase since the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd government in 2013. And what those sharp increases are doing are driving people to the illegal market. We've seen in the 2022-2023 financial year, over $6 billion in illicit tobacco attempted to be smuggled into the Australian market. And if they're not being imported, then illegal cigarettes are being stolen from legal retailers and sold on the black market. At the moment, the ATO gets to pocket about $28 out of a legal packet of cigarettes, which retail for about $50. On the illegal market, they sell anywhere between $10 and $15. I think we need to seriously look at the excise tax. I'm proposing that we look at taking it back to 2018-19 levels, which would effectively see a legal packet of cigarettes go back to $25. If the excise tax increases were working on deterring people from smoking, I would be the first to be supporting it, but the fact is that it's not. ABS stats show that there's been a 22% drop in smoking rates, but the Australian Crime Intelligence Wastewater Report shows that more people were taking up smoking, or there was more tobacco in the wastewater last year than there were 8 years ago. I have serious concerns that we've already seen one person killed. I have serious concerns about more people being harmed or hurt further in the illegal tobacco wars, and I am calling on the government to review its position.
Thank you. I call the member for Whitlam.
Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Archie Wilkinson, an apprentice plumber from my electorate who won a gold medal at the World Skills Australia National Championships in Brisbane earlier this year. These championships celebrate and showcase vocational excellence, and this year's competition featured over 600 apprentices, trainees and students who competed over 3 days across more than 60 skills categories, including Archie's chosen field of plumbing. Following his gold medal in Brisbane, Archie was one of 39 apprentices selected for the World Skills Australia National Training Squad. This is the first step towards gaining a place on the Australian team, the Skilleroos, that will compete against more than 60 other countries at the 48th World Skills Competition in Shanghai in September next year. In September this year, Archie joined his training squad teammates on a visit to Parliament House, where he met the Minister for Skills and Training and also the Prime Minister. Speaker, the Australian Government proudly supports the World Skills Program, which plays a vital role in encouraging young Australians to pursue skills-based careers. Archie Wilkinson studied at TAFE in Goulburn and is now employed by Graham Isdale Plumbing in Mittagong, which is in the Southern Highlands region within my electorate. I congratulate Archie on all he's achieved so far, and I wish him all the best as he trains to gain selection for the Skilleroos. Speaker, I rise today to recognise Reading Friends Australia, a not-for-profit organisation that encapsulates two things I'm passionate about: education and community spirit. I'm proud to say that Reading Friends Australia is based in my electorate of Whitlam, and it organises scores of volunteers to assist children at 25 schools across New South Wales to practice their reading. Reading Friends Australia trains volunteers and works with each school to tailor its service to suit the individual students at that school. Recent research has found that 1 in 3 children in Australia struggles to read well. Reading Friends Australia tries to address this problem, and since 2019 they've been working hard to improve the reading skills of Australian children, and all this is powered by volunteers. Helping children to improve their reading, to increase their confidence and enable them to reach their full potential is an extremely valuable contribution on the part of these generous volunteers. Learning to read well is not only valuable for self-esteem, it's critical to future education, training and employment. Earlier this month, I had the great pleasure of meeting Luciana D. McKeel, founder of Reading Friends Australia, as well as several volunteers. I was delighted to be able to listen to children practice their reading and to see how rewarding this was, both for the children and the volunteers involved. I commend all those involved with Reading Friends Australia for making such a valuable contribution to our community and our future. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. And I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge Candice Kiss, the Moreton Bay Businesswoman of the Year, a hospitality entrepreneur and a dedicated small business owner and operator. At the recent Moreton Bay Business and Innovation Awards, Candace's team achieved remarkable recognition with her employee, Olivia Tulloch, being honoured as Employee of the Year and her cafe, Annie Lane, receiving the Customer Service Excellence Award. These accolades not only highlight Candace's leadership but also the strong, customer-focused culture she has fostered within her businesses. And I say businesses because Candace is the driving force behind 3 popular cafes in the Longman electorate: Annie Lane in Bongaree, Gather and Feast in Caboolture, and Ruby Tuesday in Burpengary East. These establishments have become beloved local spots where customers are greeted with Candace's warm smile and genuine hospitality. So whether you call in for a well-made coffee or just a friendly hello, the atmosphere created within her cafes reflects Candace's commitment to outstanding service and community connection. Running a small business in today's economic climate with record business insolvencies and closures is incredibly challenging due to the rising cost of living, which has led to the unfortunate closure of many local businesses in Longman. Rent increases, higher prices, electricity costs and increased wages due to inflation have squeezed margins for many small operators, especially in hospitality. Despite these pressures, Candace has demonstrated remarkable resilience and gone against the grain by expanding her 3 cafes during this difficult period, a feat many others have been unable to achieve. This makes her success all the more commendable and inspiring. What makes Candace's success even more impressive is the way that she runs her business with the support of her husband Richard and the whole family, who work behind the scenes to help grow and sustain these ventures, pretty common in a family business, Deputy Speaker. Through their combined efforts, they've built not just cafes, but community hubs that bring people together. Also, I want to give a shout out to all the other nominees for the Small Business Awards from Longman. There's quite a list. Beyond Dental Care, JJ's Deliveries, G'day Adventure Tours, Caboolture Workers Co-op, Encircle Community Services, Micro Projects Wellspring Moreton Bay, Belgravia Leisure, Beachmere Dental, Sesame Lane Care and Kindergarten, Buddy Brewing, good beer there, iReformer, Eckersley Print Group, Tiny Teeny Homes, Jumbo Skips, Superior Engineering and the Lullaby Club. I know only too well how tough and thankless small business can be, Deputy Speaker, especially when you're starting out or times are as tough as they are now. So well done to you all.
Thank you. And I call the member for Calwell.
Speaker, professionals across our allied health sector do incredible work, not only in supporting our health system and keeping it afloat, but also through the vital role they play in preventative health care, helping people spend less time within that system in the first place. I've spoken before about how workers in this space are too often overlooked and underpaid, and I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the critical work they do in communities like mine, supporting some of our most vulnerable people. When all else fails, when someone's health, ability or circumstance changes, when self-reliance becomes increasingly out of reach, it is our disability and allied health workforce who step in. They pick up the pieces for patients and their families during some of the most vulnerable and emotional times in their lives. Speaker, I'm an advocate for the dignity of work. It's what drives me every day in representing my community and in helping shape Australia and our economy. These workers not only carry that dignity with them every day, they deliver it to others through the care and support they provide. That's why it's incumbent on all of us in this place, not only to thank them, but to support them, to stand by them, to back them in, and to deliver for them, just as they deliver for our communities. Nobody chooses the circumstances that place them at the receiving end of this care. And when we talk about the dignity of work, we often mean the dignity that comes from employment itself. But we must also talk about dignity in work, which depends on fair conditions, proper staffing levels and fair pay. As this workforce supports people through their personal struggles, I also want to recognise the Health and Community Services Union in my home state for standing with their members in their collective struggle for dignified wages and working conditions. To those who work in mental health, disability and drug and alcohol services, to the nurses, allied health professionals, lived and living experience workers, disability support workers, administrative staff, program and support workers, thank you. Thank you for showing up, for your care and for your compassion. To all who serve others in their time of need, please know this: we see you, we stand by you, and we support you. The trust that helps hold our health system together rests also on the shoulders of this workforce. We owe it to them and to every person who depends on their care to ensure that this responsibility is met with fairness. The quality of care we deliver can only ever match the value we place on those who provide it. Dignity in care also means dignity for these carers.
Thank you. And in accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in favour of the Freedom of Information Bill 2025. The Freedom of Information Act is over 40 years old, Deputy Speaker, even older than me, and that is starting to say something. In 1982, when the Freedom of Information Act was legislated, the first computers were just being invented. There were no electronic records, and we were on the cusp of entering the first glorious years of the Hawke government. This bill creates the necessary and overdue reforms to our freedom of information laws, a cornerstone of transparent and accountable government. Since its election, the Albanese Labor government has demonstrated time and time again our commitment to restoring trust and integrity in government. We understand that governments must be willing to be open to public scrutiny and answerable to public accountability. The freedom of information regime is vital to the functioning of our democracy. It allows members of the public to better understand government. It provides people the opportunity to obtain personal information held by government agencies, including decision records from Centrelink, immigration and other government services, so that they can understand and, if they feel necessary, appeal decisions that can have profound effects on their lives, whether or not they're able to access family tax benefits, whether or not they'll be granted a visa to remain in Australia, whether or not they'll be granted access to disability supports. The Freedom of Information regime provides an important tool as well for press to scrutinise government. But our freedom of information laws are no longer fit for purpose. Their outdatedness risks creating an unsustainable impost on public services and public resources and the budget. The sheer volume of electronic records generated by public sector agencies would have been unimaginable for the drafters of the FOI Act. Some requests for freedom of information can be large and complex. There are also increasingly vexatious or frivolous requests. This is exacerbated by the fact the current FOI laws allow requests to be lodged anonymously, creating risks that could be exploited by offshore actors and through the use of AI. We now have agencies like the Department of Home Affairs holding close to 1 billion records in a single system. 1 billion, Deputy Speaker. In 2023 to 2024, the Commonwealth spent $86.2 million processing FOI requests, which was a 23% increase on the year before. Public servants spent more than 1 million hours on FOI processing in that year alone. We cannot continue on that trajectory. That is 1 million hours that these public servants could have spent delivering services to people, this is 1 million hours not spent assessing payments, not helping veterans, 1 million hours they were unable to help migrants, process visas, to help a business or a community organisation. With every request, no matter how broad or vexatious or repetitive, must be treated in the same way, the system is pulled away as well from genuine applicants. We also know, and it is time to say this plainly, that FOI is not always being used in the public interest. It is sometimes used as a political tool to tie up agencies. It is sometimes used to harass or to contact public servants in unacceptable ways. It is sometimes used anonymously, which creates a serious integrity risk in a world where hostile actors can automate requests at a large scale. The current Act did not anticipate any of that. Our job is to fix it. The bill does not walk away from transparency. It restores it. It restores it by making the system workable again, so that real requests can be answered in a reasonable time. It restores it by making sure public money is spent on access to information that Australians actually need, not on administration generated by automated systems or by repeat applicants. It restores it by protecting public servants, who should not have their names and personal details published in ways that expose them to abuse. The bill does 4 important things. It modernises the framework, it streamlines access requests, it protects the integrity of cabinet-level decision-making, and it implements long-standing recommendations from the 2013 Hawke Review that every government since has been told to deal with. First, to modernisation. We are making the foundations of the Freedom of Information laws fit for purpose. This bill will update the objects of the Act so that it is clear that FOI is about both accountable government and also effective government. It clarifies what is and is not a document of an agency. If something on a government system is purely personal and has nothing to do with the conduct of public business, it should not be dragged into FOI. This protects staff and it keeps the Act focused on government work. Second, it streamlines access. This bill deals with the practical reality that agencies are being swamped. It modernises how FOI and review applications can be lodged with the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. That will allow early triage and better digital processing. It ensures that employee identifying information does not have to be published in every notice or release, except where there is a proper reason. That protects the safety and privacy of staff, which is increasingly important when requests are used to target individuals. We are also tackling abuse of process. Agencies will be able to decline requests that are vexatious, frivolous, harassing, or simply an attempt to swamp the system. That power will itself be reviewable by the Information Commissioner, so accountability is preserved. The bill also ends anonymous FOI applications. An applicant will have to provide their name, and if they are acting for somebody else, they'll have to say so. This is a sensible reform. It prevents misuse, including by offshore actors, and it allows agencies to identify where one person is lodging multiple related requests to overwhelm public services. The bill deals with practical refusals and the use of public resources. We are clarifying how the existing practical refusal provisions operate and how the Information Commissioner should handle reviews of those decisions. More importantly, it introduces a discretionary 40-hour processing cap, as recommended by the Hawke Review. This is a real balance point. Applicants retain the right to seek information. Agencies retain the obligation to provide it. However, where a single request would take days and days of an officer's time, the agency can limit it, explain why, and then get on with the other important work that they do, serving the public. 40 hours is a pretty reasonable amount of time to be able to spend on a single FOI request. This is good administration. This legislation will also improve the review processes. It stops concurrent internal and Information and Commissioner reviews, which only create delay and confusion. It streamlines extensions of time. It confirms that an agency still has to make decisions even if the deadline has passed, so applicants are not left in limbo. They're not left waiting too long. And it moves timeframes from calendar days to working days, which reflects how the public service actually operates. These are small-sounding changes, but together they remove friction from the system. They increase productivity, they make the system more efficient. We are also improving the operation of the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. The bill gives the Information Commissioner the power to remit matters back to agencies with directions. That means a matter can be fixed where it started instead of sitting in a long queue. It allows matters to be resolved by agreement, which is faster and cheaper than a full written decision. It limits automatic parties in a review to the applicant and the respondent, which removes unnecessary complexity while still allowing affected third parties to apply to join. All of this will allow the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner to focus on real disputes and systemic issues instead of procedural clutter. Now, another important question regards fees. So Schedule 6 of the FOI bill allows an application fee to be set in regulations for FOI requests, internal reviews and Information Commissioner reviews. Every other Australian jurisdiction, except for the ACT, already has some form of fee. The Commonwealth is the outlier here. A modest fee helps to deter frivolous or automated requests that chew up time and money. At the same time, the bill is crystal clear that requests for a person's own personal information will not attract a fee. I'll say that again because I think there's been misinformation on this point. The bill is really clear that requests for a person's own personal information will not attract a fee. In 2023-24, around 72% of FOI requests were for personal information. So those requests will not attract a fee. 3 in 4 requests will still be free. There will also be a provision for fee waivers, including for financial hardship. The principle of access is preserved, and the principle of responsible use of public resources is also preserved. I want to turn to Cabinet documents because some in the crossbench and in parts of the community have been raising this. When the FOI Act was first introduced, Senator Durack said the general right of access must be limited for the protection of essential public interests. That was true in 1981, and it's still true now. Cabinet confidentiality is really important to the proper functioning of government. Ministers must be able to test proposals, disagree, change their minds, and finally reach a collective position. If every step of that process is exposed in real time, Cabinet becomes performance, not deliberation. Advice becomes cautious. Collective responsibility weakens. Schedule 7 therefore clarifies the Cabinet exemption so that it protects what it is meant to protect, and only that. It responds to the 2023 Royal Commission into the Robo-Debt Scheme, which identified that simply putting the word Cabinet on a document is not enough. This bill makes that plain. The content and the purpose of the document determine whether the exemption applies, not a label. That is a fair outcome. It protects Cabinet where necessary, and it presents the misuse of the exemption. This is an important clarification of a term that's been ambiguous for a long time. Finally, this bill deals with what happens when a minister leaves office or changes portfolios. There has been uncertainty since the recent federal court decision. The bill sets out a practical process so that outgoing ministers can facilitate access and so that incoming ministers are not put in the position of deciding on sensitive material from a previous government. That respects long-standing convention and it gives applicants certainty. Deputy Speaker, this bill is not about making it harder for Australians to get information. It is about making it possible for Australians to get information in a system that is being overwhelmed by claims that do not reflect the genuine needs of members of the community to have access to documents regarding personal information that don't reflect the genuine needs of the press to properly scrutinise government and that don't reflect the genuine needs of members of the community organisations to be able to better understand government decisions. As I said before, The number of requests that we're receiving, the amount of resources that are going into meeting these requests is not sustainable. It's increasing at a significant rate, and we want to make sure that public resources are used for what they are supposed to be used. It's also about protecting public servants. It's about keeping up with technology, and about making sure that FOI in 2025 and in the years to come looks like a tool of democracy and not a tool of disruption. Transparency must work in practice, not only in theory. This bill delivers that. It modernises the Act, it implements the Hawke Review, it future-proofs the system against automated abuse, and it keeps personal access free for the vast majority of applicants. It makes reviews faster. More importantly, it puts genuine applicants back at the centre of the FOI system. That is what good government looks like: transparent, accessible, effective. I commend the bill in favour.
Thank you. I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was merely a couple of days ago I was actually in this chamber trying to get information on an incredibly sensitive topic, trying to get clarification. And what happened, Madam Deputy Speaker, is we didn't get that clarification. And by reason of that, a whole heap of innuendo and basically presumptions to the form and sort of a vexed and sort of invective became part of it, because it was a highly sensitive topic. It was whether a piece of legislation from this place went beyond the initial remit of what it was intended to do, which is Priya's bill, is look after people who've had a stillbirth or had traumatic circumstances where their child has died, and did it actually go into the place of involving also late-term abortions. Now, the reason those questions are asked in the chamber, the reason is because we can't get answers. We'd never proceed to a place like here if we could actually get the answer, but we can't. And what we have to deal with is the juxtaposition of people with completely different views, all contacting our office. Now, the reason FOI is so important is that we need to be able to, for the behalf of the Australian people, get to the bottom of issues when there's a deliberate evasiveness of governments, whether it's us, whether it's them, to not provide that information. They don't provide that information because it protects a purpose that is unbeknownst to us, but obviously is there. FOIs have a whole range of nuisances, but they are essential. We've heard about issues where they're vexatious, frivolous, harassing, repetitive. I get all that. But sometimes the price of us having a transparent democracy is to deal with those impediments, or at least go to the process of a proper inquiry, a proper Senate inquiry, so we can facilitate a better outcome than one that is foisted on us here at the moment. When governments become too powerful, they immediately start to cover their tracks. And this is the sign of a government that is becoming too powerful, that is managing to act basically without question. If you want to see the tenor of the authenticity of a government that is not scared of the truth, then you will never get a better place than Question Time. Question Time, where in answer to what is an obvious question, we get the most classic example of obfuscation, of belittling, of theatre, but never an answer. And when people see that on television and say, that is the approach of government to a question that has been asked, and whether you like it or not, I had the right to watch on Question Time, and they never answered it, and then you have an earnest view of a government that says, look, we've also got to go into FOI laws because, we're well-meaning and, we'd never do anything wrong, then of course people say, but I watch you every day. I watch you every day and you don't answer questions. Why do you make it harder for us? Journalists, the fourth estate. A democracy does not work without the fourth estate. And knowing one journalist very well, my wife, they rely on FOIs because their job is to convey to the wider community the truth and the realities of what is happening in this building. Now, once you get rid of FOIs, you shut down the capacity for the Australian people to graze on the truth. Then they have to graze on suspicions, they have to graze on innuendo, they have to graze on rumour, because you cannot get to the truth. Now, it was Pulitzer who said, "There is not a crime, there is not a dodge, there is not a trick, there is not a swindle, there is not a vice which does not live by secrecy." And the great thing about democracies, and which differentiates us from socialist states, communist states, North Korea, Russia, China, take your pick, Vietnam, is that we believe in the transparency of the actions of the government, and they are beholden, and our judgment on them is by us getting a free flow of information back for the assessment of their character and for the assessment of their efficacy. And that's on all range of issues, And what we're seeing here is sort of a corralling, well, you'll get the information for that, but you won't get it for this, because we've deemed that you shouldn't get access to that information. That is a very dangerous thing to do. Now, I want to take you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to an area which is very close to my heart, which this is so evident. There is the thing. Capacity investment schemes. They are apparently, for some unknown, they're a secret agreement. Where proponents, billionaires, domestic billionaires, and foreign companies, such as Petros and BP, get paid a secret amount by the government to build an intermittent power precinct, which I call swindle factories. So we hear that it's up to 18%. That's a lot of money. So they build $1 billion swindle factory, they get 18%, an equivalent return of about 18%, $180 million a year. And here's the clicker. They don't have to produce an electron. It's underwritten. 90% of the returns is underwritten by the taxpayer. Now, I want to get to the bottom of this. I really do. This is the taxpayer's money, and it's the pensioner's pain. But we can't get it because it's hidden. It's secret. It's a secret. So you go to the budget papers and think, well, I'd have to find it here because this is an authentic demonstration of how the taxpayers' money is being spent. And you go to the budget papers and it's NFP, not for publication. Now, in the meantime, you're thinking, this sounds like it sounds like a swindle, a massive rort, where people can get this massive return if they just invest the most expensive capital they can possibly get their hands on every square inch of land that's eligible. And that's precisely what's happening. That's exactly what is happening. So that's happening now, and we're going to put even further restrictions on it. I mean, if the government was straightforward and transparent and had nothing to worry about, when we ask for questions like, can you please deliver, you can redact the names, but just give us, how do these capacity investment schemes work? Like, give us the top 10 in returns. Take the names out. But just give us a bit of an understanding about where the taxpayers' money is going. But we won't get it. We won't get it. And other information, we've got information that's come out today. We're going to get 3 hours of free power in the middle of the day. Where did this come from? Who dreamt this up? Who was the model of it? Where did the modelling for this come from? There's no trick to this. It's not a case that if you're really wealthy and you can store it in the battery in the middle of the day, but you're really poor and you have to come home at night to cook your dinner and maybe get an air conditioner on, that, well, this person's going to pay an awful lot of money and this person gets it for free. Because one of the things they talked about was It'll help you charge your electric car. Well, guess who owns electric cars? Very wealthy people. Wealthy people own electric cars. Poor people own second-hand internal combustion engines. But, you know, so we have a right to know, like, where did you get this information from? But we can't. Now, this will be yet another thing. We have seen, I'll just listen just then to Matt Keane. Matt Keane. See, when you can't get the truth, then people can get away with anything. Matt Keane was just on television just then, said the majority of the globe, the majority of the GDP in the globe is heading towards net zero. That is not the truth. It is something that starts with L and rhymes with sty, like pigsty, but it's not the truth. I know that because I researched it. I know that China is not. China doesn't even have to think about it till 2030. Neither does India. America's out. United States of America's out, and other countries aren't in. But because he comes from a position of authority and he's on television, people say, "Well, it must be the truth." It's then the job of the Fourth Estate to go, hang on, I don't think that is the truth. I will go and investigate it. Investigative journalism, very, very important. I will go and investigate that. And I will convey back to the Australian people where the truth lies. But with what this does, rather than convey where the truth lies, it has lying imitating truth. And that is not what should be happening. So what we have to do with this bill is it should be stopped. At the very least, since you're honourable, truthful people, you should refer it to a joint committee. A joint committee so that you could bring forward what is probably very valid issues that you need to deal with, such as repetition, vexatiousness, harassment, swamping. You understand that? But actually come forward so that the whole of the Australian people can see that there was a bipartisan or maybe multifaceted approach to examination of this issue, which is absolutely fundamental to where a democracy goes, and then they would believe that there was more truth and veracity in what would be put forward in a bill subsequent to that report from that committee. But we have a partisan approach to a fundamental concept of democracy that has been put forward by a government which, God bless it, has massive numbers and is now exercising those numbers as to entrench their capacity to stay in government. Because they know that if they can stop you finding out the facts, then you cannot find the fault. And if you cannot find the fault, your default position when you vote is they must be going okay, because I haven't heard anything else. Well, that's a step, a big step away from how a democracy is supposed to work. So even now, when they were brought up, in the previous speaker mentioned about, it's the same as when Hawke was there. Well, just because it's the same doesn't mean it's wrong. It probably means it's been working. And what you have now with the capacity for the administration of these requests, and rather than the IQ going into how you just don't do them anymore, you could be looking at the things that are available to you, such as AI, and saying, how can we be more efficacious? How can we make these things happen quicker? If they request that, why don't we just get the information out to them? Create a portal that, with the premise of AI, they can just get the information. Because if you've got nothing to fear about the truth, then you should have nothing to fear about creating a mechanism that just gives you the information immediately. Also, now we've got this payment system in, sort of democracy for sale. What we'll do, and we've seen actual examples of this, where people, once more, trying to deal with the intermittent power precincts, trying to get information and having to pay hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars for basic information about the circumstances of what is happening to them in their community. And then being given email links. And then getting documents which are just totally redacted. Just redacted. Dear redaction. Redaction, 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 redaction. Yours sincerely, redaction. I mean, that's like, I don't know, it's Camp Chair. I don't know what that is. It's just a complete defrauding of the democratic process. This is something it should be. People have to really be concerned about the path that this goes onto. It might be say, oh well, it's innocuous at this point in time. Be really, really careful. Be really, really careful of going down this path of removing the access of people to know about their nation, because that's exactly what happens in the end. You are removing the capacity to know about your nation, and therefore you leave untethered the capacity for a government which is very powerful in numbers to do as it wishes. And the wishes of a government may be completely at odds with the wishes that are best for your nation.
Thank you. And I call the member for Button.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill before the House to reform the Freedom of Information Act, which is well overdue, necessary and grounded in one simple democratic principle: the public has the right to know. Freedom of information laws sit at the heart of a functioning democracy. They create transparency, they forward accountability, and they ensure that government at every level remembers who we serve, and that is the people. Now, I've had the opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to hear the member for England on his speech on this particular amendment bill. And I do want to quote something that he said tonight. He said, quote, "When a government becomes too powerful, it covers its track." He said, "When a government becomes too powerful, it covers its tracks." Now, Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to listen to advice from a member who was part of a previous government, a former government, that provided multiple secret ministerial portfolios for a former Prime Minister. For me, the transparency is not an abstract principle. It is a lived value that all Australians expect that governments of the day uphold. Before entering this House, I spent a decade working in employment and industrial relations law, and then in that role, I stood next to working people like nurses and electricians, people who relied on accurate information to stand up for their rights. I've seen firsthand that when transparency fails, working people lose power, and when systems become confusing, slow and quite difficult, it is everyday Australians who are going to be left behind. Deputy Speaker, FOI is no different. Access to government information empowers our communities. It builds trust. It gives people confidence that public institutions serve them, not themselves. Yet we must also be honest. The FOI framework as it stands today is not working as intended. Not for government, not for public servants, and certainly not for the public. When the FOI Act came into force over 40 years ago, the public service did not operate in the world we live in today. There was no email inbox overflow every morning. There were no digital archives holding decades of communications. There were no thousands of pages generated every week across government offices. Back then, the volume of public sector records and the pace at which information moved would have been unimaginable. Today, by contrast, the government receives over 34,000 FOI requests each year, and public departments and agencies spend more than 1 million hours processing them annually. And it comes at a cost. Last financial year alone, FOI processing cost government more than $86 million, a 23% increase on the year before, and more than double what it costs in 2010 to 11. That is taxpayers' money. That is public service time and capability, and that is not sustainable without reform. If we do not modernise this system, we will continue to choke it. We will continue to see delays. We will continue to see resources diverted away from public delivery and into administrative gridlock. And worst of all, genuine requests from the public, whether it be journalists, researchers, academics, community advocates, will be pushed to the back of the queue, crowded out by unreasonable or abusive demands. Deputy Speaker, we must protect FOI. But in order to protect FOI, we must also protect the integrity of the system that underpins it. We know that over recent years, FOI has increasingly been used as a tool for accountability, but as a tool for harassment or disruption. Public servants who simply turn up to do their job, to serve the community, have been subjected to abusive, threatening and excessive FOI requests designed not to seek truth, but to intimidate or distract. Agencies have been weighed down by overly broad or malicious requests that consume enormous time and resources without delivering public value. And as an employment lawyer and someone who's had the opportunity to work in operations as well at St Vincent de Paul, I understand the balancing of WHS operational challenges and protecting workers in their duties. It is paramount that government should be role models for balancing protections for workers as well as the accountability expectation from the community. And while government must always be accountable, no system should tolerate abuse of workers or of resources or of process. We are here to ensure transparency, not enable harassment. There has to be a balance. Accountability cannot come at the expense of safety or function. The reforms before us recognise this balance. They modernise the FOI system. They make it fairer, they make it clearer and more efficient. They restore the intention of the Act to provide access to information for those genuinely seeking it. Deputy Speaker, let me outline a couple of key features. First, it modernises how requests are made and processed. We live in a digital age. Our laws must meet this reality. Second, it ends anonymous FOI requests. Transparency cuts both ways. The public deserves transparency from government, and government deserves transparency about who is requesting sensitive information, particularly where national security may be at risk. Third, it ensures decision-makers have adequate time to handle complex requests so that responses are accurate the first time, instead of rushed or being flawed. Fourth, it introduces processing caps and the ability to change modest application fees for non-personal information with waivers for financial hardship. Almost every Australian jurisdiction currently has an initial FOI application fee. This is not about shutting the door on transparency like we hear from those across the chamber. It is about keeping the door open for genuine users by preventing the system from being overwhelmed. Fifth, it provides agencies the ability to manage vexatious requests without removing the applicant's right to make future FOI requests. This is proportionate. This is absolutely fair. Sixth, it clarifies legal ambiguities, especially following the full court's decision in Attorney General and Patrick case, ensuring conventions about cabinet confidentiality and transitions between governments are preserved. Ministerial deliberations must be protected. Cabinet confidentiality must be protected. Otherwise, collective responsibility, a core pillar of our Westminster system, begins to collapse. These reforms do not weaken accountability. They safeguard the integrity of decision-making while guaranteeing the public's legitimate right to information. Deputy Speaker, the FOI Act was created to shine a light on government, not to bury it under paper, not to threaten its workers, and not to compromise its ability to deliver services. This bill brings clarity where there has been a bit of confusion. It brings structure where there has been strain. And critically, it brings a balance that recognises both the rights of citizens and the responsibilities of government. We must never discourage scrutiny, and we must never shy away from transparency. But we must also ensure that the FOI remains a system for accountability, not attrition. I know members opposite may raise concerns about restriction, access or imposing barriers. I say this very clearly. A broken system serves nobody. These reforms give FOI longevity They ensure public access remains quite meaningful, and they ensure genuine requests are prioritised. And yes, they ensure public money and public time are used responsibly, not drained by a handful of abusive or extreme demands while journalists, community members and advocates wait months, sometimes years, to get an answer. Our commitment to transparency is not negotiable. Our commitment to accountable government is not negotiable. These reforms do not walk away from those commitments. They absolutely strengthen them, Deputy Speaker. They ensure FOI remains a tool for democracy, not a weapon against it. They ensure the system supports fairness, not frustration. And they honour the foundational principle that government information belongs to the people, it belongs to the public, it belongs to us as our Australians, and access to that information must be real and reliable. Deputy Speaker, the strongest democracies are those that evolve, they recognise when systems strain, that adjust to modern realities with integrity and purpose, and this bill is not about closing doors. It's about keeping them open and functional for generations to come. And this Labor Albanese government and the FOI reforms are focused on delivering for Australian people. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Barton and I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, can I start by acknowledging the member for Barton and congratulate her election to the House, and that I actually don't doubt for one second that the spirit in which she's offered her remarks were well-intentioned and based on the trust that she has in this government. The problem is that that's not actually their practice. I understand when you're a member of the government, particularly when you're new and you want to feel that your government that you've been elected on a platform to support is trying to do the right thing. But, of course, as always occurs when, with all governments, is eventually their true face is revealed. And, of course, what we're seeing more and more with time is the dark face of the Albanese government as the mask slips, and the seemingly well-meaning Prime Minister who likes to have a beer at the pub, although he didn't actually like to do that, even though he actually did do that when he was claiming he wasn't doing that, but that's a whole separate issue in the lead-up to the 2022 election. I remember seeing him explicitly saying one thing in public and doing something completely different, but we'll leave that to one side. But what we've seen ever since then through the legislation that's put forward before this parliament is the mask is slipping, and we're increasingly seeing the contemptuous quiver of his lip at how dare you Australian people question me, as he periodically jaunts back in from overseas trips on his Air Force jet between visiting Dan Andrews in Victoria or going overseas and comes back from National People's Congress and thinks, that'd be a really good model to impose on the Parliament of Australia, where people just stand, applaud like trained eunuchs and don't ask or dare raise questions. And this legislation around freedom of information comfortably fits within that, because while the spirit of the speeches from the members of the Labor Party may be intended, anyone who submitted an FOI under this government, or more importantly, other Labor governments in the country, will know how much, on the surface of it, they talk integrity, they spin the idea that they're in favour of transparency, but in practice they weaponise and use it at every point to try and undermine access to information. And I'll give you a classic example of this. Recently, Deputy Speaker, I FOI'd the Department of Health many months ago, asking them information about an MRI machine at Sandringham Hospital. Sandringham Hospital, of course, being in the federal electorate of Goldstein. And I remember in 2017 when an MRI licence was secured for Sandringham Hospital. And it was secured, MRI was secured for the federal electorate of Goldstein when we were last in government. And many people said to me, why didn't you get one for the Sandringham Hospital? Why did you get it for Cabrini Hospital in Brighton? And the answer was, well, because Sandringham Hospital doesn't have an MRI machine. So it's not much use getting an MRI licence for a hospital that doesn't have an MRI machine you can use it on. So it was with fascination that during the lead-up to the last federal election, the former member for Goldstein was going out to the community boasting about how she got this magnificent MRI licence for Sandringham Hospital. And I thought, that's very odd, because as far as I'm aware, alfredhealth.gov.au, the website still says it doesn't have an MRI machine. So, of course, I have then dutifully gone to foi@health.gov.au. This is one of these mischievous FOIs, how dare people submit, and asked the basic questions. Well, could I have the advice that was given to the department at the time? Could you give me information reflecting what their decision-making, their pricing structures, whether this should be passed? And, of course, what did the research, what did the FOI documents actually show? It showed the department saying, actually, it's quite easy to calculate the cost of bringing forward the MRI licence for Sandringham Hospital because there's no MRI machine. So what they engaged in was a cruel health hoax that deliberately deceived the people of Goldstein to try and prop up the former member in the hope that they would then go on and get re-elected to help their own electoral fortunes and chances. So, yeah, does FOI have a place? Yes, it has a role to expose the deception and the dishonesty at the heart of this government and, of course, any government that seeks to abuse power. Not only that, the minister was specifically warned. But even worse than that, Deputy Speaker, the FOI went in many, many months ago. We waited and waited and waited and waited and waited and waited and waited for an answer. Do you know when they released the answer, Deputy Speaker? When they finally gave out the documents, Deputy Speaker. They finally gave out the documents on the Friday evening after the bureaucrats were forced to admit everything I just said before sent estimates. They weaponised and they abused freedom of information to hide information until they could hide it no longer. That is what Minister Butler does. That is what the Prime Minister does. They weaponise laws to shut down access to information from the people of Australia. So when you get a piece of legislation like we're getting with the Freedom of Information Amendment Act Bill 2025, what we know is the Attorney-General is trying to suffocate and silence what is left of the democracy in our country in terms of access to information. We know that she is trying to deceive the public, and they're using the most fantastical and farcical arguments to get there. The argument that is now being put forward by the Prime Minister is that we have to shut down the pathways for freedom of information for ordinary Australians because there might be things to do with national security that are covered. I'd hate to break it to you, Deputy Speaker, if you've ever read the FOI, you will know that it already excludes all of the information around national security. So they say the last resort of a scoundrel is to appeal to national security or patriotism. Well, this government is clearly full of those types of characters, because they have simply deceived the public in the hope that they can ram this through and impose their truth tax to shut down and silence information and to cap the volume of information that Australians can get out of it. And they ought to be ashamed of themselves, because they haven't consulted, they haven't engaged. There are so many different transparency organisations, anti-corruption organisations, of course the opposition, the crossbenchers, who are increasingly seeing the dark face of this government as well and seeing the mask slip when the Prime Minister gets up in question time, when he occasionally answers questions rather than just through a quiver of his lip shouting abuse back in response. They're starting to see the consequences of what happens when you have a government where the intoxication of power has gone to his head more than, let's just say, a few beers with removal of the excise. What we know is they're shutting down transparency and democratic accountability, and I gave an example just in the context of what's going on in a local hospital in the context of the federal electorate of Goldstein. They're imposing new fees and processing caps to try and silence and limit access to journalists so they won't be able to find out information. They're trying to minimise the capacity for people to be able to get information and silence whistleblowers and vulnerable applicants, because that's what we really need right now, Deputy Speaker. We need more pathways to silence whistleblowers. Why do you think that might be? Do you think it might be that at the moment we have whistleblowers who are standing up and calling out the CFMEU and their administration established by Minister Rishworth and calling out that corruption is actually getting worse under the current government's proposal? But their solution is to shut down whistleblowers, to silence dissent and challenge anybody who stands up and calls out corruption at the heart of this government, because they do not want these voices to be heard, because they know it's not just getting worse, but it's likely to continue to get worse under this regime. And, of course, they want to expand secrecy around cabinet advice, because apparently there's this explosion, Member for Grey, of cabinet advice. It's just around. They can go and pick it up from pieces of paper all around. It's all over the place. So they have to try and somehow minimise it. Cabinet advice isn't publicly available. The idea that they need to somehow constrain this further is farcical. But they are using it to try and expand it so that you can now have it where ministers walk through and say, well, it went through the Cabinet room, now it's Cabinet advice, you can't access it, to try and continue to silence and limit the amount of available information. And, of course, by putting on caps for the volume of information that you're able to secure and the processing times, of course, what a surprise. Do you think it's possible, Deputy Speaker, that they might turn around and simply say, I think it's going to take a while for us to process this information. In fact, in between my coffee break, going to the bathroom, lunch, and it's 5, or maybe we'll count it, it will just get longer and longer and longer, and all of a sudden, boom, we can't give that information, it's too long to process. Get real. The intention of this legislation is clear. The attempt of this government to silence and shut down public scrutiny is real. When you have a truth tax, when you have a silencing and limiting information, and you see the example of their conduct in other arenas from their CFMU administration, where the minister still takes advice from somebody who self-declares they're so tainted they can't sit on the national executive of the Labor Party, and she still holds that person as an advisor on the National Construction Industry Forum. And funnily enough, that minister is still blocking a public inquiry through the Senate into CFMU corruption, into the regime she has established. You're starting to see the cartel kickback circle of life. This is the problem, Deputy Speaker. This legislation, in theory, is designed to do what they claim it is, which is to simply administratively tidy up the law. In practice, it's a backdoor attack on our democracy, and it needs to be called out, because it will reward delay and dysfunction at every step of the way. It lacks public support. I've yet to find a single person outside of this Albanese government that supports it. No one's coming up to me in the street, Deputy Speaker, going, you know what, I really support how the government is shutting down freedom of information, Deputy Speaker. I think that's a wonderful thing. Not a single person said that. People have said the reverse. People have said, actually, I don't think this is a good idea. Journalists have certainly said the reverse, certainly members of the opposition, certainly members of the crossbench. In fact, certainly anybody who's actually thought about what this government is doing in their insidious agenda. It goes directly against the proposition this government came to office in saying they would somehow have integrity and be fulsome in providing information to the public. We all know that's just complete fantasy now. It was a proposition put at the time, but no one actually believes it. I don't think even they believe it themselves, to be fair, Deputy Speaker, but I wouldn't want to verbal them. They should just be shamed by their conduct. But more importantly, what it actually does is it damages public trust, because around this country, we have so many Australians who already have deep distrust of institutions, and the one surefire way to guarantee that is to shut them down and to limit the access and accountability that they have. To make it even harder for agencies to be held accountable, not just from the public, not just from the journalists, but from the ministers themselves, certainly from parliamentary processes. And if the minister and the members of opposite were so enthused and so enthralled by standing up for public scrutiny and accountability, the first thing they could do is start by saying that a lot of these rules simply shouldn't apply to those people elected to public office to hold the government specifically to account, and certainly to the journalists whose job it is to shine bright lights into very dark crevices. But let's face it, Deputy Speaker, nobody wants to know what's going on in the dark crevices of this government. We have increasing bureaucracy and legal complexity deliberately designed to obfuscate and to make it more complicated to be able to find information. And for what purpose, apart from the secrecy that this government seeks to impose? There is a better way, Deputy Speaker. We actually can conserve the existing laws. There is no national security threat, despite the pontificating of the Prime Minister, who's come back from overseas and, as I've said too often, is trying to find justifications to shut down accountability around this parliament and the government and the operations of the Commonwealth of Australia. We can have a better way. We can have laws that work, that enable access to information and give people access to the information they need to be able to hold this government to account. We don't need to indulge the fantasies of the Albanese government and those who willfully come into this chamber with the delusion of thinking they're doing the right thing when in fact they're actually entrenching the sort of corrupt governance system that they claim they're seeking to oppose. We have choices, Deputy Speaker, as a nation, about the type of country we want to be. And we want to be one which is focused on making sure there's transparency, accountability and decision-making, because it's important not just for the ministers but for the bureaucrats themselves that they understand that through the systems of government that there is accountability for their decision-making. Nobody should be embarrassed by the process of making decisions. It's about making sure they're properly informed, that they're properly respected, and of course that people have input into the processes of government. Because the right of every Australian is to be able to ask challenging and difficult questions to their government, because I'd hate to break it to the members of the government, the people have a government, it is not the other way around. Citizens have a government, it is not the other way around. We are not your serfs. Our job is not to comply. Your job is not to control the citizens of this country.
A division has been called for in that. Sorry. Goldstein, please continue.
And Deputy Speaker, it comes down to a simple proposition, which is we face choices. The choice is simple. I fundamentally believe that we should have legislation that improves this country and the governance framework that we have. That means we build out a better future for our children and our grandchildren, and we do not hand to them a state of silence as the Albanese government would like to achieve. We stand for a nation that is built on structures and protection of accountability, and that is making sure that we stop these types of bad laws.
Thank you. Sorry, that was a bit messy.
When the quorum line is showing, if we only suspend for division, we might lose quorum up here because members leave to attend the quorum call in the House, which is what's happened. So to sustain a quorum up here, we need you, and we need one on each side. Doesn't have to be a coalition. It needs to be one side. So that's what happens. So now we understand that it's like it's got to go. Yeah. So that's why I simply got up. Yeah, and I should have probably had it written down for you. But yeah, it's you just we're suspended because we've lost quorum, and the Federation Chamber will resume. I guess.
I call the member for Goldstein in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wasn't going to use my last 28 seconds, but since I'm still here, I couldn't resist the temptation, because that has just demonstrated exactly what happens. This Labor government has no interest in accountability. At every single point they have tried to shut down pathways, including in this chamber. I still remember at question time today when I got up to ask a question about the corruption at the heart of the CFMEU. The only thing the Prime Minister had to say was to shut down question time.
Thank the member for Goldstein, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Freedom of information is an essential part of any democracy. The public must have a clearly defined legal right to access information held by the government, and the process to access that information must be transparent and easy to use. Scrutiny, review, measurement, testing, debating of government actions and decisions — there are many words that can be used, but these things must be protected. Openness must be practiced, and public participation in that practice must be easily facilitated. Individual members of the public must also easily be able to access information about themselves that is held by the government, in order to have knowledge of what that information is, but also to be able to change it, to add to it or correct it as required. First and foremost, however, empowering the public to hold the government to account is fundamental. This openness and accessibility must, however, be balanced with a number of factors, including confidentiality and sensitivity of certain information, and balanced against the allocation of available resources to properly deal with requests for information made by the public. Vital to a healthy and well-functioning democracy, a fundamental aspect of the rule of law, crucial to ensuring government transparency and accountability, and essential to enabling the public to participate in and scrutinise government decision-making, this balance is part of a well-functioning freedom of information system. The Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 would amend the Freedom of Information Act of 1982 to improve the operation of the Freedom of Information framework through reducing system inefficiencies, providing clarity of the law and addressing abuse of process that impact on people's right to access information. Deputy Speaker, prior to being elected to federal parliament, I was a practising lawyer for 20 years and I held a number of different roles around the world and in Australia, in private practice and in-house for companies and also government business enterprises. In one of my more recent in-house roles before Parliament, the responsibility of addressing third-party freedom of information requests received from members of the public fell to me. So I can attest firsthand to just how complicated it can be to properly and fairly respond to a freedom of information request, particularly with respect to Section 47C and its coverage of material falling under the umbrella of deliberative processes, and also under Section 11B and its frankly currently inadequate description of the public interest disclosure test. Clarity in this respect was long overdue. In another recent role prior to Parliament, I was a partner in a law firm where we represented certain government clients. Clarity over what information qualifies for the Cabinet exemption is long overdue. I can also attest firsthand to the time that it takes to address freedom of information requests, which often, when I received them, amounted to nothing more than an exercise in exploration, usually off the back of an ill-informed soundbite floating around the internet. Sometimes it took weeks to respond to these sorts of requests because when you get one, you want to address it properly. It's not just a case of responding, it's a case of searching through reams and reams of electronic data in order to locate documentation that might possibly be responsive to an overly broad request, which is often lacking in any temporal limitation. The rate and volume of electronic records generated today by public sector agencies would have been almost unimaginable when the Freedom of Information Act was first introduced some 40 years ago. So, for legal practitioners and members of the public service who work tirelessly to advise on freedom of information legislation and respond to requests in the spirit of transparency and integrity, the amendments proposed by this bill will simplify matters considerably. The public will have greater clarity over what process by which they can make freedom of information requests, how they are dealt with, and greater clarity over what is exempt from disclosure and what is not, and most importantly, why that is so. Importantly, through the implementation of a small fee, which is already replicated across most state and territories in this country, the public will have it reinforced that freedom of information is critical, but it's also a two-way street. Governments should be held accountable, and the public should have access to information and the ability to easily request that information. But government resources, being time and taxpayer money, should not be tied up addressing vexatious and speculative freedom of information requests that have no basis other than in rumour, misinformation or innuendo. In terms of a critical feature of this bill, it will operate to clarify the public interest test as it relates to matter covered under the deliberative process. Section 47C of the Freedom of Information Act operates to provide that a document is conditionally exempt, not exempt but conditionally exempt, if its disclosure under the Act would disclose deliberative matter, which is matter in the nature of or relating to opinion, advice or recommendation obtained, prepared or recorded, or consultation or deliberation which has taken place in the course of or for the purposes, the deliberative processes involved in the functions of an agency or a minister of the Government of the Commonwealth. What ultimately happens to a Section 47C document is relevant to this three-stage process. So firstly, the decision-maker must be satisfied that the information in question does actually involve deliberative matter. Then the decision-maker must ascertain whether the information was obtained and the purpose for which it was prepared and how it has been documented or recorded. Was there a deliberative process involving the exercise of judgment and the weighing up and evaluation of competing arguments and considerations? Those are the first two stages. Then finally, the decision-maker must also be satisfied that the information relates to a deliberative function and that that function was or was intended to be exercised by an agency, a minister or the Commonwealth Government. It's not a free pass. The information must pass all three stages in order to determine that it is deliberative matter. And then, and only then, a conditional exemption from disclosure applies. That conditional exemption is then further examined. It's either crystallised or removed, subject to the public interest test, as set out in section 11B of the Act. This section applies for the purposes of working out whether access to a conditionally exempt document would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest. So currently, section 11B lists the factors that favour access, in other words, that favour access and the lifting of the conditional exemption. These include whether access to the document would do any of the following in order to promote the objects of the Act, to inform debate on a matter of public importance, to promote effective oversight of public expenditure, or allow a person to access his or her own personal information. And there are no proposed changes to this. Equally and very importantly, there are no proposed changes to section 11B subsection 4, which set out factors that are not to be taken into consideration in determining whether access to the document would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest. The first, and this is important as we have heard suggestions to the contrary today, the first matter that is not to be taken into account is whether access to the document could result in embarrassment to the Commonwealth Government or cause a loss of confidence in the Commonwealth Government. These things do not matter for the purpose of the Act. They are irrelevant in determining whether access to the document is in the public interest. This regime exists in the Act and it is not changing. Also irrelevant is whether access to the document could result in any person misinterpreting or misunderstanding the document, or whether the author of the document was or still is of high seniority in the agency to which the request for access to the document was made. Then the final factor that is irrelevant to the public interest consideration is whether access to the document could result in confusion or unnecessary debate. Article 11B, subsection 4 is critical. I encourage everyone to read it. It is remaining and is not proposed to be amended by this bill. The Act currently explains the factors in favour of disclosure and the factors that are irrelevant. What it does not do currently is set out the factors against disclosure. All this bill proposes to do is to clarify those actions. They include whether access would prejudice the frank or timely provision of advice to or by an agency or minister, whether it would prejudice the orderly and effective conduct of a government decision-making process. And the House will note that the list of those factors is neither extensive nor arbitrary, and they would apply in very limited circumstances. We've heard a lot today about the Cabinet exemption, which is also being amended to clarify its operation. Firstly, it will be amended to clarify that merely labelling a document as a Cabinet document is not enough to make it a Cabinet document. The amendments proposed by the bill in this respect ensure that information central to the Cabinet process is appropriately protected and ensure that the principle of collective ministerial responsibility is not undermined, noting that this principle is crucial to ensuring the full and frank debate can take place within Cabinet. The Act currently does not contain scope to apply the public interest test to the Cabinet exemption, and the bill does not propose to introduce this. So the public interest is implicit in the purpose of the exemption itself. We have heard today that it will be enough to mark a document as Cabinet to qualify for the exemption. This is not correct. There still remains a test for whether a Cabinet document is exempt, and that test is the substantive purpose test. In order to qualify for the exemption, the substantive purpose of the document must be for Cabinet processes. Simply labelling it a Cabinet submission on the face of the document does not make it qualify, and any suggestion to the contrary is incorrect. The amendments proposed by the bill also propose to improve transparency by removing the ability to make anonymous requests, together with the implementation of the reasonable fee, which importantly does not relate to requests that individual Australians make in relation to their own personal information. The requirement for an applicant to faithfully identify themselves. Again, this is designed to reduce the number of vexatious and ill-motivated requests that the Australian Public Service and other relevant third parties have had to spend countless hours and taxpayer money dealing with. It's also quite obviously very important for there to be transparency about who is asking for information. Risks to national security may arise if requesters can make requests for information anonymously, and national security risks can only be identified and managed with information. These changes do not inhibit the provision of information to those who have genuine reasons to access information. This is not changing. But the increase in freedom of information processing costs to agencies is increasing to unsustainable levels. In the 2023-2024 financial year, agencies spent $86.24 million and 1 million hours addressing 34,000 freedom of information requests, some of which were maliciously used to attempt to disrupt business or to make abusive, excessive or threatening contact with public servants. There are not inexhaustible government resources available to process large and complex requests or to have processed requests that are abusive to people and abuse government processes. The fee for access, which I again stress does not apply to personal information, is not, as been described, a truth tax. It's not that. It's designed to reduce the number of vexatious requests that are made each year and that detract from those with credible, genuine requests from having those requests addressed promptly. The bill, Deputy Speaker, provides important clarity to how and when information can be accessed. It addresses the oft-used abuses of process that impact on people's right to access information and demonstrates the importance of a highly functioning and transparent system of information access, balanced with an efficient and effective government and balanced with the public interest. And I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Sturt and I call the member for Riverina.
The Coalition opposes this bill, but I do want to make some remarks about the previous speaker, the member for Sturt's contribution. It was a thoughtful contribution, and I respect her as a lawyer. I absolutely admire some of the points that she put across from her experience in that law firm. And when she mentioned the vexatious and speculative freedom of information requests based on rumour, misinformation and innuendo, she was 100% right. The member for Sturt was absolutely spot on. And so thank you for those very wise words. Now, having said all that, you'd wonder why then I would say that we are opposing the bill, but we are. And I'll tell you why in the contribution that I will make. And I just wanted to hark on the facts that the member for Sturt put forward in relation to my 3 1/3 years in Cabinet, as the Deputy Prime Minister, as the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development. And at the time, I oversaw $110 billion rollout, $110,000 million of rollout of projects and programs and infrastructure across this nation. And they were heady times, and we got a lot done. Yet most of the FOI requests that came to my office and to the departments in that time were from the Labor Party. They were. They were generally from the chairs of committees, joint select committees, some of them yes, but chairs of committees. You could tell that sometimes, and I had the member for Grayndler as the infrastructure shadow. I had the member for Ballarat for some time, and rest assured you knew when stakeholder groups were being primed and prompted by those two formidable MPs, because you just it just jumped out at you off the page on the FOIs you received. And I had the department spend an inordinate amount of time going through the many FOI requests that were conspired and inspired from the Australian Labor Party. And not only did it cause a lot of time and angst, but it also chewed up a lot of considerable energy in my office. And you would ask the question, what would you rather have your public servants do? Should they be shuffling papers, doing FOI responses, or should they be getting on with developing programs and policies and project ideas that may build an even better nation? I know what I would prefer. I know what I would prefer. That's not to say that some of the FOI requests, as the member for Sturt quite articulately and eloquently described, aren't vexatious, because they are. And member for Clark, you would know this. I know you're very much in the to give whistleblowers all the protections that they need, and I very much respect the role that you have played in your 15 years of service to this parliament and to this nation. I do. I genuinely mean that. But this isn't just about whistleblowers. This is also about, as the member for Sturt said, getting through some of those voluminous in-trays of requests for FOIs, which, quite frankly, in many cases are a try-on, and they are. And I appreciate we've got new members here, Bass and Moore, and one day I hope you're ministers. I genuinely do. In a long way off. I hope we're back in Parliament, back in government in 2028. But you're both young, you've both got time, and when you are ministers, you will understand what I mean, because you do get a lot of requests, and a lot of those requests are just try-ons, usually from the other side of politics, or indeed, and I don't mind even mentioning this because I thought the Prime Minister gave such a good answer in question time the other day. I texted him, and he said that in some places, and I don't think I'm speaking out of school, but I'll say it, if he thinks I am, well, I'm sure he'll rap me on the knuckles, but in some instances it's becoming unworkable, because it's just bogging down government and bogging down the processes of government. And I didn't have, but the Prime Minister has, the crossbench. And the crossbench brings another level of and this is not a reflection on you, Chair. Please don't take it. I'm talking about the tools here. Please know that. Another level of requests, and in my next life, I will come back as a teal, because I want to be a pontificator and pious and perfect every time and every issue. I do want to be that person. At the moment, I just get complaints brought against me about from everybody on Facebook and Twitter and X. My goodness, X. Anyway, but the point I'm making is that transparency is important, but we also need to try to work through what is vexatious, what is just based on fallacies and fantasy from the internet, what is just political try-ons, and then what is a genuine attempt to uncover something that needs to be exposed, that needs to be absolutely out in the public domain. Now, I'm not so sure that placing a charge on this, as this Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 would have us do and have us believe, because it is, and this is where I'll differ from the member for Sturt, it is a tax on truth. And the difficulty that I have with that particular part of this legislation is that the people who would put these vexatious and speculative, to use the member for Sturt's words, FOIs in, have deep pockets, and very much bankrolled sometimes by organisations that would just waste the government's time. And people who are genuinely, some of those people who I know the member for Clark is passionate about, who perhaps would just want something to be exposed because they can see a wrong and they want it righted, don't have the deep pockets and don't have, quite frankly, the time and expense to go to as this legislation would put into law. Now, there is a lot to unpack in this legislation, but the difficulty that I have with it is that, and I am a former journalist, I'm a former newspaper editor, there is a public's right to know, and I think this is clamping down on that. I've also been the second in charge, sometimes acting as the person in charge of national security, and I know the sort of things that come across that table at times, and this is where you and I, a member for Clark, might disagree. You haven't been on that table, is that sometimes the public doesn't have a right to know until the 30 years has passed, when everything becomes obvious and made free, because you sometimes do have information that is a potential threat to this nation, and you don't want to have runs on banks and runs on panic and people quite frankly setting their hair on fire about something that won't happen but potentially could happen. And I've always believed that the government of the day, the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, have always had the nation's best interests at heart. I do, and I think that is why we should have, and again we'll agree to disagree. That's why I do believe that they should have the ability to send the nation to war, to send troops into action. They shouldn't have to come back to the Parliament, because could you imagine that sort of ability being held up by the Greens political party, and, but dare I say, by even the Teals, because the Teals are, quite frankly, often independents masquerading as Greens, or the other way around, Greens masquerading as independents, take your pick. And these are important discussions that we need to have as a parliament and as a nation. Now, the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill proposes to require FOI requests to be made with applicant identification, banning anonymous or pseudonymous requests. And there's two ways of looking at that. Sometimes people who are making those requests can't be in the public domain, and I get that for all manner of reasons. And I mean, this is drawing a long bow, but it is the point. I notice increasingly in even the football lists in the local park competitions that exist around my electorate, you'll get a lot of players who can't be identified because and they just appear as a private player on these lists with an asterisk after their name, even if they've kicked 5 goals or been best of field. That's in the men's and the women's footy competitions, because they don't want their former intimate partners or somebody else knowing who they are, where they live, where they're playing, what they're doing. And this is a part and parcel of modern society, and modern society has changed a lot from the days I was a newspaper editor, mainly through the 1990s. And the bill also introduces a discretionary 40-hour cap on processing FOI requests to limit agency workload. Yeah, good luck with that. I do know it does burden public servants when they do get these requests. What I wouldn't like to see is, as I said before, public servants having to share all the workload, having to do all the workload. They do enough already, and I've said in this place on any number of occasions, I admire the work that public servants do. I do. and I always want that to be known. They do a great job, often criticised. You'll often hear about the bloated bureaucracy and all the rest, but public servants do a mighty job for this nation and don't always get the credit they deserve. But sometimes they really have to be able to do the work the government requests of them, not just to file through FOIs. It allows the Australian Information Commissioner to review applications to agencies for reconsideration. There is, as I say, there's a lot of things in this bill which would improve efficiency. The charging of a fee disturbs me. It worries me. It really does. I do think that the actual bill ignores key recommendations from the 2023 Senate inquiry, and I often wonder why sometimes House of Representatives members sometimes scratch their head and wonder and worry about what the actual Senate gets up to. But the Senate inquiries play a really important part in improving legislation and in getting the answers to issues put to them. Now, particularly on in relation to ignoring the key recommendations, it's particularly on resourcing timeframes and cultural issues within the office of the Australian Information Commissioner. It does impose new barriers such as fees and the ban on anonymous requests that reduce access and discourages legitimate applicants. You can look at that either way. I know the Attorney-General and others have put a ruler over this, and they've really looked at this particular legislation, trying to jump ahead and see the unintended consequences, which aren't always obvious when governments put bills in. And I know that's why we have an amendment process, that's why we have Senate inquiries, and that's why sometimes we have to bring bills back and change them. Because sometimes the unintended consequences are worse than what the minister thinks as they're putting bills before the parliament. And even the bureaucrats just don't often realise everything that could evolve as a result of a bill going before the parliament and getting royal assent by the Governor-General. It expands the grounds for refusing information, especially through new broad exemptions on cabinet and deliberative processes. I have been on about this, about the cabinet. There has to be a certain amount of secrecy with cabinet. Pardon this, independent, might be just an idea to block your ears for a minute. Independents will never get that. They just won't, because they'll never be around the cabinet table. They'll always make a big song and dance when they go out in the public and go out in the media about the fact that they're running the show. Well, they're not. The cabinet does do the administrative hard yards for and on behalf of the government, for and on behalf of the parliament, for and on behalf of the people. That's the Westminster system. I applaud and admire that. It's served us well since 1901 and may it long continue. We can't have independents running the show. I mean, there are a rabble, the Teals only particularly. I'm glad you can't interject on me, Speaker, but I mean that in all good intended purpose, having sat around those cabinet tables. But this bill needs a lot of work and we don't agree.
The member's time has expired. And I thank the member for Riverina for his contribution and for his personal comment early in the speech about me. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I promise not to make any of the same comments about your contribution to this place. I rise to make my contribution to the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025. The Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 would amend the Freedom of Information Act 1982 to improve the operation of the Freedom of Information framework through reducing system inefficiencies, providing clarity of the law and addressing abuse of the processes that impact on a people's right to access information. The bill responds to recommendations from a number of previous reviews and inquiries that have made recommendations for reform of the Freedom of Information system. This includes the Freedom of Information Act 1982, the Australian Information Commissioner Act 2010 and from the 2013 Hawke Inquiry, but also makes amendments that go beyond recommendations of these reviews. The proposed amendments would amend Cabinet exemption to clarify its operation. This ensures that it operates to appropriately protect information central to the Cabinet process and ensure that the principle of the collective ministerial responsibility is not undermined. It would also amend the public interest test as it relates to deliberative processes, exemptions to clarify public interest factors which weigh against the disclosure of deliberative material. These factors will include prejudicing the frank or timely provision of advice to or by an agency or minister, or prejudicing the orderly and effective conduct of a government decision-making process. The bill provides for how the Act applies to documents of a minister where a minister ceases to hold office or moves to a new portfolio, responding to a 2024 judicial decision which introduced some uncertainty in this area. The bill will also clarify issues around the definition of what is a document of a minister and provide that agencies should not be required to conduct searches for official documents of a minister hosted on agency systems. The bill modernises aspects of the Act and clarifies the law in certain areas to ensure efficient management of freedom of information applications. Furthermore, efficient management of reviews and complaints by agencies and the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, and addresses duplicative and inefficient processes. The bill strengthens the ability of government agencies to deal with vexatious and abusive requests and protects employees from harm, including by removing the ability of applicants to make FOI requests anonymously. Additionally, it limits the circumstances in which agencies are required to release employee identifying information captured in Freedom of Information requests. The bill clarifies that information on agency or ministerial systems that concern personal or non-work-related matters of staff are not captured in the definition of a document of an agency. The bill extends the timeframe for agency decisions to reflect working days and consultation processes to ensure high-quality original decision-making. It also introduced a 40-hour processing time limit for FOI information requests. It creates a power in the Act to enable the introduction of application fees for Freedom of Information requests, internal agency reviews and IC reviews. The bill was designed in close consultation with government agencies and the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. This was following considerations of recommendations from the Independent Statutory Review of the FOI Act and the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee inquiry into the operation of the Commonwealth Freedom of Information laws in 2023. This bill builds upon existing regulation powers in the FOI Act. The Freedom of Information Act was established 40 years ago, before the advent of common use of electronic documents, communications and records in the workplace. The rate and volume of electronic records generated today by public sector agencies would have been unimaginable when the Freedom of Information Act was first introduced. The Freedom of Information processing cost to agencies has been steadily increasing over time. In 23-24, the FOI processing was conservatively estimated to cost agencies $86.24 million, a 23% increase on the year prior, and more than double the $36.32 million in 2010-2011. The government received over 34,000 requests for freedom of information in the 23-24 year and spent over 1 million hours dealing with freedom of information requests in the same year. Freedom of information requests are also being used in malicious ways to disrupt government operations and make contact with public servants in abusive, threatening and excessive ways. There are not inexhaustible government resources available to process large and complex requests or to have processed requests that are abusive to people and abusive to government processes. Providing access to information to those who genuinely are seeking it is inhibited by inefficient systems, process and a tolerance of abuse in the system. There is also a need to clarify the law following the full court decision of the Attorney-General of the Commonwealth versus Patrick 2024 FCFC A126, which raises complex issues in respect of requests to ministers and the established convention that deliberative documents of previous governments are not provided to an incoming government. The reforms are also intended to provide transparency about who is seeking access to information held by the Australian Government. This will help agencies understand where there might be involvement of foreign governments or foreign entities in a request and to appropriately manage any potential national security risks. Freedom of information is a vital feature of democracy, promoting accountability and transparency of government decision-making. The government will improve the freedom of information system so genuine freedom of information requests are prioritised. I commend the bill to the House.
And I thank the member for Werriwa. The question before the Federation Chamber is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It's 43 years since the initial Freedom of Information legislation was enacted in this place. It was at that time a significant achievement, a strengthening of our democratic process. Sadly, that achievement is undermined by the legislation which is now before the House. The FOI Act enshrines a right to access information. It protects individuals' rights by providing them with access to information held by the government about themselves, and it protects the public interest by providing transparency of government expenditure around government activity and government decision-making. Over time, we have seen a number of governments wanting to prioritise efficiency over transparency, but that's a concern for public integrity and it's a concern for the democratic process. Those concerns were noted by the now Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, when he said in 2009 that we need to reform our freedom of information laws so that they cannot be flouted by government. Indeed, prior to the 2022 election, the ALP said that the Labor intended to make government more open, more accountable. It said that they intended to strengthen freedom of information laws and to foster compliance with them throughout our government. But sadly, the bill now before the House reflects a government which is actively seeking to limit the public's access to information about its administration. The government was returned this year with a massive majority, and yet it lacks clarity of purpose, integrity of action and a real commitment to transparency and openness. Labor's proposed freedom of information changes are a direct reversal of the reforms that Labor itself introduced in 2009. One wonders what John Faulkner would think of them. It is true that the freedom of information system is experienced by most who engage with it as being slow and frustrating. Departments are under-resourced, and they often use unreasonable and unnecessarily obstructionist tactics, which result in frustrating delays and backlogs. As Crikey described this issue in its recent submission to the Senate inquiry on this bill, those tactics create a feeling of administrative torture so unfathomable as to be undemocratic. The government has claimed that it's being forced to address a flood of frivolous, vexation and AI-generated requests. Its response to these is to restrict FOI access to all Australians by prohibiting anonymous applications. Now, the rationale for these changes was the purported involvement of foreign actors, but the government has failed to provide evidence supporting those claims. The government claimed that foreign adversaries are using FOI to obtain information in a way which could be contrary to our national interest. But, Deputy Speaker, FOIs reveal information which should be public, and they cannot force the government to release anything that it would be inappropriate for the public to know. So, in the absence of any evidence that foreign actors are actually submitting vexatious inquiries, we have to suspect that this claim is speculative. The prohibition of anonymous applications could have a chilling impact on vulnerable individuals, potential whistleblowers and others who may fear retaliation for very legitimate reasons. The bill also reintroduces fees to lodge a request, excluding those for personal information. FOI application fees were abolished back in 2010, when the then Australian Information Commissioner, John McMillan, argued that this was a part of making public requests for documents, and that FOI requests should be a more routine and accepted part of the daily business of government agencies. In 2013, the Hawke Review explicitly recommended that application fees for FOI requests are not restored. The Attorney-General has failed to provide any good reason why this should happen. Again, these fees could block access to FOIs and to transparent government by the most vulnerable. They are an unjustified nuisance tax by what has become an arrogant administration. The bill also creates a means of refusal of requests for information, a practical refusal reason, to justify refusals if the work involved in processing the request is felt likely to substantially and unreasonably divert the resources of the agency from its other operations, or, in the case of a minister, would substantially and unreasonably interfere with performance of the minister's function. These are somewhat nebulous and undefined reasons for refusal, and they are clearly going to be open to abuse. Deputy Speaker, the Robodebt Royal Commission gave rise to grave concerns regarding abuse of Cabinet confidentiality exemptions. Robodebt was an unlawful scheme. It caused immeasurable injury. Its authors knew that that was the case, but they deliberately, dishonestly and immorally acted to conceal that knowledge. Robodebt Royal Commission found that documents related to Robodebt were deliberately marked Cabinet in confidence to ensure that they were not released. In her report around the matter, the Royal Commissioner noted that the deception at the heart of Robodebt would have been discovered much more quickly, much sooner, had those Cabinet documents had been available to the public and to the media through FOI. And she recommended that the relevant section of the FOI Act should be repealed, that the description of a document as a Cabinet document should no longer be, in and of itself, justification for maintaining the confidentiality of that document. She suggested that confidentiality should only be maintained over Cabinet documents or parts of Cabinet documents where it can be reasonably justified for an identifiable public interest reason. But instead, the Attorney-General proposes the very opposite. Instead of repealing the confidentiality exemption, this bill expands that exemption. No longer does a document have to be for the dominant purpose of going to Cabinet. It is enough that it is a substantial purpose. So documents which might be prepared to brief ministers on issues which might come up in Cabinet would be included, and consultants' reports and other attachments to Cabinet submissions. This, again, is directly in opposition to John Faulkner's establishment of the dominant purpose test in 2009. This administration is demonstrating regression on the standards set by previous Labor governments. But, Deputy Speaker, by far the most egregious part of this bill, the attempt to draw the curtains, turn off the light and hide behind the couch, is its insertion of a public interest test. This would allow ministers to block release of documents if they determine that such is not in the public interest. One basis for this test is suggested to be that such disclosure would or could be reasonably expected to prejudice the frank or timely discussion of matters or exchange of opinions between participants in deliberative processes of government. This clause reflects the claim that FOI can impede the ability of senior public servants to provide frank and fearless advice to ministers. Revisiting the past yet again, I invoke the 2013 Hawke Review, which agreed with the then former Commonwealth Ombudsman, John Wood, that officials should be happy to publicly defend any advice that they give to ministers, and that if they are not happy to do so, they should perhaps rethink that advice. Insertion of the public interest test at the same time that this government has expanded the capacity for national interest approvals via the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, presents the Australian public with the extraordinary possibility that this government could approve massive new fossil fuel projects or highly polluting critical minerals projects or rare earths mines, and then deny to the public any information or any rationale relating to the basis of those approvals. It is confounding that this government proposes to be so evasive and so circuitous. If the government's decisions are lawful, if they are sound, if they are based on the best possible advice, and if they are in the public interest, indeed, if they are in the national interest, why be so coy? Get out there and share it with the people. I put it to the government that concerns regarding frank, fearless and timely advice from public servants are not best addressed by increasing secrecy, that it should proactively publish information as is requested and needed by our constituents, that the principle of proactive disclosure underpins a confident and an effective democracy, and that a core democratic principle is accountability by the government to the people that it serves. On those grounds, I cannot support this legislation.
And I thank the member for I've had a memory block. The question for the House is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Moore.
Deputy Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025, a bill that brings one of our most important democratic laws into the modern age. At its heart, freedom of information, the FOI, is about trust. Governments act on behalf of the people, and the people have a right to see how those decisions are made. It's how citizens hold power to account, whether it's a pension decision, a visa application or a policy made in Canberra. When people see how government works, they are more likely to trust it. When they can't, suspicion fills the gap. The purpose of the FOI is simple, to put information and therefore power back into the hands of the public. But the FOI system we rely on today is not fit for purpose. It was built for a world of filing cabinets and fax machines, not for cloud services and automated data. The Freedom of Information Act 1982 was passed over 40 years ago. Back then, a big data problem meant someone had lost their floppy disk. The scale of modern government could not have been imagined. The Department of Home Affairs alone now holds nearly 1 billion records. Across government, agencies processed over 43,000 requests in 2023-2025, the highest number on record. The cost of handling them was almost $98 million, a 14% increase on the previous year, which itself had risen 23% the year before. Public servants spent more than 1 million hours on FOI work. That's 1 million hours not spent improving schools, hospitals or community safety. And yet, despite all that effort, delays keep growing. Applicants wait months, sometimes years, for information that should be routine. The system is creaking, is expensive, outdated and increasingly exploited by those who use FOI not to shed light but to throw shade. Freedom of information is meant to strengthen democracy, not be weaponised against it. But that is what has begun to happen. We now see automated bots generating hundreds of requests in a single day, coordinated campaigns designed to tie up staff and, regrettably, abusive behaviour directed at public servants. Some of those requests come from offshore. Others arrive under false names. In 2024, the E-Safety Commission received almost 600 automated FOI response requests in a short period, diverting an entire team for months. That's not transparency. That is sabotage of the system intended to serve the public. Agencies have also reported requests that expose staff to harassment, personal email addresses and phone numbers being published online. Transparency does not mean putting public servants in the firing line. It means accountability with civility, openness with safety. This bill modernises the FOI framework from top to bottom. It balances three objectives. to protect the rights of Australians who access government information, to protect the people who administer that right, and to make the system efficient and secure in the digital age. The amendments implement recommendations of the 2013 Hawke Review, respond to the 2023 Senate inquiry, and address issues exposed by the 2024 full court decision in Attorney General v Patrick. They also reflect advice from the national intelligence community and the Australian Public Service Commission about the growing risks of anonymous and automated requests. First, the bill gives agencies stronger tools to deal with vexatious, repetitive and abusive requests. It empowers agencies to refuse requests made in bad faith or designed to harass staff, while preserving the applicant's right to seek review through the Information Commissioner. It removes the ability to lodge anonymous or pseudonymous FOI claims. Applicants must identify themselves and, if acting for someone else, declare that fact.
I'd ask the member for Indi to keep the noise down a little.
This closes a major security gap. Anonymous requests have been used by foreign actors to test government systems and gather data that can be pieced together for intelligence purposes. It also stops those who hide behind fake names to issue threats or abuse to public servants. The bill introduces new protections for employee identifying information, ensuring that personal details like names and direct emails are not automatically released unless disclosure is genuinely in the public interest. Senior executive officers remain subject to scrutiny, but junior staff who carry out decisions rather than make them will no longer have their personal details spread online. Transparency must never come at the cost of personal safety. Second, the bill brings the FOI into the digital era. It modernises how requests, reviews and complaints are handled, allowing electronic forms, online submission and clear communication with applicants. It gives the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, the OAIC, flexibility to manage matters digitally rather than through outdated paper processes. It allows agencies to continue accessing requests even when statutory timelines have elapsed, ending the stop-start paralysis that currently occurs when a deadline is missed. And it moves from calendar days to working days, aligning the Act with modern administrative practice. These are practical, common-sense updates, the kind any efficient organisation would make. Third, the bill restores the balance by introducing a 40-hour processing time cap on individual requests. This means one request cannot consume hundreds of staff hours while others wait indefinitely. Applicants whose requests exceed that cap can narrow the scope, discuss priorities or appeal. The cap is not a barrier. It is a safeguard to ensure the system serves everyone, not just the loudest voice. But the bill also allows modest application fees for non-personal information with waivers for financial hardship. Access to one's own records, such as Medicare or a Centrelink file, remain free. Charging a small fee for large or commercial requests helps manage costs and discourages speculative or automated bulk lodgements. Fourth, this bill resolves several grey areas that have fuelled confusion and litigation. It clarifies what constitutes a cabinet document, reinforcing the confidentiality that underpins collective ministerial responsibility. It redefines the deliberative process exemption, providing clearer guidance on what internal advice should remain confidential to protect the integrity of decision-making. It ensures that documents belonging to a former minister can be appropriately handled when portfolios change, addressing the uncertainty identified in Patrick. And it confirms that material stored on government systems that relates purely to a public servant's private affairs, a family email, for instance, is not a document of an agency. These clarifications save time, reduce disputes and bring certainty to both applicants and agencies. The bill also strengthens the role of the Information Commissioner to ensure faster and more efficient reviews. It allows the Commissioner to remit matters back to agencies with directions for reconsideration that would achieve a quicker, better outcome. It permits reviews to be resolved by agreement between parties without the need for formal written decisions every time. and it limits automatic party status in reviews to the applicant and the respondent, while allowing others to apply if genuinely affected. These measures let the OAIC focus on resolution, not red tape. The Objects Clause of the FOI Act is being rewritten for the first time in 4 decades. It will now expressly recognise that while openness is fundamental, it must operate as far as possible, consistently with the protection of private interests and the effective operation of government. That balance has always existed in practice. Now it will be clear in law. These reforms have been carefully tested against Australia's international human rights obligations. They promote the right to privacy under Article 17 of the ICCPR by limiting the unnecessary release of employee information. They support the right to freedom of expression under Article 19 by keeping genuine public interest information accessible while protecting security and privacy. The application fee framework includes mandatory hardship waivers, ensuring no Australian is priced out of transparency. The opposition will say this bill limits access. It doesn't. It fixes a system that is collapsing under its own weight. A broken system is not transparency, it is bureaucracy. Under the previous government, delays grew, trust fell, and the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner was left under-resourced. They had 9 years to act and did nothing. When secrecy suited them, they kept the blinds drawn. We saw it with Robodebt, a scheme cloaked in denial and exposed only by a royal commission. This government is taking the opposite approach. We are fixing the system so that sunlight reaches where it should, efficiently, safely and fairly. Transparency is not an abstract concept. It matters in the communities we represent. It matters to the local journalist in Joondalup who lodges an FOI to see how a grant is delivered. It matters to a community group in Kingsley seeking information about housing programs. It matters to small business owners in Currumbine needing clarity on licensing or tender processes. It matters to advocates in Edgewater and Belden helping families with disability or aged care services. And it matters to pensioners in Woodvale waiting for a Centrelink file. A modern FOI serves all of them, people who simply want answers from the government. This bill complements the broader integrity framework of this government. The National Anti-Corruption Commission, Public Interest Disclosure Reforms and the APS Integrity Task Force. It reflects a belief that integrity and efficiency go hand in hand. The amendments reduce duplication between agencies and the OAIC, so public resources are spent on outcomes, not process. The results will be faster, fewer disputes and better service for applicants. The reforms will deliver modest net savings through administrative efficiencies, but their real value is institutional, restoring confidence in a framework that has lost both speed and credibility. They ensure FOI officers can do their job without fear of harassment and reaffirm that transparency and respect for staff can coexist. Some governments hide from scrutiny because they fear it. This government welcomes it because we learn from it. We know sunlight makes systems stronger. We want citizens to ask questions and for answers to come quickly, clearly and safely. The amendments in this bill do not weaken scrutiny, they make scrutiny work. They give Australians confidence that their right to know is respected and the system administering that right is robust and humane. Labor has always strengthened democratic institutions. We introduced the Freedom of Information Act in 1982, the 2010 Reform Act and the Independent Information Commissioner. We established the National Archives and the Public Interest Disclosure Scheme. This bill continues in that tradition, ensuring that Australians can trust both the government that serves them and the systems that hold it accountable. In a world of misinformation and deepfakes, the antidote to credible information is from credible institutions. A functional FOI system helps deliver that. It shows that the state does not fear transparency and that truth does not wait for a whistleblower or a leak. It shows that the machinery of government can adapt to the technology of the times, and it shows that we can both be open and secure, transparent and accountable without being naive about the risk. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about trust, balance and modernisation. It brings a 40-year-old law in line with contemporary practice. It protects the public service, empowers genuine applicants and restores the integrity of the FOI framework. It ensures that freedom of information remains exactly that, freedom with purpose, not freedom with boundaries. Because openness without order breeds chaos, and bureaucracy without openness breeds cynicism. The amendments in this bill strike the right balance between the two. They make the system fairer, faster and safer, and they will help rebuild confidence in government decision-making, the confidence that comes when Australians know they can see it for themselves. This is reform about good government, not politics. It will outlast this parliament, as all good legislation should. Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
And I thank the member for Moore. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Indi.
Well, I thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I apologise for my noisiness earlier. I rise today to speak on the Freedom of Information Bill 2025, and frankly, I felt like the member for Moore was looking me deep in the eye here and trying to convince me of the greatness of this piece of legislation. And I'm sorry to tell him this is not a bill that I'd wish to try to defend. And while the aspirations he speaks to are honourable, this bill simply does not deliver them. Deputy Speaker, the right to access government information is an indispensable feature of our democracy. It's a key check and balance on the executive, on the public service, and it's a protection against bad government. It's living proof of the demos in democracy, meaning the people. In Australia, the government should not sit above the people, but with them. So I was rather amused at that explanation of the changing of the objectives of this Act, because it simply isn't true. Our freedom of information system is underpinned by the belief that every citizen, every member of our community, has a right to access information about the decisions that governments make. To trade this away is to trade away a great Australian democratic pillar, as important as compulsory voting or the Independent Electoral Commission. And we don't have to look far to see what can happen when governments, even those elected democratically, begin to wind back and dismantle democratic institutions. Now, of course, there are genuine limitations to the right to access government documents, limitations that are clearly laid out in the existing FOI Act, limitations that many say go too far. The Australian Press Council points out that the broadly defined exemptions for cabinet documents, deliberative processes, national security and commercial in confidence have historically been applied far beyond their original intent. The reality is that most FOI documents contain significant redactions, sometimes comprising the majority of the document, and that's if the document is released at all. In recent years, for the first time ever, the number of FOI requests refused was higher than the number of requests fully granted. In the past 10 years, the refusal rate has doubled. FOI expert Maria O'Sullivan from Deakin University notes that while there is real need for reform of the FOI Act, this bill, and I quote, severely threatens government transparency and is not the way to do it. Because, unfortunately, there is more bad than good in this bill. Using some much-needed and important reforms as cover, this government seeks to implement sweeping restrictions and carve-outs under the guise of modernisation. It shifts the entire purpose of the FOI system from pro-disclosure to, well, maybe disclosure. Passed unamended, this bill would represent a significant retrogression of transparency and accountability in Australia's federal system of government. It would be a direct repudiation of the Australian voters' wishes. They didn't vote for secrecy, they voted for transparency. This bill has no friends outside the walls of government. It should be abandoned, frankly. It is desperate. And honestly, it was dateless until it popped its way onto the notice paper and weasels its way into the Federation Chamber today. So I'll now explain what the bill does and why I'm so concerned about it. The government has said that its intention is to modernise the Freedom of Information framework, reduce system inefficiency, address abuses of process and clarify the operation of certain provisions and exemptions. This bill makes around 30 amendments. Several are uncontroversial and will simply streamline certain processes for the benefit of both the government and the public, and I have no argument with some of these positive changes, including clarifying that personal information of public servants is not FOIable other than in certain circumstances, preventing concurrent agency and information commissioner reviews of FOI refusals, fine, more clearly defining what frameworks, timeframes, relate to working days only, expanding the powers of the Information Commissioner to delegate decisions while ensuring important decisions continue to be made by the Commissioner or senior officers, clarifying that when a minister ceases to hold that ministerial office, the relevant agency can handle future FOI requests relating to the minister's time in office. I welcome these changes and recognise that the FOI system, like all systems, needs to remain fit for purpose. When I'm assessing legislation, Deputy Speaker, I look for the good, but I ask key questions. Firstly, what is the problem we're trying to solve here? What is the change we are trying to make? Secondly, I ask whether the proposed legislative response is an appropriate response to that challenge. I ask, will it actually fix the problem? And thirdly, I ask whether the proposed legislation is good governance. Is it ethical? Is it fair? And will it have unintended consequences on some groups of people? So unfortunately, I find that despite some positive measures, key parts of this bill fail on all three of those questions. This bill will not deliver on its goal and will instead make the FOI system more secretive, harder to access, and will shift more government decision-making out of the public line of sight. Rather than addressing abuses of process, it could in fact lead to more abuses of process, not by people making requests for information, but by government agencies and departments. Firstly, the bill changes the purposes of the entire FOI Act. It shifts the FOI system from one that is pro-disclosure to one that balances disclosure against the interests of government, departments and ministers. Now, this is highly concerning and has been widely criticised by organisations such as the Human Rights Law Centre. The Law Council of Australia says that the alteration to the objects of the FOI Act alters the presumptive right to information, replacing that with a discretion that promotes economic factors into decision-making. The Centre for Public Integrity says that this bill takes the Australian freedom of information regime in a more secret direction. Well, second is the proposal to prohibit anonymous requests, which are vital for investigative journalists or whistleblowers seeking to reveal government malfeasance. The government says that it must ban anonymous requests to stop the deluge of requests being made by bots, foreign actors and trolls. Well, if this really were the case, I would be more inclined to agree. But here's the rub. The government hasn't provided evidence of persistent spam or malicious requests. All it can provide is a handful of cherry-picked examples. Now, if the government insists on such a drastic and draconian reform to the FOI system, surely it must provide the evidence base, and it simply hasn't. Now, I have no doubt that there are vexatious applicants, and indeed there will be serial spammers. New provisions in the bill to deal with vexatious and frivolous requests appear sufficient to deal with troublemakers in a more limited and restrained way. It's why I can't support an unjustified move to remove every Australian's right to make an anonymous request, and the chilling effect this would have on investigative public interest journalism in this country, something that so many of us deeply rely on. Similarly, provisions to create application fees appear to be nothing more than a new barrier to access. Fee for access is contrary to the right to access information, and it's likely to cost more to administer than it will ever raise in revenue. The government points to state and territory frameworks that charge fees, but this simply isn't a sufficient reason. A fee system will simply create new barriers for people with little disposable income to access the FOI system and make it more likely that they will decide against accessing or pursuing information. Provisions for financial hardship and exemptions for personal information make a bad measure slightly less bad, but the fact remains that this government has made no compelling argument on why fees are actually necessary in the first place. But, Deputy Speaker, perhaps the most egregious changes are those to Cabinet document exemptions. Already, it's incredibly difficult to access any document that has gone anywhere near the Cabinet room. Government often fights tooth and nail in the courts to fight against release of these documents. But now they want to go further, making it virtually impossible to know how and why Cabinet ministers are making the most important decisions affecting our country. Under this bill, anything considered or even simply noted in the Cabinet process will be exempt, rather than the previous definition that refers specifically to deliberation and decision-making. This is very, very concerning. Similarly, to be exempt under this bill, a document need only have the substantive purpose of informing a minister in relation to an issue to be considered by Cabinet. So this means, remarkably, that a document need not actually go to Cabinet, but simply inform a minister in relation to an issue the Cabinet will consider. It's frankly hard to imagine anything this couldn't include. This will make Cabinet documents even more secretive, directly contravening the recommendations of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. Just today, the Centre for Public Integrity said that it is misleading to suggest that this bill simply clarifies the existing Cabinet exemptions. In contrast, it's the accepted legal view of the Australian Law Council and others that these amendments will substantially broaden the Cabinet exemption in highly concerning ways. And for a government that said never again to robo-debt, this certainly doesn't inspire confidence. Now, I'm not convinced that this bill can be reformed. So deep and broad are the issues that I, along with many of my parliamentary colleagues, the community and civil society, have raised. However, I always seek to come to this place not only with problems but with solutions, so I sought to look at this bill and to make some good faith suggestions to improve it. Several sections simply can't be fixed, and I've suggested they be repealed in their entirety. I hope members of the coalition, who seem to be saying they're not in favour of this bill either, I hope that they would support these amendments. I've moved amendments to repeal the section that creates application fees for FOR requests. As I previously stated, the government has failed to make the case for why these amendments are necessary, and it has not sufficiently justified that application fees won't deter many people from making an application in the first place. I've also circulated amendments to repeal Parts 1 and 2 of Schedule 7. Part 1 would enable decision-makers to refuse a request when it would be clearly exempt under the relevant section of the Act. No need to check whether it's actually an exempt document. Simply believing it would be exempt will be enough to refuse a request. Now, I know this name is triggering for the government, but I'm going to say it anyway. As former Senator Rex Patrick said, these provisions are ripe for misuse, and I agree. While you can appeal, most people will simply give up. Part 2 expands Cabinet exemptions. I seek to repeal this section entirely, and as I said before, this contradicts a key recommendation of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission and would reinforce a culture of Cabinet secrecy that allowed robo-debt to persist for so long. While these exemptions remain, there is no chance that I can support this bill. Deputy Speaker, the government has said this bill would be debated in future sitting weeks. It wasn't on the original program and only appeared last night. As I said, up until then it was desperate and frankly dateless, but it appeared as an item of business for today here in the Federation Chamber. These changes are so significant that really this debate should be happening in the House of Representatives, where all eyes are on it. So, in summary, I will not be supporting this bill, and I implore the government, withdraw it. I call on all good and fair-minded members of the government to ask whether this is really a bill they can support, whether this is a bill that their constituents would support. Is this a bill you can defend? Is this a bill you can be proud of? When we return to our communities this weekend, what will we say when asked how we voted on a proposal to make government more secretive and less accountable to the Australian people?
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Freedom of information is one of the key pillars of a democracy. It should ensure that people have access to information they need to understand the decisions and actions of their government. Australia has a proud history as a world leader in freedom of information, having introduced a comprehensive federal FOI scheme in 1982 as part of the new administrative law reforms, and then undertaking a major overhaul of the scheme in 2010 under the leadership of Senator John Faulkner to promote a greater culture of disclosure. Unfortunately, this bill does not continue this leadership. This bill reduces government transparency, takes our public services in a more secretive direction. Both of these outcomes would undermine our democracy. And here we are with the bill having been relegated to the Federation Chamber by a government who clearly wants to ram these changes through without adequate time for scrutiny and consideration and without the level of debate they deserve. Certainly, Australia's FOI system needs an overhaul. You'd be hard-pressed to find someone that disagrees with that. Indeed, in December 2023, the Senate Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs described the system as broken and unfit for purpose. In July this year, the Centre for Public Integrity released analysis of the operation of the FOI system. It revealed a system that is under-resourced, riddled with delays and concerning indications of abuse of exemptions. And the Australia Institute has found that only 21% of financial year 2023 FOI requests were granted in full, compared to 81% in 2006. Whereas the average request once took 13 hours to determine in 2006 and 2007, it now takes 51 hours in 2023-24. In other words, the government employs 4 public servants to do what only took 1 public servant under the Howard government. Clearly, the system needs fixing. But the government's bill takes the system in the wrong direction. Under the guise of responding to alleged abuse of the system by technology, the government is attempting to fundamentally shift the FOI culture away from disclosure, undermining many of the important reforms introduced in 2010. The government has framed this bill as a crackdown on abusive and frivolous FOIs. But where is the evidence of this abuse by technology? Requests for the government's evidence for these proposed freedom of information request restrictions have repeatedly gone unanswered. During Senate estimates, the Attorney-General's Department was unable to produce any material evidence of malicious actors or automated requests. And in response to an order for the production of documents in the Senate requesting evidence of claims of that vexatious requests under the Freedom of Information Act 1982, are being generated by artificial intelligence and other non-human actors, the Attorney-General provided 2 US media reports and a list of talking points. This is hardly conclusive evidence. Among the bill's most concerning features are these: the expansion of the Cabinet document exemption, the expansion of the deliberative processes exemption through the addition of a list of factors against giving access, the reintroduction of application fees for FOI requests, and the removal of the ability for an FOI applicant to remain anonymous or use a pseudonym. First, I want to turn to the expansion of the absolute exemption for Cabinet confidentiality. This is an existing exemption that we know governments rely on to resist applications. Indeed, the government relied on Cabinet confidentiality to refuse to deliver the Senate the documents that provide evidence of the vexatious and AI-generated application that it claims it is responding to in this bill. Just recently, I had my own FOI request for the final report from the review of the public sector board appointments processes denied on the basis of Cabinet confidentiality. And this bill will broaden that exemption. It proposes that a document will be exempt if a substantial purpose for its preparation was submission for consideration by the Cabinet.
This will effectively broaden the amount of material able to be denied. The government is expanding this exemption despite the Royal Commission into Robodebt finding that cabinet secrecy enabled the abuse of power to continue. Specifically, the Commission found that while the minister failed to meet his responsibility to properly inform Cabinet, it was senior public servants who provided advice to Cabinet that did not contain a reference to the concerns regarding income averaging and the need for legislative change. In relation to the Cabinet exemption, the Commissioner, Honourable Catherine Holmes AC, did not merely recommend tinkering with the exemption, she recommended its complete repeal, saying the government should end the blanket approach to confidentiality of Cabinet documents. To give effect to this, Section 34 of the FOI Act should be repealed. The wide range of class and conditional exemptions in the FOI Act is sufficient to protect the public interest in relation to public documents. She continued, the mere fact that a document is a Cabinet document should not, by itself, be regarded as justifying maintenance of its secrecy. But what we have here, under cover of the Robodebt Royal Commission, is the government extending the Cabinet document exemption and extending it to briefing documents, summaries, or any reference to the contents of a document to which an exemption applies. A massive expansion of this exemption. Next, the bill expands the conditional exemption for documents that would reveal the deliberative process of government. It does this by adding a new list of factors against giving access in addition to the current factors favouring access and irrelevant factors. This list of factors against giving access to a document in the public interest includes whether giving access to the document would or could reasonably be expected to have any of the following effects, including prejudicing the orderly and effective conduct of a government decision-making processes. In the words of former Public Service Commissioner Andrew Podger, this could be used to refuse access to almost any document. In expanding the deliberative process exemption, the government is relying on the 2015 Shergold Review and the 2019 Thodey Review that included anecdotes from public servants that their advice is chilled by the possibility of disclosure under the FOI regime and recommended the widening of the deliberative process exemption. However, the chilling effect is far from conclusive. As Andrew Podger, the former Commissioner for the Public Service, has said, and I quote, other factors than the FOI are contributing to failures to provide frank and fearless advice. One clearly accepted by the Royal Commission is the process for appointing and terminating departmental secretaries and the role and appointment process of the APS Commissioner. He goes on to say, the FOI Act may be contributing, but the evidence is far from clear. More likely, it is pressure from ministers and ministerial advisers exaggerating the political dangers and a public service overly responsive to the government and failing to meet their obligations to also serve the Parliament and the Australian public. The Auditor-General, Carolee McLeish, too, recently highlighted the costs associated with lack of transparency in the public sector, stating, a lack of transparency means it's harder for people to understand government activity, to obtain information, to make important decisions and to participate in improving public life. It weakens accountability in a system that lacks other accountability mechanisms, such as market competition. A proactive approach to publishing much more information would reduce a lot of the administrative burden of FOI requests. Additionally, former Commissioner Podger has recommended that firm limits on political involvement would ensure a more appropriate system of rewards and penalties for senior public servants. It is not hard to imagine that this would allow a greater scope for the provision of frank and fearless advice. Next, this bill reintroduces application fields that were abolished in 2010 as part of the opening up of government and removes the ability to make anonymous requests. The government argues these changes are needed to deal with the volume of requests, particularly vexatious or AI-generated requests, but again, the evidence is minimal. If the government is asking the parliament to restrict democratic rights, at the very least it needs to produce evidence that would justify this. There is also no evidence that the government has considered alternative ways of addressing these matters that won't dissuade legitimate FOI applicants, particularly from poorer or more vulnerable applicants, including potential future whistleblowers. The government is worried about the chilling effect of FOI on government decision-makers, but shows no concern for the chilling effect of these amendments on legitimate applicants. As an example of the legislative process, the bill represents an affront to good lawmaking. There has been no proper consultation on such an important piece of legislation. The government itself admits it is relying on previous reviews, and in particular the Statutory FOI Act review conducted by Alan Hawke back in 2013, over a decade ago. The idea that we can modernise Australia's FOI system by relying on recommendations from a 2013 review is hard to believe, but worse, the government has cherry-picked the recommendations from that review. The primary recommendation of the 2013 review that it is now relying on to push through amendments was to undertake a comprehensive review of the FOI system. The government is also silent on the recommendations of both the 2015 Shergold Review and the 2019 Authority reviews into the public service, that further reviews be conducted into the FOI system. And what about the other recommendations in those reviews about strengthening the independence and culture of the public service, including, for instance, the Authority review recommendations to strengthen the processes of appointment and removal of departmental secretaries? They have conveniently failed to mention that the Hawke Review did not recommend expanding the deliberative processes exemption and expressly rejected the claim that FOI would chill the delivery of what is a legal obligation on public servants to give frank and fearless advice. Chair, Australia's FOI system is a pillar of our democracy. It certainly needs repair, but this bill is not fit for purpose, and I cannot in all good faith support it. The government should withdraw this bill and set up an independent, comprehensive review of the system that modernises it in a way that works for and not against our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise also to speak on the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025. When describing this bill, or what Labor's doing, I think I'd paraphrase a Pink Floyd song called Shine On You Crazy Diamond, and my paraphrasing would be, Labor is saying that we'll bask in the shadows of secrecy and concealment, riding on a clandestine dream. With this bill, the Albanese government is trying to dodge scrutiny, and the bill will normalise the use of fees for freedom of information, reducing transparency and accountability. And only last week we saw a perfect example of the government's love of secrecy. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy, under political and public pressure, finally released his incoming government brief. Now, this brief was heavily redacted. In some sections, page after page was completely blank. It was real Watergate-era stuff. Now, energy is a critical issue for Australia, and the Australian public deserves to know the truth about Labor's energy transition. They see the outcomes in higher energy bills, but they should also be told the truth about Labor's transition, how it is going, and what advice the Minister has received about the cost of energy being such a critical part of Australia's future prosperity. Instead, we get a briefing paper with massive information gaps, and this bill will make things worse. Under Labor, there's been a surge in FOI refusals. Non-disclosure agreements are used in consultations. The Senate orders for production of documents, and those orders are flouted. And the Prime Minister cut opposition staffing, making it harder to hold the government to account. And these changes have been rightly described as a truth tax. Firstly, there's a ban on anonymous requests. This bill prohibits anonymous FOI applications, requiring all applicants
to declare their identity, and this eliminates the ability for whistleblowers who may be in fear for various reasons, or vulnerable individuals to request documents without revealing themselves. There are also mandatory application fees. This bill introduces a fee for lodging an FOI request, except for those seeking their own personal information or waivers in cases of financial hardship. And critics, of which I am one, argue that this will deter both journalists and ordinary Australians from accessing information. It seems like we're entering a period of cash for transparency. Also, there's expanded agency powers to refuse requests. Agencies can gain broader powers to reject requests deemed vexatious, abusive or frivolous, including those considered an abusive process. And these powers may allow government departments to refuse more requests on subjective grounds. Now, I just go back to that, Deputy Speaker. Reject requests deemed vexatious, abusive, and I don't really have a problem with those two words, but frivolous. Now, what's the meaning of frivolous? The meaning of frivolous is not to have any sensible, serious purpose or value. Who decides what has serious purpose or value? There will be a 40-hour processing cap, so a discretionary limit is placed on time agencies must spend processing a request, allowing them to stop work once the cap is reached, even if disclosure is in the public interest. There's broader cabinet document exemptions. The bill changes the exemption for cabinet documents from those created or submitted for the dominant purpose of going to cabinet to those created for substantial purpose. And this widens the scope for withholding documents, and this may lead to even more claims of cabinet confidentiality. In this bill, Deputy Speaker, there will also be a stricter deliberative document test. So the amendments clarify and potentially narrow access to documents that relate to deliberative processes. Now, what does that mean? Well, it makes it easier to withhold records of internal discussions and advice. So this bill doesn't free up information, it just locks it up tighter. And in a submission to the 2023 inquiry into the operation of Commonwealth Freedom of Information laws conducted by the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee, the Law Council of Australia expressed a strong view that the transparency afforded to the FOI scheme through the FOI Act is critical to the effective operation of the administrative law system and, more broadly, to the integrity of Australia's democratic institutions. And what did the Law Council say about the bill? While welcoming efforts to streamline FOI processes and minimise misuse of these processes, the Law Council was of the view that, and I quote, "a number of the proposals in the bill extend beyond efficiency gain and weigh against the central objectives of the FOI Act." And I quote from the Law Council statement dated on October 3rd, "We suggest the bill includes several amendments which may have the effect of reducing transparency around government decision-making and hindering scrutiny of matters in the public interests, contrary to the obligations under the FOI Act to facilitate and promote access to information promptly and at the lowest cost." On balance, the Law Council recommends that the bill not be passed in its current form. The Law Council is opposed to those areas of the bill that have the tendency to undermine the core principles of FOI, implement barriers to the public accessing information, and enlarge the scope of exemptions. The Law Council aren't the only ones who have problems with this. The Centre for Public Integrity weighed in on the merits of the bill. Again, I quote from their public paper in their response to this bill, and I quote, "Australia's freedom of information laws are meant to be a guarantee of transparency, accountability and public trust in government. Yet the Centre for Public Integrity warns that the proposed Freedom of Information Act Amendment Bill 2025 risks taking Australia backwards. The bill weakens the FOI Act's pro-disclosure foundations by expanding cabinet and deliberative process exemptions introducing fees, removing anonymous applications. These changes would make it harder for journalists, parliamentarians and ordinary citizens to scrutinise government decisions and could silence the voices of vulnerable and marginalised applicants. Deputy Speaker, I think this government is not really interested in scrutiny, and I think that's got worse through its first term, and its conduct during the second term highlights that, with the reduction of the staff allocations to opposition, and the opposition, and indeed the crossbench, are all interested in holding the government to account in the interests of the people they represent in this parliament, and they need a fair application of staff to be able to do that, and for the Prime Minister and the government to come in and withdraw that staff hints to something very dangerous in the culture of the Albanese government. It's saying we don't want scrutiny. It's saying we don't want an effective opposition to be able to hold us to account. And I can't remember over the course of my life when I've had an interest in politics in another government behaving like this in relation to the fair allocation and the fair resourcing of opposition. I'll give you another example about the avoidance of debate. Today there was to be a matter of public importance debate. Now these things are important and because it gives members of the opposition, the coalition or the crossbench, the ability to raise matters of public importance, matters that are important to the people that they represent. I think it's a great opportunity. It's sort of 10 minutes and then 5 each. And it's a great opportunity, as I did last week, to be able to bring up the plight of some of the hard-working taxpayers in my electorate and what they go through, and why I think that the government sometimes wastes the tax that comes from their hard work. And then the government get to rebut and explain why they're doing what they're doing. And I think that's healthy. It's a good way for Parliament to be able to debate issues, not so much in the question time or what we're doing now, which is debating legislation, but a bit of back and forward. And I think the MPI is a good thing. Now, today, the government decided to suspend standing orders and effectively cancel the MPI. Now, the MPI was about, we were going to, all of us in the coalition were going to talk about the government's attitude and actions towards regional Australia. I think that would have been a really good debate. I think we were going to talk about energy. I think we were going to talk about taxation. I think we were going to talk about agriculture. But none of that got talked about because, if I might say in a very arrogant way, the government stood up and said, we are suspending standing orders and we are cancelling the MPI. Now, is that the way a government that's welcoming scrutiny and is prepared to defend its position behaves? I don't think so. Deputy Speaker, there are many Australians who are concerned about these changes. Trust in government has diminished. I came into this parliament in 2022, as did the member for Curtin, and the member for Monash came in the last election, 2025. I think we all came into this place because, we wanted to represent our people, and we're prepared to be authentic in the way that we do that. Now, if the government wants to be authentic, and the member for Monash and I hope to be in government one day, so we'll have to stand by what we've said today, but I'm prepared to do that. If the government wants to be authentic, if people want to be authentic in this place, then they've got to open themselves up to scrutiny. A good government's not afraid of scrutiny, Deputy Speaker, and this bill reduces transparency and creates more places to hide information. And we need more transparency, not less. And there are experts out there, and we agree with them, who suggest this bill will erode the foundations of freedom of information, and that is a backward step for Australia. I'll just finish, as some people do when they're debating things in relation to politics, with the words of an episode from Yes Minister. A good government opens itself up to transparency and open government. But in the words of Yes Minister, this seems to be the closed season for open government. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Freedom of information, or FOI, is a cornerstone of our democracy. It's how we hold government to account. But the FOI system has room for improvement. There are arguments to reduce disclosure of information. It creates a lot of work for the public service. Anecdotally, it's full of vexatious and voluminous requests. Public servants are increasingly reluctant to write things down for fear of having their documents FOI'd. This bill addresses these problems by reducing disclosure, expanding cabinet confidentiality, limiting anonymous requests, adding new grounds to reject applications and introducing application fees. But there are also reasons to increase disclosure. Requests can take far too long to be answered. The proportion of FOI requests granted in full has dropped from 59% in 2012 to just 25% in 2024. And there have been findings that the system is driving a culture of secrecy, a lack of ministerial engagement and inconsistent exemptions. Journalists and legal advocates report administrative torture with excessive redactions and delays that compromise public interest reporting. Now, these really crucial problems that require greater transparency are not addressed in this bill. And that's why every major review that's touched on the FOI system has called for a comprehensive, independent review of the whole FOI Act. And that's what we need before we make any significant changes. As we watch democratic institutions crumble in the United States, now is the time to safeguard our institutions of transparency and accountability, not undermine them. And I want to run through why the FOI system is important, the current problems with the system, why this bill is not the answer, and the arguments for an independent review. The FOI Act was introduced in 1982 with a clear purpose: to open up government, to shift the default from secrecy to transparency, to ensure that decisions made in the name of the public are visible to the public. And it's generally worked. Over the years, FOI requests have revealed waste, mismanagement and corruption. They've informed journalism, empowered whistleblowers and strengthened public debate. Perhaps the most powerful recent example is the Robodebt scandal. It was FOI requests that helped uncover the internal advice ignored by ministers. It was FOI that revealed the legal doubts raised by public servants. It was FOI that exposed the machinery of a program that caused immense harm to vulnerable Australians. Robodebt is one of the worst misuses of government power in decades. And without the FOI system, the details of Robodebt may never have come to light. This is the power of FOI. It ensures that the public can find out what the government's doing. It exposes corruption and waste. It allows the public to participate in government decision-making and exercise some powers as citizens. It's about ensuring that governments act in the public interest and are held to account when they don't. But the FOI system is broken. This is widely acknowledged. Given its purpose is transparency and accountability, some of the most worrying issues are about delays and secrecy. 25% of first instance FOI requests take more than a month and 10% take more than 3 months. And if you don't like that first instance decision about what's disclosed, the time it takes to have such a decision appealed has blown out to more than 15 months. In many instances, this could render the information out of date and irrelevant by the time it's obtained. The Royal Commission into the Robodebt scandal found that an FOI system with greater transparency would have uncovered problems much earlier and allowed for quicker resolution. As for secrecy, as well as the halving of full disclosures over the last 12 years, refusals have nearly doubled, from 12% to 23%. And this has become significantly worse under this government. In 22-23, for the first time on record, more FOI requests were refused than granted in full, defying the FOI Act's presumption in favour of disclosure. And when appealed, nearly half the decisions not to disclose are overturned. It's true that as well as these flaws in the timeliness and fullness of disclosure, the FOI system does also cause efficiency headaches for the public service. No doubt
there are vexatious and frivolous requests, although I have only heard anecdotal evidence of this. The 580 requests received by the eSafety team from a single entity must have been painful. But I've seen no data about what proportion of FOI requests are vexatious. The Minister has said that 3/4 of requests are from individuals seeking information about themselves, which are presumably less likely to be vexatious, and given that public interest journalists would make up a significant proportion of the remaining quarter, the vexatious proportion must be well under a quarter. The question is, what's an appropriate price to pay for transparency and accountability? We have the equivalent of 500 full-time public servants filling FOI requests. Is that too many in a public service with 213,000 people in it? That's 0.2% focused on public accountability. Now, I recognise that vexatious applicants may now be able to use AI to generate many and slightly varied requests, and this is a problem that needs to be considered, along with the many other ways AI will be used in both helpful and harmful ways. A second headache for the public service is the way the system might inhibit frank and fearless advice from public servants. The Shergold Review made this clear. Public servants are increasingly reluctant to write things down. They fear that their internal deliberations will be exposed, misinterpreted and politicised. That fear undermines good governance. It weakens the quality of advice and it erodes trust within the public service. Well, this bill proposes to deal with these problems by introducing an application fee for FOI requests, by expanding Cabinet confidentiality so that a document doesn't have to be produced if it was created for the substantial purpose of being presented to Cabinet, which is looser than the previous dominant purpose test, by amending the public interest test to introduce factors that weigh against disclosure, including if it may prejudice the frank or timely discussion of matters or exchange of opinions, by introducing a 40-hour processing cap on FOI requests, by introducing a pathway to reject vexatious or frivolous requests, by preventing applicants from being anonymous, and other amendments to clarify and streamline the FOI process. The government argues that many of these amendments are in line with recommendations made by a series of reviews over the past 12 years. My overarching concern, shared by much of civil society, is that these changes do not in any way address the problem of decreasing disclosure. In fact, they make it worse. There isn't even any evidence that these changes would solve the efficiency problems presented. The government claims that the changes are in line with recommendations from a series of reviews, but this is a half-truth. Some changes are aligned with recommendations, others are directly contradictory to recommendations. Most recommendations from previous reviews are not actioned at all by these changes. Perhaps unsurprisingly, almost all of the cherry-picked changes reduce transparency rather than increasing disclosure. The consultation process has involved government departments, which understandably have an interest in reducing workload and reducing the risk of embarrassing disclosures. Engagement with stakeholders who have an interest in greater transparency and accountability has been sorely lacking. After such a consultation process, it's no surprise that all the changes are in the direction of less transparency. There are significant concerns with many of the major changes of the bill, but I'll just pick out three. My biggest concern is about expanding Cabinet confidentiality. The government argues that this would allow public servants to feel freer to provide frank and fearless advice, but there doesn't seem to be any evidence that a substantial purpose test would provide any greater clarity to public servants than a dominant purpose test. And it's unclear whether this change will actually deal with the problem it tries to solve. At the same time, it's likely to significantly restrict disclosure of documents. It directly contradicts the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, which recommended removing the Cabinet exemption altogether. Now, if this had been done, the Robo-Debt scandal would have been uncovered much earlier and dealt with much more effectively. Some experts say frank and fearless advice will be enhanced through better tenure for public servants, not changes to FOI. My second concern is with preventing anonymous applicants. Now, the government argues that this will limit vexatious requests, but again, there's no evidence that bad faith actors would actually be deterred by having to fill out a first name and last name box. The change may have no impact on bad faith actors while deterring whistleblowers, government contractors and anyone else who wants to remain unknown from filing FOI requests. If your relationship with government is important to your business or personal life, you may be unwilling to file a genuine FOI request in your name for fear that it may negatively impact your relationship with government. And I wonder how many whistleblowers the government spoke to before deciding that anonymity was unnecessary. A third concern is the introduction of application charges. The government argues that this would prevent bad faith actors from introducing large volumes of vexatious and frivolous requests. It could, but it could also deter public interest journalism. The 2013 Hawke Review explicitly recommended no application fees. Keep in mind, this is the same review that the government repeatedly refers to for other changes proposed in the bill to show that the changes are in line with Hawke's recommendations. Had the government engaged with some of the journalists who use the FOI process to hold government to account, it would have heard more about the impact of fees on public accountability. So what's the path forward? Well, there's only one thing that all the previous reviews agree on: the 2013 Hawke Review, the 2015 Shergold Review, the 2019 Thodey Review, and the Senate and Legal Constitutional Affairs Committee inquiry in 2023 all call for a comprehensive independent review of the entire FOI Act. Now, it's important to note that none of those listed reviews performed a comprehensive review of the FOI system, so this would not be duplicative. Instead, every previous review that's at least partially looked at the FOI system has pointed out its complexity and importance and said that requires a comprehensive assessment. Now, this also demonstrates the limitations of the inquiry by the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee. While on paper referring this bill to a committee may tick the box, there are two problems with this approach. First, the committee is restricted to considering the bill rather than the FOI Act more broadly. So the committee inquiry may actually give the impression of an FOI review without considering the scope of issues identified by all previous reviews. And second, the government is again using its huge majority to push things through the House without proper consideration. The committee review will be too narrow, but better than nothing. Why not wait until the committee delivers its report before passing this bill through the House? How can you expect us to believe that you're operating in good faith if this bill passes through the House before we get to see the results of the inquiry? Putting the cart before the horse like this again makes a mockery of the role of Parliament. In theory, all members of the Parliament from all sides should be considering the available evidence, including the outcome of the inquiry, before deciding how they vote. Now, I've made a submission to this committee inquiry on behalf of my community, making the same points as I'm making now. But the committee will not consider my submission, along with all the others, until after the bill passes through the House. Instead of rushing this through the House and a Senate inquiry with an intentionally narrow mandate, we need a comprehensive independent review of the FOI Act and this bill, and that is why I am moving a second reader amendment circulated in my name for a comprehensive review. The comprehensive independent review should be linked to the fundamental purpose of the FOI system, based on the principle that we need to maximise transparency and efficiency for genuine and lawful FOI requests. Within this context, it should consider what changes could be made to improve the timeliness of FOI processing, including the OAIC appeals process, to limit exemptions to disclosure requirements to build greater trust in government decision-making, to deal with vexatious and frivolous requests, to consider the potential of AI both to improve FOI processing and how it may increase the volume of vexatious and frivolous requests, and ensure public servants feel safe to provide frank and fearless advice. This review must be broader than the proposed changes in the bill, and it must be done by independent experts, not representatives of the government who are focused on reducing the workload and reputational risk of the government. It also needs to provide significant opportunities for public feedback. We should not be making changes to this system without seeking the views of the public and the media who hold government to account. This review would build sufficient evidence to determine which changes would be the most effective in deterring vexatious and frivolous requests and protecting the ability of public servants to provide frank and fearless advice, while maximising transparency and efficiency for genuine FOI requests. When briefing us on this bill, the Attorney-General asked us to consider the bill in good faith, and I have. And now it's my turn to ask the Attorney-General to take my amendments in good faith. She knows how important the FOI system is to our system of democracy, so I urge her to refer this to a proper independent review that can look at both sides of the ledger, the arguments for and against greater secrecy, and fix our FOI system to rebuild trust in government.
Thank you. And is there someone to second the amendment?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in addressing my remarks on this bill, I want to go back some years to the dismissal of the Whitlam government, which next week will be 50 years, and revisit one of the crowning achievements of the subsequent Fraser Liberal government, because this bill was introduced in 1982, so 40 years ago, and there were a couple of key principles that really guided that, because, of course, Malcolm Fraser took over from a disastrous government. We had the Loans Affair, we had ministerial misconduct, we had Ministers Rex O'Connor and others who really diminished and dismantled public faith in Australia's system of government at that time. And in introducing the Freedom of Information Act, the Fraser government had the guiding purpose of allowing Australian citizens greater access to government information. The principle behind that was greater transparency, and it was a legacy that the Fraser Liberal government could be very, very proud of. And really, in the years since, it's been the pride of our democratic system in making sure that we do have accountability and transparency. And in making amendments in the way that the government have, and there's been some very fine, thoughtful, considered contributions on all sides of the chamber in addressing some of these concerns, but I really want to focus my remarks on a couple of things, because really one element of this is a truth tax, and the government, in trying to square up support for the set of fees that it's looking at introducing, is trying to say, well, look at state governments around Australia. You know, you've got Victoria, which this year brought in a $33 fee. You've got WA, which brought in a $30 fee. You've got South Australia, which brought in a $43 fee. There's no fees for the other states. But the federal government's proposing fees of up to nearly $60. And it is a truth tax, because there are many people in the Australian community that don't have the means or the resources to be able to pay those fees. And when you look at some of Australia's most award-winning, capable investigative journalists, journalists that have broken groundbreaking stories very clearly in the Australian national interest, investigative journalists like Nick McKenzie, Chris Masters, Adele Ferguson, on some of those groundbreaking stories, FOI requests, applications, and the information that they were able to glean from those requests really held up the foundation of some of those breaking stories. Now, we've heard national security being mentioned as one of the areas of needing reform through these amendments, but that's already dealt with. It's already dealt with, and I think to hide behind the cloak of national security, to hide behind the cloak of cabinet advice, there's already mechanisms for dealing with the protection, rightly so, of those areas. So that really is a flimsy argument in the context of amendments to this bill. We've seen a number of recent developments in the life and times of this government which are deeply, gravely concerning, and one recent example is the CFMEU and the way that the government has dealt with very serious allegations attached to the CFMEU of lawlessness, of intimidation and standover tactics, and bringing light to those issues have been investigative journalists. And freedom of information requests, applications are a fundamental part of supporting some of those things coming to the public arena. I think fundamentally these amendments have the capacity to really damage public trust, to shut people down, to not be able to keep government agencies accountable, which is very, very important. And we've heard, I suppose, a couple of arguments from the government. Some of those contributions have been thoughtful, but I fundamentally disagree with the arguments that have been put forward. One of them has been on the development and evolution of technology, like suddenly there's going to be reams and reams and reams of new applications coming forward that they're going to be vexatious, that the states have fees, that the applicants should no longer be able to be anonymous. Now, there are some very good examples. Most recently, there are some very good examples of why whistleblowers would want to choose to be able to lodge FOI applications anonymously. I think that's a fundamental tenet of the legacy that the Fraser government left in setting up the FOI framework and act and legislation. This government doesn't have a good story to tell on government transparency, and quite contrary to the arguments that have been put forward about reams and reams of vexatious, frivolous applications, actually we've seen plummeting rates. The rate of FOI requests granted in full has in fact fallen sharply from 59% in 2011-2012 to 25% in 2023-2024. We're also seeing a rising number of refusal rates. Now, one of the things that really concerns me about this bill is where applications can be refused because they're frivolous, they're deemed frivolous. My question would be, well, who deems them to be frivolous? The government or someone on behalf of the government may well deem them to be frivolous, but a whistleblower or someone acting in the public interest to expose a failing or a cover-up by an agency is not acting in a frivolous way. We've seen longer waiting times, though. We've seen the average wait time to process FOI requests increased significantly, with some sources reporting an average of 51 hours for a 2023-24 request compared to 13 hours in 2006-2007. And that, again, is government seeming to frustrate the process, to waylay the applicants in seeking the information that they have. And we've seen some very recent examples just earlier in October from Senate estimates, from national security to the cost of living, to health, to integrity. The Albanese Labor government is no friend of transparency, it's no friend of accountability, and they've made some very bad decisions focusing on some wrong priorities that have been brought to light through that Senate estimates process. And we have a very robust, very strong democratic system in Australia, and there are some fundamental tenets of that. One of them is the FOI process. The other is making sure that there is an opposition with the resources to be able to do its job properly. And of course, we've seen cuts to staffing arrangements from this government, which has impacted across the board in the ability of opposition to be able to hold the government to account, which is really important no matter who is in power, to make sure that the public interest is being served, that issues of concern are being raised in the parliament, that where there are policy failings, they are able to be prosecuted. This place should be, no matter which side you sit on, it should be a place where you can have a robust contest of ideas. That creates better policies. It creates a better policy process, and I think ultimately it strengthens public faith in our system of government. We've seen other cover-ups in recent months. The ISIS brides cover-up was only exposed through the estimates process. It may never have come to light because we had the Prime Minister denying any kind of form of supportive arrangements for the return of ISIS brides. That was, of course, in conflict to comments made by New South Wales Police, and those sort of things would only have come to light through a robust Senate estimates process. And my point in bringing it back to the FOI bill that we're reviewing is that I think there is a pattern of behaviour by this government where government accountability, government transparency is really, it's not just not a priority, it's something that this government and this Prime Minister particularly is trying very hard to push down. We've had the O chaos, and I'm a regional Australian, I'm a regional Victorian. I was dealing with a constituency group which I was speaking with a member for O'Connor about recently, about some people in my electorate. They can't access O when they need to. These are really important issues that should be brought front and centre to government attention. And I know the member for O'Connor is from a regional community himself, where we're just talking earlier about how important connectivity is for those regional communities. We come to this place from all parts of Australia seeking to raise issues of national importance, but also critical issues for our local community. We've seen the Prime Minister's Medicare mistruths exposed through Senate estimates. So there are some very important mechanisms in our parliamentary process to support transparency. Now, it's not every day of the week that I would agree with the Australia Institute. They do some very good work on important issues, however, and their latest FOI annual report has some alarming statistics. In the first 2 years of the Albanese government, there were 21,000 requests determined per year, the lowest since the Gillard government, determining half as many again, FOI requests, 34,000. When you're looking at the cost comparison, cost the Howard government $25 million to administer, and so trying to argue on cost isn't really an argument that stacks up. Now, the Australia Institute also reported that only 1 in 5 Australians, 21%, were very confident that Australia's FOI system gives Australians access to all the government information that they're entitled to. A further 29% are somewhat confident. 3 in 5 Australians, 62%, said 30 days should be the maximum anyone should have to wait before their FOI request is decided. 4 in 5 Australians, 79%, said 3 months should be the maximum anyone should have to wait before their FOI request is decided. It is really important that government information is seen as the right of every Australian citizen, but my concern is that ministers and senior public servants are not paying respect to this process, and in fact there's instances where they're abusing the process and deliberately delaying freedom of information requests. So, contrary to the government's claims about FOI generators generating thousands of requests by public servants 20 years ago, with many more FOI requests than under the Albanese government. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an issue of national concern. It's an issue of concern to many people in my electorate who have written to me expressing grave reservations that they have. And I'm very glad to be sitting on this side of the House raising concerns on behalf of my electorate.
Thank you. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Curtin has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the fact that this important legislation is being debated and discussed in this chamber rather than the main chamber, I feel is quite telling. It appears that the government is avoiding scrutiny on a bill which appears itself to be designed to avoid scrutiny of government. The Freedom of Information Act 1982 clearly requires updating. There's no doubt about that. It was written before the advent of modern technologies and that are now ubiquitous, such as the internet and artificial intelligence. The government argues that their bill achieves this by banning anonymous FOI requests, establishing a contemporary FOI framework, improving government agencies' ability to discourage vexatious, abusive and frivolous requests, clarifying existing exemptions, including expanding the scope of the Cabinet confidentiality exemption and the test for accessing deliberative documents, by providing clear processes for outgoing ministers to ensure FOI requests are appropriately processed and responded to, and providing for application fees with exemptions for people seeking their own personal information. Freedom of access to government information is enshrined in the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. The United Nations Human Rights Committee has stated that states parties should proactively put in the public domain government information on public interest. State parties should make every effort to ensure easy, prompt, effective and practical access to such information. Accordingly, the objectives of the FOI Act, including providing access for the Australian community to information held by the government by requiring agencies to publish information and provide for a right to access. It was intended to contribute to increase public participation in government process, better informed decision-making, increased scrutiny, discussion and comment on the review of government activities, and increasing recognition that information held by the government is a national resource to be managed for public purposes. The Law Council of Australia, in its 2023 review of the FOI Act, raised concerns that the Act's aims are undermined by endemic delays, under-resourcing and over-reliance of exemptions. The Office of the Australian Information Commission's 2021-2022 annual report showed that 30% of all FOI requests determined that year were not processed within the applicable statutory timeframe. Some agencies decided fewer than 50% of FOI requests within the statutory timeframes, and 19% of FOI requests were more than 90 days over the applicable statutory period. The Law Council recommended, among other things, that the OAIC should be properly resourced to finalise reviews in a timely manner and to help agencies build a culture of disclosure, and that agencies should be properly supported to carry out their obligations lawfully under the FOI Act. Contrary to this recommendation, the bill appears to instead attempt to correct the public expectation of easy, prompt and effective access to information. In part, this aims to address the agency's apparent fear that frank advice could be released to the public and cause embarrassment to the government. Robodebt demonstrates the terrible outcomes that can occur when journalists and the public are unable to easily access information under FOI. The ensuing Robodebt Royal Commission observed that the blanket Cabinet document exemption under the Act was being overused and recommended that it be repealed, not broadened in scope, as proposed under this bill. The government argues that the ministers and senior public servants will not be encouraged to provide frank and fearless advice unless protected by expanded Cabinet confidentiality. This sounds like a cultural problem with disclosure and is inconsistent with the aims of the Parliament when originally enacted the FOI Act. The bill continues in this vein. The proposal to ban anonymous FOI requests is said to be needed to address vexatious, abusive and frivolous requests due to the impacts of whistleblowers, for whom we know Australia's protections are completely inadequate. I propose that the government explore other means to achieve these objectives that would not have such a chilling effect on freedom of information in Australia. Alternatives could include requiring the use of technology such as capture to ensure that applicants are human rather than AI. You know, the ones where you've got to click all the bridges or click all of the cars. Now, I say this, but I note that it was reported departmental officials were unable to provide concrete examples of AI FOI applications when requested to do so in the other place.
Using the Information Commissioner's existing powers to declare a litigant vexatious in extreme cases of abuse of process, including harassing or intimidating an individual or agency employee, such that if all steps have been taken, they can prevent the person from exercising their rights under the FOI Act. In my view, all FOI applications should remain free or at an absolute nominal cost. I appreciate the government has stated its intention of applicants for seeking their own personal information, and that's around 72% of overall requests. That if the charging of a fee is intended to discourage bulk AI applications, as I said, $1 or $2 would likely have the same effect. But again, the government could not provide evidence in the other place that this was occurring and has decided instead to go to incredibly high fees, really the highest across the nation, from what we can see from the states. I don't think that that is the direction that we should be going. So while I support the need to modernise the FOI process to eliminate fake applications, if these are indeed occurring, we need to consider these amendments very carefully, and the goal must be to create transparency from government, not less transparency. I'm disappointed that I'm not going to be able to support this bill. It does not meet the objects of which this Act was designed. The government needs to go back to the drawing board and ensure the FOI regime shines sunlight where it is needed and provides the transparency and accountability which enables our democracy to thrive.
Is the amendment seconded? Oh, wait, sorry. The member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak against the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025, a fundamental attack on transparency, accountability and the public's right to know. It's disappointing the government is seeking to rush this through when the inquiry into the bill is ongoing until the 3rd of December, treating the parliament and the stakeholders who made submissions on this bill with utter contempt. This bill doesn't fix our broken FOI system, it'll make it worse in a number of ways. Labor has looked at a broken system and instead of trying to fix the creeping culture of secrecy in their own ranks, they're going after those trying to access government information. That tells you everything you need to know about this government's contempt for accountability. When governments hand out billions in fossil fuel subsidies while communities face climate catastrophe, FOI reveals the truth. When corporations dodge taxes while working families struggle, FOI uncovers the cosy relationships between big business and government. And when disasters like Robodebt destroy lives, it's FOI that brings the truth to light. Yet this bill does the exact opposite of what the Robodebt Royal Commission called for. It expands cabinet secrecy from dominant purpose to substantial purpose, which will hide even more documents from scrutiny. How dare this government invoke Robodebt, then introduce legislation that makes another Robodebt easier to hide? The Centre for Public Integrity has done crucial research exposing the flaws in this bill. They've shown how these changes fundamentally undermine the principle that government information belongs to the public, how it would put more barriers in place to accessing vital information. The Human Rights Law Centre has been equally clear, stating that this bill will make it harder for people to access information about the decisions that affect their lives and communities. By reinstating application fees and banning anonymous requests, Labor hits the most vulnerable hardest. Journalists will find their work shut down by arbitrary 40-hour caps. Whistleblowers can no longer make anonymous requests about government wrongdoing. Every single stakeholder opposes this bill. They're not asking for amendments, they're telling us it's too fundamentally broken to fix. The Greens want an FOI system that actually works. Faster processing, not arbitrary caps. Lower barriers, not reinstated fees. Stronger transparency, not expanded exemptions. Government information treated as public property because it is. It should be accessible to the people it belongs to. Labor must withdraw this bill. Listen to stakeholders, the crossbench, and Australians telling you that it is wrong. Start again with reforms that actually fix FOI. I urge all members to oppose this bill.
Are there any further speakers? We will suspend the Federation Chamber until further notice. I call the member for Clare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I will be opposing this bill. In terms of open, honest and transparent government, I believe that this bill is a regression. And in an age where citizens and the Australian public are crying out for more accountability and more openness from government, this bill takes us back. It's a backward step and really is a regression. If the opposition had introduced this legislation when they were in government, the Labor Party MPs would have been lining up to denounce it. There would have been an absolute outcry. And I'm very surprised that the government is actually taking these steps. There just isn't evidence that artificial intelligence bots are overwhelming the system. It has been said and suggested that this is happening, but I think the Australian public is yet to be convinced or is yet to see the evidence that this is actually happening. And I turn to other issues such as the exemption of documents that have been prepared for the now substantive purpose of going to Cabinet rather than the dominant purpose. And I think that is a real concern. All of that does is widen the pool of documents that can be withheld from the public. It just increases the class of documents that the public won't see and increases government secrecy. And it just basically weakens the test and is a way of holding back more government documents from public scrutiny. It weakens transparency and bolsters secrecy in decision-making, and I think that is a bad thing. It's also a direct conflict with the findings of the Robodebt Royal Commission report. And I note what others have said about this bill, and the Australian Lawyers Alliance, for example, says that changes in the bill move the balance too far away from openness towards secrecy. And I notice that the Centre for Public Integrity has described the bill, including the reintroduction of fees, as a retrograde step that winds back important developments in the public's right to know. The former Australian Public Service Commissioner, Andrew Podger, believes that the bill goes in the opposite direction to that pursued by former Senator John Faulkner and the former Prime Minister Bob Hawke, and would seriously erode access in important respects and make the legislation even more, not less, complicated and difficult to understand. Open Australia Foundation also strongly opposes the proposed amendments, which it considers will make it harder for the public to access information. And if you look at what the Australian Lawyers Alliance have said and many other organisations, it is clear that this bill does not have many friends outside of the government. In fact, it doesn't seem to have any friends outside the government. And, Deputy Speaker, I'm no friend of this bill either, and so on behalf of the Calare electorate, I'll be opposing it. We need to be promoting openness and transparency in government and decision-making, and this bill is a retrograde step. And for those reasons, I will not be supporting it. And I would urge other MPs who support openness and transparency in government and its decision-making to oppose this bill as well.
I call the member for Berowra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to speak this evening on the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025. This is an utterly friendless bill that showcases some of the worst abuses of the Albanese Labor government. It's a bill that's about self-interest and about secrecy. It's a bad bill and it's been brought on today at short notice. Well before the Senate committee that was asked to examine the bill had been given the chance to give its report, it's been rushed into the chamber. Why? Because when attempting to rush it through this House on Melbourne Cup Day, Labor knows it's backed a loser. A day when Australians are paying attention to one of the great national events rather than Labor's shenanigans in this place. They want to concentrate the pain at a time when most Australians are rejoicing in the Melbourne Cup. It's fitting that the government would pick this day, the day of the race that stops the nation, to attempt to sweep through legislation that would reduce their accountability to the Australian people. This is a government that doesn't like people seeing what they're doing. Let me go through what the bill does. I only get 15 minutes, so I don't intend to go chapter and verse into the problems with the bill, but I want to have a look at some of the wave tops, because as presently drafted it would take much longer to explain. So let's look at some of those key issues and run through those parts of the bill that are most offensive to ordinary, decent people who want to know what their government's up to. This bill is designed to do two things. First, it's designed to install barriers to make it harder so that people don't make requests for the information of their government. And it's designed to prevent the release of that information. That's made clear in each and every schedule to the bill. Let's talk about the most egregious examples first. Schedule 7 of the bill deals with cabinet exemptions. It includes some extraordinary powers. This bill allows efficient decision-making in relation to application of exemptions. What this means in practice is that the Albanese government can refuse searching for a document if it's apparent that the document would be an exempt document. There are some other extraordinary expansions in this exemption too. The Cabinet exemption no longer requires a document to be submitted to Cabinet or to be proposed to be submitted to Cabinet. And there's no longer a dominant purpose test. It's enough that a substantial purpose be considered by Cabinet. A document would now fall under the Cabinet exemption if it describes or refers to the contents of a document to which the Cabinet exemptions apply. And under this bill, the exemption no longer requires a document to be subjected to Cabinet deliberation or decision, only consideration of the Cabinet. You can imagine the scope for abuse by this already secretive government. It would be enough for an email to refer to a document considered by Cabinet for it to be beyond the scope of FOI. But that's not all. Schedule 7 of the bill also expands the deliberative process exemption by introducing new factors weighing against disclosure. This includes the prejudice to the frank and timely discussion on matters or exchange of opinions between participants in deliberative processes of government. It ties into an extraordinary claim that's been advanced by this government that public servants somehow are not giving frank and fearless advice because of the fear of freedom of information requests. This is an absurd and offensive proposition to the fine men and women of the Australian public service, and it's not supported by any evidence obtained through the committee process. In fact, at committee it was contradicted by all the public servants who, when they were asked, made clear that none of them engaged in self-censorship because of FOI. Let me say this, the public servants I've had the privilege of working with have always been absolutely professional. Let me turn to the barriers that have been built into this legislation. Of course, there's the government's truth tax in Schedule 6. This is a fee on applications. This will hit our news media organisations, in particular smaller and independent publications which run on the smell of an oily rag. And it's often necessary to make multiple applications or applications of multiple departments to generate a story. The potentially devastating impacts on investigative journalism were made clear through the committee inquiry. There's also the removal of anonymity of FOI applications in Schedule 2. It's clear that this is intended to be a barrier to applications. And let me make this clear. The government's suggestion that somehow this is necessary in order to deal with vexatious applications or with bots or with national security has not been substantiated. We will always listen to arguments about national security and remain open to being persuaded, but it's difficult to see how making it more difficult for people to ask for information from their government will improve national security, and we're yet to hear of any instance of a leak of national security classified information that can only be addressed by the measures in this bill. And that stands to reason, because once documents are released under FOI, they're public. The identity of the applicant is irrelevant to the national security risk. It doesn't matter who made the request, the information is then in the public domain. Any collection activity being undertaken by a malicious actor will be done regardless of the identity of the FOI applicant. Otherwise, we're yet to see any persuasive evidence of the FOI system being overwhelmed by AI bots, nor evidence that removal of anonymity will address this. This was extensively pursued in the committee process, and the fact that the legislation allows for a department to deal with a vexatious application and not just a vexatious applicant shows that the removal of anonymity is unnecessary. If you can deal with a vexatious application, you don't need the applicant's identity. Finally, let me make clear the point about excluding employee identifying information from disclosure in Schedule 2. This is currently the practice as we understand it. Employee identifying information is routinely omitted under Section 22 of the FOI Act, and no one is suggesting that we change the current practice. This bill is just one more in a very disturbing pattern of behaviour that's emerged since May 2022. There's a cancer eating away at the credibility of the Labor movement in this country, and it takes the form of a pervasive and malevolent addiction to secrecy. This is a government that always tries to limit and control the message. We saw it with the Misinformation and Disinformation Bill, and I'm sorry to say we're seeing it now again. This government's proposed reforms to the FOI Act seem to be the Misinformation and Disinformation Bill all over again. This is a government that wants to stifle what Australians will say and what Australians will see. This is a government that talked the big game on transparency before they came to power. This is a government that promised to be so much better. Prior to being elected, Mr Albanese promised the Australian people if they chose him and the Australian Labor Party and put them in office, he and his ministers would deliver transparency, integrity and accountability in everything they did. Those are the standards he told the Australian people he'd uphold, and he wanted them to judge him by those standards if he was elected Prime Minister of Australia. Transparency, integrity and accountability. And we now know these standards are not the standards the Albanese government and the ministers are holding themselves to. The former Attorney-General, the member for Isaacs, loved preaching about accountability and integrity, but his government did the exact opposite. These are the words of the member for Isaacs, and I quote, "Appropriate, prompt and proactive disclosure of government-held information informs community, increases participation and enhances decision-making. It builds trust and confidence, is required and permitted by law and improves efficiency." The point they made in opposition was that transparency actually promotes frank and fearless advice. What about Minister Watt when he was in opposition? He said, "We deserve answers and transparency." He said it's not negotiable and it should not be negotiable for the Prime Minister to comply with the standing orders and properly answer these questions. But hasn't Minister Watt changed his tune in government? And what about the Prime Minister? In the forward to the Code of Conduct signed personally by the Prime Minister, we get this type of sanctimony, and I quote, "Australians deserve good government. The Albanese government is committed to integrity, honesty and accountability, and ministers in my government, including assistant ministers, will observe standards of probity, governance and behaviour worthy of the Australian people." In making all the fanfare he did in relation to this Code of Conduct, at Clause 4, under responsibility and accountability, he says this, and I quote, "Ministers are required to provide an honest and comprehensive account of their exercise of public office and of the activities of the agencies within their portfolios, in response to any reasonable and bona fide inquiry by a Member of Parliament or a parliamentary committee." What have we seen instead? The tune is now very different. Instead of transparency, accountability and openness, we've seen a surge in FOI refusals. In the last quarter of last year, data held by the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, the watchdog overseeing the FOI system, revealed that the proportion of FOI requests being completely refused has shot up 27% in the December 2024 quarter, and it's only increased since then. By 31 March this year, the proportion of requests completely refused by government, according to its own OAIC dashboard, shot up by 31%. Meanwhile, this government presided over such a systematic maladministration of the FOI system that its own FOI Commissioner, Leo Hardiman KC, resigned his statutory appointment just 12 months into a 5-year term. As was widely reported at the time, he was routinely ignored within his own agency, and his very limited staff were being pointlessly diverted from FOI work. He gave comprehensive and damning criticisms of this government's approach when it comes to access to information. What's clear from the available evidence is that this government has been rejecting and ignoring ordinary requests for information on an industrial scale. We've also seen a government that extraordinarily made non-disclosure agreements a condition of participation. The member for Watson knows this well. We saw this secrecy in relation to his workplace relations changes, where Labor rammed through the wish list of its union paymasters. And they gagged the small businesses, the employers and the industry groups that were directly targeted. On issues around such fundamental questions as religious discrimination, all too often we were told by religious leaders that they were only being consulted on a confidential basis and weren't being given the full picture about proposed legislation. And then there's this from the Australian Council of Social Services, Cassandra Goldie, hardly an apologist for the Coalition, who told the Saturday paper that the use of legal gags had become routine, and I quote, "Broad non-disclosure agreements needlessly stifle meaningful consultation and contribution from community sector organisations and people who hold direct experience and expertise of policies and services. Non-disclosure agreements also have a chilling impact on community sector organisations. Community sector organisations or individuals may sign agreements in fear of losing funding or being cut out of the policy development process. Additionally, they may not bring through the breadth and depth of the expertise within their networks for fear of breaching an agreement." Now, the reason you ask someone to sign a legal gag and enforce it is to enforce it against them or lock them out of consultation. Can I say this government should hang its head in shame? What else have we seen from a government so addicted to secrecy as the Albanese government? This is a government that drafted secret manuals directing officials how to avoid answering questions in Senate estimates. They produced a document that was only exposed because of a leak called Approaches to Senate Estimates Questions on Notice asked of all or multiple agencies. It was circulated among agencies and the involvement of the Prime Minister's office is very murky. Rather than being responsive to this parliament, as officials are required to do, this is a manual that tries to direct public servants into not providing information to a House of this parliament. The depths to which they sink and try and refuse access to basic information is ridiculous. Let me give you an example. In answer to the basic question, has the department held any organised external retreats, the response that was suggested by the Albanese government is, quote, "The data requested is not captured centrally and obtaining it would be an unreasonable diversion of resources." In response to the question how many staff within the department have put in place agreements to work on the King's birthday or various other public holidays, it was suggested that public servants should respond as follows, quote, "Substitution arrangements for public holidays are locally managed and data on the number of employees who substitute a public holiday is not recorded centrally." In response to the question, has the department engaged any external companies or individuals to provide training or advice to officials on the preparation of Senate estimates, the answer that the government proposed to its officials was this: that is not centrally recorded. This is just 3 examples out of 18 pages of evasion, deception and obfuscation suggested by this government to avoid transparency. What else have we seen? This is a government that's repeatedly flouted orders for the production of documents. In fact, this government is now so egregious that the Senate has been forced into extraordinary procedural steps, like extending question time, just to ensure basic standards of transparency. The Centre for Public Integrity, again, hardly the mouthpiece of the Coalition, has made clear that compliance with Senate orders for production of documents has fallen to the lowest level since 1993. For a whole generation of Australians, no government has been worse than this one on actually producing documents for scrutiny. And the claims of public interest in immunity, a claim used to oppose the release of documents, have tripled under this government and are now being made every single week. We've seen the malicious and petty slashing of staff from all those in opposition and crossbenchers whose job it is to hold the government to account. This government broke with decades of bipartisanship to reduce the number of staff provided to those on the opposition and crossbenchers. We're not talking about electorate officers, we're talking about the staff whose role it is to be across the policy detail to hold government to account. It's an absurd and petty use of personal power designed to shy away from scrutiny. And that brings me to the proposals we've seen today. a continuation of a disturbing pattern of behaviour. At a time when transparency is at historic lows, this government wants to push through laws designed to further restrict access to information, to charge Australians for accessing documents. Now, I've previously said I'm pragmatic. I'll work with the government if there are sensible reforms in the national interest. But every Australian should be disturbed by a wholesale truth tax that will require Australians to pay to play to access information held by their government. A wholesale truth tax that requires Australians to pay to play on FOI sends a clear message. Labor believes information belongs to them, not the people. Labor's tried to defend this. They're yet to make a persuasive argument in relation to national security and bots. They're yet to present evidence about unreasonable diversions of resources. In any event, the FOI Act contains carve-outs for unreasonable diversions of resources. What has this government built? A culture of secrecy, an allergy to scrutiny, and a failure to stand by the standards they set themselves in opposition that they presented to the Australian people, and for that they stand condemned.
The member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a new Member of Parliament, I appreciate that laws have to be updated over time, but I was actually quite surprised by this bill because whilst the opposition and the government disagree on many things, I think the one thing we do share common ground on is our democracy and ensuring the strength of our democracy. And I certainly see freedom of information laws as a core tenet of Australia's democracy. It recognises that democracy is owned by the Australian people, not by governments, not by parliaments, and certainly not by unelected officials. It provides the right of the Australian people to access information that governments and bureaucrats use to make decisions for and on behalf of them. Information used to make these decisions is in large part not a proprietary asset of a minister, a government, a department or an official. Information is a public asset and one that must be available for the public to access. Now, I see our freedom of information laws as an assistance for any government to earn its social licence. And I've seen many governments struggle with the concept of social licence. Winning the last election did not give the Albanese government a social licence. You can't buy it. You have to earn it and then you work hard to own it. That requires accountability, requires transparency, requires honesty. It requires the fortitude and the maturity to highlight when you do good work, but most importantly, when you do bad. And on this count, can I say that having worked for the live export industry and seen year after year, government after government deny cattle producers, the transport operators, the monies that they are due for the malfeasance in office, the fact that the government continues, this government, a Labor government that made the decision that the courts have said was wrong, their failure year after year to pay producers for the pain and harm that they caused the industry. Social licence is earned when, well managed, the laws enable trust in government decision-making processes, enhancing the tacit approval for them to get on with the job of governing. Handled poorly, used to hide decisions, to create secrecy and oppose open government, it ensures that trust in government, in politics, in the institutions of government are undermined. And I think we all appreciate, as members of parliament, that support by the public for our institutions is absolutely critical, and particularly critical at the juncture we find ourselves in this nation. You don't earn a social licence doing what the public expects you to do, doing what the laws tell you to do. You earn it by doing what is not expected, by doing more than the law demands from you. I've seen, and I think I said in my first speech, the best and worst of government in the various positions that I've held in this place and in a state and territory parliament over my career. And I've seen the worst of government through freedom of information laws, working as a policy advisor in child protection to the then opposition leader in the Northern Territory. Now, I won't name the young girl who this case involved, but she sadly died in the hands of a child protection system that failed her in the worst possible ways. This case, and in fact others, would not have come to light but for the FOI process. Now, the opposition at the time pursued the government to release information when the case came to public attention. The government refused time and time again, and the only way to get to the truth was to use freedom of information laws. Even then, when the government's hands were tied and the laws forced them to release information, and I can remember this very clearly, page after page after page was blacked out, redacted across many important documents. But the opposition persevered with the information that they were able to ascertain and to pressure the government into making improvements to child protection in the Northern Territory that were ultimately implemented. Unfortunately, they were made far too late for this little girl, but hopefully the laws did protect others. I raise this case only to show that FOI laws in this country must ensure they serve the people and they serve the truth. They should not be used to hide uncomfortable inconveniences for ministers, governments or bureaucrats. FOI should not be seen by bureaucrats or governments or ministers as an attempt to second-guess their decisions, but to demonstrate that governments and bureaucrats are doing the job they are entrusted to do. Now, given today is Melbourne Cup Day, and given the winner, with this bill, the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025, I think it certainly feels to me, and certainly to others, that the government is giving an up yours to the Australian people. I don't say that lightly, but I'm just expressing a feeling. And I hope, hope that is certainly not the intention with this bill. We are certainly starting to see the government's true colours, the true nature, the unmasking of what the Albanese government is about. The fact that the government has even brought on this bill and this debate, and the manner in which it seeks to do so, shows a level of arrogance about how it is prepared to ignore due procedure and the processes of this parliament. We're seeing it with this bill. We're certainly seeing it with the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Bill, a bill that comes to some 1,400 pages, 7 pieces of legislation that are very important. And not on a partisan, I want to make a comment that isn't intended in any way to be partisan, because this is an important piece of legislation. I was an advisor, I was fisheries advisor in this building when the coalition introduced this bill. I remember the time that was taken across multiple portfolios to consider the legislation, to engage with stakeholders and to ensure that the bill responded to the concerns that people had. We're not given that opportunity with that bill, and we're certainly not given it with this bill. The fact the government has even brought on this bill and this debate and the manner in which it seeks to is incredibly disappointing. It wasn't even meant to be debated this week. It's not on the draft forward program, and the fact that the government has brought on this bill for debate now demonstrates the government is looking for a distraction and will try to ram this bill through, even though this bill has few real friends. The Coalition opposes it, the crossbench opposes it, all stakeholders, apart from the bureaucrats, oppose this bill. Now, the bill was referred to the Senate Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee on 4 September this year. Submissions closed on the 1st of October, although I understand that submissions are still being received and considered by the committee. And the reporting date is not due until 3 December 2025. So again, the government is continuing to abuse parliamentary processes, again disappointing for democracy in this country. The fact that we're debating this bill before the Senate has even written its report is a travesty and, I hasten to say, a result of an excess of hubris. The bill, the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025, proposes to require FOI requests to be made with applicant identification, thereby banning anonymous requests. Introduces a discretionary 40-hour cap on processing FOI requests, thereby allowing agencies to stop searching once a result and a request is too difficult. Enable application fees to be charged for some FOI requests and reviews. Expand exemptions, especially around cabinet and deliberative documents, thereby making refusals easier. Clarify that FOI responses can be provided by successor ministers or agencies if the original respondent leaves office, and extends decision timeframes from 30 calendar days to 30 working days, delaying responses. The government claims it will modernise the FOI framework and improve efficiency. Well, as I've just described, in reality, it weakens the public's right to know, entrenches an attitude of secrecy and reduces transparency. Now, the Coalition will oppose the bill. As I said, it was introduced without proper consultation. The government rushed the bill, ignoring the 2023 Senate FOI inquiry and without advancing credible national security reasons. We'll always listen to arguments about national security and remain open to being persuaded, but it is hard to see how making it more difficult for people to ask for information from their government will improve national security, and we are yet to hear any instance of a leak of national security classified information that can only be addressed by the measures in this bill. And the bill undermines transparency and democratic accountability. It moves FOI from a presumption of openness to a presumption of control. Australians will see only announcements, never the debates, never the deliberations that led to them. It creates a truth tax by imposing application fees and processing caps. Australians will have to pay for access to information that belongs to them. It silences whistleblowers and vulnerable applicants, and it expands secrecy around cabinet and advice. It rewards delay and dysfunction. It lacks public support. Every major integrity and transparency body has condemned this bill. It contradicts Labor's own integrity pledges. Labor promised transparency, but it has delivered secrecy, non-disclosure agreements, secret estimates manuals and document refusals have become the norm. It damages public trust. Secrecy undermines democracy and prevents Australians from forming informed opinions about their government. It will do nothing. It will do nothing for government. Put aside who is in government, it will do nothing for government, the idea of government to earn the social licence I spoke of earlier. And it increases bureaucracy and legal complexity. New thresholds, exemptions and caps will lead to more disputes, more appeals and less transparency. The Coalition will engage constructively on the bill, including with crossbench amendments that seek to improve transparency, such as considering removal of the most restrictive provisions in Schedules 2, 3, 6, 7 and 8. The bill is currently the subject of a committee inquiry, which I've said is due to report in early December, and given the complexity of the proposed changes and their impact, the Coalition will continue to work through the committee process. We will ensure anonymity is retained and that whistleblowers are protected, that any new fees are subject to parliamentary disallowance, and we will continue to hold the government accountable for undermining transparency. We must remember that freedom of information is not a privilege given by government. It is a right owned to every Australian citizen. When you limit what citizens can know, you limit what they can decide. The government's bill puts secrecy before service and control before citizenship. The government stands for open... Sorry, I wish they did. The Coalition stands for open government, a free press and the people's right to know, which is not what this bill will deliver.
And the question before the House is that the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, could you think of a more beautifully ironic way for the government to debate a bill that concerns one of the greatest transparency features in our democracy, freedom of information? This government has moved debate on this bill in the Federation Chamber late on a Tuesday night, at the same time as the most critical environmental legislation is being considered in the main chamber. It's almost as if they hoped nobody would notice. I will not be supporting this legislation. This is a friendless bill that, unlike this debate, deserves to be buried. Deputy Speaker, FOI was established to give Australian citizens access to information about their government and bureaucracy and the decisions that impact their lives. It is an essential mechanism to ensure transparency, scrutiny and accountability in government and government institutions. FOI is not about making government's life easier. It is about citizens being able to hold their government to account. And at a time when all around the world confidence in our institutions is under attack from misinformation, disinformation, populism and opportunism, we cannot defend our democracy without transparency. But even before this legislation, access to freedom of information under this government is on the decline. In the last 5 years, the proportion of requests in full in FOI has declined from nearly 50% to 21%. Over the past 20 years, it's fallen from 77%. The government claimed that this legislation will modernise the FOI framework, drive efficiencies and clarify the cabinet exemptions and deliberative materials. And I want to be clear, no one I've spoken to disputes the premise that the FOI laws need to be modernised. In 2024, public servants spent more than 1 million hours processing 34,000 FOI requests, costing about $86 million. But in designing this bill, the government has failed to consult meaningfully non-government users of FOI system, the people who this FOI system is seeking to serve, and has failed to present key evidence to concerns relating to vexatious requests, the existence of AI bots and malicious foreign actors, all reasons that the government has used to justify this FOI bill in this state. So the FOI Act needs to be amended, but absolutely not in this process and absolutely not in this form. As the Centre for Public Integrity outlined in their submission to the bill in response to a Senate order for the production of documents seeking the evidence underpinning the government's claims about vexatious requests made by AI or other non-human actors and by criminal gangs, the government tabled only 2 articles from the United States and a general reference to some similar concerns arising in Australia, without providing any further supporting evidence. Ironically, the government declined to release other documents, citing cabinet confidentiality. The cost of efficiency cannot be such a substantial decline in transparency as this. So let me take you through a few key aspects of the bill and the effect that they will have on transparency. I will not speak to all measures on this bill. Firstly, the bill will introduce fees for non-personal requests. While acknowledging that all states currently charge for FOI requests, this change has attracted a great deal of criticism from journalists who claim any costs associated with FOI requests will deter public interest stories that often require chasing many leads, many of which don't go where. As William Summers wrote in Crikey, plans to charge journalists to access hidden documents is a disaster for public interest journalism, but a godsend for incompetent officials. Secondly, Schedule 2 of this bill seeks to prohibit anonymous requests by requiring applicants to include their full name as well as and a statement from any person for whom the request is being made on behalf of. This, as critics have pointed out, would significantly restrict the option potential whistleblowers or even journalists who may fear retaliation for seeking access to certain information from departments or public officials. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, this bill seeks to clarify Cabinet exemptions and adjust the public interest test for deliberative documents. In practice, the legislation as drafted will expand the exemptions for Cabinet documents and make it easier to refuse requests. It principally does this by requiring documents to be exempt from FOI only if they have substantial purpose for Cabinet briefings, rather than the current legislation that requires a dominant purpose. This expansion of the definition could easily include almost any document that at one point has been brought to Cabinet's attention. Professor of Policy ANU and respected long-serving public servant Andrew Podger argues this could be even used to restrict access to almost any document. Finally, the bill introduces a 40-hour processing cap for FOI requests. My concern with this element of the bill is not that it doesn't deal with what I and others believe has become an increasingly adversarial approach to FOI, where the default is to fight the request rather than to provide it. Costs and time for FOI have increased, as I mentioned earlier, but not because of the volume of requests. The Howard government made about 31,000 determinations in 2006 and 7 at a cost of around $25 million. Last year's financial 21,000 decisions cost $86 million. When this bill was introduced, Deputy Speaker, the Attorney-General asked the crossbench to consider these changes in good faith and not to jump to conclusions. Well, I did that. I listened to their arguments and was inclined to be sympathetic to the concerns about security threats and artificial intelligence. However, as time went on, it became increasingly clear that there was not evidence being provided for the claims that were made, but plenty of evidence that these changes will thwart the founding principles of FOI. Today, the Centre for Public Integrity, entitled, has released a report fact-checking 4 of the claims made by the government on this bill. They argue that each of the claims made by the government is demonstrably false, and I would like to refer to these in my speech. The first claim was actually through a question that I asked the Prime Minister in question time. I highlighted the concerns that the Robo-Debt Royal Commission had highlighted with FOI and asked the Prime Minister why, given he has a demonstrated commitment to dealing, I think, with the challenges of robo-debt and making sure they don't happen again, why he was bringing a bill into the House that would actually go against some of the points raised in the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. The Prime Minister, in relation to my question, said, "So let's not these," and I quote, "So let's not let those responsible for robo-debt off the hook by suggesting bizarrely that somehow reform of a system that is broken, the FOI system, has something to do with support for robo-debt." Now, I don't know why the Prime Minister asked like this, and perhaps he was misinformed, because if he had read the Robo-Debt Royal Commission or remembered this part of it, he would realise that the FOI bill, and particularly Cabinet confidentiality relating to FOI, was highlighted in the Robo-Debt Royal Commission as a major barrier. And I quote the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. "However, the government should end the blanket approach to confidentiality of Cabinet documents. To give effect to this, Section 34 of the FOI Act should be repealed. The wide range of class and conditional exemptions in the FOI Act is sufficient to protect the public interest in relation to Cabinet documents. The mere fact that a document is a Cabinet document should not by itself be regarded as justifying maintenance of its secrecy." That is the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. And so I will quote then what the Centre for Public Integrity said about this particular issue. And I quote, "It is false to say that the Robo-Debt Royal Commission did not find that Cabinet processes were the problem. The Royal Commission made a number of excoriating observations about the problems of Cabinet processes and recommended the repeal of the class-based exemption. It is also false to say that the problem revealed in the Royal Commission was the ministers acted directly in contravention of the advice they were given. The Royal Commission found that the failure of advice lay with public servants whose advice did not meet the standards of frank and fearless, even when protected by cabinet confidentiality. So this is an issue raised in Parliament, and the government responded, but not accurately in terms of its relation to the Robodebt Royal Commission. Another crossbencher, Helen Haynes, the member for Indi, made again sort of concerns about the cabinet confidentiality in FOI and the FOI bill, and raised this with the Attorney General. And again, the Centre for Public Integrity again fact-checked the Attorney General's response in question time and said, and let me quote. Sorry, my apologies for the delay. Quote to say the point that is the first is that the changes to cabinet exemption are accepted by legal experts to be an expansion, not merely of a clarification of the exemption. We note here that the government has itself provided no legal advice to justify its claim that the amendments clarify the exemption. And secondly, the second point to make is that it's extremely misleading to claim that the amendments are even in part implementing the Robodebt Royal Commission's recommendations. Again, this is feedback from the Centre for Public Integrity on both the Prime Minister and the Attorney General's defence of the FOI bill in Parliament in the House. Then, in terms of briefly, as I mentioned in my speech, there have been claims made by the government that the government has been inundated by FOI requests generated by AI bots, and that may be linked to foreign actors and criminal gangs, and that's the justification for this legislation. And again, the finding from this bill from the Centre for Public Integrity is, despite repeated questioning, the government has at no stage produced any evidence of an inundation of anonymous requests generated by AI bots linked to foreign actors, foreign powers or criminal gangs. The highest that has been stated is that the current FOI framework could be at risk or vulnerable to such use. And finally, the government also made the argument at times that national security concerns justify changes proposed in the FOI amendment bill. And then, to quote again the finding from the Centre for Public Integrity, there is no publicly available evidence that the FOI Act is currently being used by foreign actors or in a way that such as the National Security Services have proactively raised concerns. Rather, the Attorney General's Department requested advice from intelligence services about the risk of such events. I find this extremely disappointing to see that the government has justified an incredibly important piece of legislation when on justifications that cannot be backed up by facts or by evidence, or where these justifications certainly are not aligned to the actual facts in relation to the Robodebt Royal Commission in particular, given how important that Royal Commission is in Australian history. So let me come to my conclusion. This government has zero credibility with regards to strengthening its parliamentary transparency. They have been awarded a fail grade by the Centre for Public Integrity on their integrity report card, failing 5 of 6 indicators, including commitment to transparency. They continue to ignore calls to put in place proper appointment processes that would prevent jobs for mate. They fail to deal with lobbying transparency by, at a minimum, publishing who they sponsor to walk the halls with unfettered access. With this track record and the variety of unsubstantiated claims, it is genuinely hard to believe that the government can make the case that this bill is about strengthening the system. As the Centre for Public Integrity concludes, this bill, in quotes, represents an unprecedented and unjustified attack on the right of all Australians to access government information, which is an attack on the proper functioning of our democracy. And when I talk to members of my community, this is the sort of behaviour that they fear from a large major party majority. They fear that this sort of majority makes the government of the day overreach, and to take the support of the Australian community for granted, rather than guard and try and invest in the trust of the Australian community in its institutions. This government could use its significant majority in the House to drive a level of transparency across government which would be laudable. The government could look at FOI and say, how do we make more of our documents transparent to the community so that we can have more open public policy debates, so we can have more open public policy and that we increase trust in government? And they have chosen to do quite the opposite. I am incredibly disappointed with the government in choosing to spend their political capital and the time of this parliament on legislation that reduces public scrutiny and transparency instead of tackling the hard reforms that will actually make the lives of ordinary working Australians better. I believe the government must do better on this. And finally, I would like to move a second reader amendment as circulated in my name.
Can I check with the member for Wentworth if we are talking about the same document? You don't have one circulated in your name at this point. You can take the option to read it in full now, but there is...
Sorry, I would like to use the document as circulated in my name. I can use that one. Yes, okay. Please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is this amendment seconded? Thank you, member.
Amendment, I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much, member for Warringah. And I think where's my little conclusion sheet? I might call on the member for... Oh, let me just... sorry, I'll just read through this just to tie that up before you both leave, just so everyone in the House is clear as to what's now before the Parliament. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Curtin moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Wentworth has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So the question before the House is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. But I'm going to give the call to the member for Bean.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
And I'm just going to put that question in. Do you have the issue of when? Thank you. That's the one after. I'm going to put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. Oh.
Let's clarify. Is it that the Federation Chamber adjourn?
Do now adjourn. Sorry, let me adjourn. Sorry, it's we're adjourning debate on the bill first, and then we're going to adjourn the Federation Chamber. Everybody clear? I'm going to put the question on adjourning debate on the bill first. All those that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. Ayes have it. Thank you for everyone's patience there. And now the question, member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Member for Fadden.
I second the motion.
So the question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And the Federation Chamber now stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, 5th of November 2025. Thank you.